Welcome back to day 2 of the Grand Archive Ascent Worlds here at Las Vegas. And I'm Mark, Chad Vester, Sylvester, Sylvie?
Sylvester.
All of those words. And
Marky
joining
Esther.
me is my co-host, Tyler, once in love, always in love, the hasty messenger, delivering all your mails and good stuff. Tyler, how are you doing today?
Feeling good, ready to deliver you guys the best possible gameplay we can today. We're going to be working on the top 8. So it's going to be 4 matches today.
Correct.
And you want to talk about our first match here?
Of course, yeah. So today we're going to have 4 matches. So all of the top 8 will be streamed. Yesterday was the Swiss. Today will be Top Cut for 8. Just before we go into the first match, let's talk about today's tentative schedule so everyone who's watching it right now can kind of catch on to what's happening. So at 10 o'clock, our first match today is going to be Cabin on Fire Rye versus Glenn on Hybrid Merlin Lorraine. And then tentatively at 12 noon, it will be Eason on Fire Luxander versus Aaron Fire Rye. At 2 p.m., it will be Sean on Fire Rye versus Wilson on Fire Merlin. And 4 p.m., it will be Manny on Water Lorraine Allies versus Alec on Wind Tony Allies.
That's
so
big. That's big.
Really interesting matchups for today, right?
Yeah. And we'll actually be back on the cast for that final match.
Yep.
It'll be Manny Gardwell versus Alec. That's a really interesting matchup to watch. 2 ally matchup. And it's basically the only one in the entire tournament, right?
Correct. And it's our last Southeast Asia player as well from Alec.
Yeah.
That's right.
It's going to be really, really big.
Battling for the region.
Battling for the region,
yeah. Today's matches will be untimed. Best of 2, right?
Best of 3.
Best of 3, sorry. 2 out of 3, yeah. Best of 3, untimed rounds. So some of the matches may start earlier, some matches may start later. Just so you understand, these are tentative times, not necessarily the actual start time. So you have to stay tuned with the cast to understand exactly when those matches start. But otherwise, shall we get started on discussing our first match a little bit here today, Tyler?
So I guess the first thing I would actually say before the matches, I mean, the turnout here is fantastic.
Yeah.
We're in a room full of tons of players, and the biggest thing I've noticed is, I mean, just besides us, like, there are a lot of people cosplaying here.
Yeah. Look at the cosplay. I mean, some of these costumes are insane. I saw some, there's a ton of Sylvies. Alan, I saw.
That Rye player, his Tomo Sacred Lightning is a deck box.
Those are the Noah Cowboys. Yeah.
That's so
Luke.
cool.
Yeah, so actually, Luke and Connie from NorCal are Rye and Dahlia.
That's amazing.
The Dahlia costume,
amazing.
if you have not seen it, is insane. Highly recommend.
I need to see it. I haven't had a chance to see it yet.
20 out of 5.
Yeah. Oh, and then Gwyn from NorCal is also is Diana, right?
I think so. I haven't seen his costume.
I walked up to him and I said, "Whoa, you're Sylvester," and he goes, "No, bro, I'm Diana." I was like, I felt so bad. But he's like, he's buff, so he looks like Sylvester. I was like, okay,
yeah,
I feel it.
Yeah. A ton of cosplayer, and everyone's just seems like having a good time. Lee, I think, is a raccoon.
Yeah, Lee is a scavenging raccoon.
He's actually a scavenging raccoon. There we go. Yep, pretty good.
He's scavenging all the trophies.
That's right.
Scavenging all the trophies.
Yeah. Cool. Yeah, everyone's super excited. The Path of Steel players, the 3v3 players, are sitting down right now for their first matches. They're getting ready. So it's going to be a great day. Lots of events. I mean, honestly, if you're out here, you're going to definitely have something to do. There's Path of Silver happening, Path of Steel, cosplay, everything.
Today's going to be a fantastic day.
Yeah.
So we're going to be moving into the deck list here. Let's start here with Caven. So Caven yesterday was playing Fire Rye.
Yes.
With both the Spirit of Fire and the Serene Spirit, if I recall correctly. And actually, no, he was just running Serene Spirit yesterday, right?
Yeah. He was running Serene Spirit in the main deck, and then the Spirit of Fire in the material deck. Today, he's vowing to push the Spirit of Fire and the Serene Spirit into the main deck, giving him more options as openers on just turn 1, or on game 1.
I'm a really big fan of that opener, especially going into a matchup where you know your opponent, Glenny Boy, is very commonly known as a Merlin player.
Yes.
Right? It gives him the choice to go Spirit of Fire or Spirit of Serene Fire based on if he goes turn 1 or turn 2, if he wins that dice roll.
Yeah.
And here we have it. We have Glenn. And that's actually quite a big change here. So yesterday he was specifically on Fire Merlin. And today we've actually changed it up. We're going to go back to something a little old school, and we're going to go with that hybrid Merlin build.
Yeah, I think part of this is a meta call on Glenn's side. Glenn was thinking that Cabin would be on some sort of allies, whether it be wind or water. And so that would be a benefit to have this deck list. As you can see, part of this deck list is a lot of respect for allies. However, Cabin is still on Rye.
Yeah, Rye is honestly a fantastic meta call. Knowing there's going to be a couple different players on, their these Merlin builds, like Rye is such a good matchup into this. You're able to find that kill pressure before you kind of find the point where you're using like an Incarnate Majesty or even able to kill with multiple fireballs as Merlin.
Exactly. Yeah. And then basically, but Glenn does have the right sideboard, so there are a lot of options he has for game 2 against this ride list. So I think given that Caben is going for a very heavy advent of the Stormcaller deck, that Safeguard Amulet in the main deck is going to be his saving grace. So
yeah.
I'm looking forward to seeing when Glenn pulls that card out as his protection.
Yeah, Safeguard Amulet timing is going to be absolutely key in this matchup. As we saw in a lot of the Rye mirrors specifically, taking out that Safeguard Amulet was the turn where you started adventing for like, I advent for 17, I advent again for 17, I advent again for 17, and their whole deck is stacked. They're using their Enlightenment counters, they're going Arcane Disposition, they're doing whatever it is to set up the perfect kill turns using those Enlightenment counters as available draws.
Yeah. And often the advent turn is the kill turn, so if you can prevent that turn, obviously it gives you a lot of options too. So, yeah.
Yeah, like you said, a lot of ally removal here. We're going to see Flame Sweeps. We're going to see Purge and Flames. We see Incendiary Fractals as well. So this might not have been the right call for Glenn. And I hope he realizes that early and is able to utilize that sideboard.
Yeah.
Because, we have great things. We have 2 Blanche. We see the Disintegrates and the Tether and Flames. Disintegrate low-key being a very, very good option into a Rye because you can remove their Tome of Knowledge, which is also their Tome of Sacred Lightning in most cases.
Exactly, yeah. And then looking at the board in general, too, part of what Glenn might be want to do is deploy some allies and keep it on board to smack for damage.
Yeah, there's a lot of really cool things. I'm very excited to see this matchup. I haven't really had a chance to watch too much of the hybrid Merlin, mainly because when I started playing the game a lot, it was around the time that wasn't really as much of a thing anymore.
Okay.
Because I think the last time I saw that really played was Ontario, so it's really cool to see Glenn go all the way back in and be like, I'm going to pull something old school. We're going to make it at Worlds and represent his region. Yeah. And personally, we have not seen Rye for a long, long, long time. And now we're seeing Rye and in abundance, right? And it's funny because we were thinking Rye is a day 1 clear, so try to get yourself into top 8 for the top cut. Yeah. But it looks like a lot of players are still vowing to run Rye for day 2. Yeah. So that is a strong call. Yeah, and for those players who are unsure of how the seeding was done, it was essentially seeded as first versus 8th. There's standard seeding, so first versus 8th, second versus 7th, and then vice versa as you go in. So that's why we're going to see in the first game here, Caben versus Glenn. Caben being the top seed with his Riot yesterday. And then, that's what it's going to be. So we're going to have GA Maniac versus Alec, Lifter Sill, which is Sean, versus Drago Will, and then CC Burner, who is Eason, versus Corex Aaron. Yeah, so the way that the seeding works is that you want to put the top players, so for example, first and second are split onto top and bottom brackets. That way, ideally, they don't meet in the middle. They're going to meet at the end if they all continue to win their games. So the way the seeding works is Caben being higher seed goes up to top, and then Burner being lower goes to the lower seed, etc., and kind of vice versa. And then that way it splits out for the whole entire day. Yeah. There's a lot to go over today. Yeah. I haven't actually had the chance to cast an untimed match, which it's going to be interesting because you're untimed. Yeah. You're an Advent of the Stormcaller player. Yeah. We may see the I'm going to Advent for 15 and I'll talk to you guys in 30 minutes. Yeah, so we've seen with the right players how explosive it can be. It looks like you're losing, but then suddenly you're winning, and then suddenly maybe you don't have to win. It's really, really cool. What do you think about today's match? Who are you thinking about maybe potentially going through this to the next round? I got to lean on Caben here. Okay. For a couple of reasons. So Caben is the first Ascent winner. Yep. Has placed at every single event he's competed in. Yes. He is one of he has one of the best accolades in Grand Archive. But on top of that, I think this matchup is actually Rye favored. So when you look at Rye versus Merlin, Merlin has a really, really good advantage once you get to around turns, maybe 6-ish, 5 to 6 range. Yeah. Because that's when you start getting your first even counter. You're able to push for things like Incarnate Majesty. Your fireballs start doing more damage, right? You can get 7, 8 damage fireballs. Yeah. When you are playing on Rye, though, by the time you get to turn 3, if you have a Dungeon Guide in hand and you have any form of filter, you're going to be level 8. Yep. On turn 3, and you're probably setting up for kill for turn 4. And your whole game is turned on at that point. Yeah.
And that's the difference.
Like Rai is an extremely explosive deck, and that's the main reason why we see the Serene Spirit of Fire there, right? Serene Spirit of Fire allows you to glimpse. It gives you a significantly higher chance to get the Dungeon Guide.
Yes.
Because like normal 7-card opening hand, 4 of in your deck, you have 40% chance to hit the card, right? That's where the classic 40% name came from, Mr. Nathan, one of the Canadian players.
Yeah.
But when you run Serene Spirit of Fire, you have the ability to I'm going to say discard, not discard, but you can bottom your whole 6.
Correct.
And draw more. 12-card start is pretty fantastic if you're filtering for 1 card.
Yeah,
right?
actually, he's looking for more than just that. I think starting with the increasing danger is also a great start. Yeah. So there are a couple cards you can keep. Creative Shock, honestly, if you have no other choices, Creative Shock in the opening hand is also a pretty good idea. Again, that just gets you more cards that you can see through your deck. So there are so many different cards I think that he could keep in that opening hand. And honestly, given the other side, on Glenn's side too, there's not going to be a lot of early pressure. So things like Peaceful Reunion, right, Resolute Stand are going to be a lot lower priority anyway. So those are definitely going to go on the bottom. Yeah.
And then another thing worth mentioning is when we look at Caden's list, this is 27 arcane cards.
Correct.
27 arcane cards.
27, yep.
And then he can side 2 more in.
Yeah.
If you're not playing Serene Spirit, like, that's the scariest thing in the world, right? Imagine you open 7. Okay, let's say you go second, right? You open 8 arcane cards.
Yep.
You draw an arcane card. You bobble and then draw an arcane card.
Yep.
And then you Grand Crusader's Ring and draw 2 arcane cards. The game's over. You've lost. There's no recovery from that. So having Serene Spirit gives you that significantly better chance not to break your early hand.
Correct, yeah, and that's going to be really important. Obviously, you do need the arcane cards for Banish. That way you can have things to toss into the Banish zone. But you also want to have that nice little hand in the beginning to be able to get your game plan started, get those engines revving, you know. So it's going to be a really interesting matchup either way, I think. Interestingly enough, right, Caden's list is running the Grand Crusader Ring and not the Quicksilver Grail.
Yeah, so we saw yesterday it was Duck Hats, Christian, and Lifter Sill, which is Sean.
Yep.
Both of them running the exact same list. So they run the Gloamspire version of Fire Ride, which is actually fantastic. Gloamspire has the potential to give you really, really good accrued value over turns, right?
Yeah.
Especially if you're playing against like Crux, right? Like Crux draws a million cards. So suddenly you're low on, start just tapping the Gloamspire every turn, gain the card into your memory.
That's right.
But in this case for Caven, he's running it a little different.
Yeah.
Like he doesn't have that, but he has the Grand Crusader's Ring, which is the immediate value.
Yeah.
And he can use that in conjunction with all these scry abilities. So like Advent is basically arcane scry.
Yes.
Because you glimpse and then you have the ability to banish for level counters and you deal damage.
And you put whatever you want on top or bottom.
And whatever you want.
Whatever you want.
That is the scariest word text. Place these cards in whatever order on the top or bottom of your deck.
And the key is you don't have to banish all the arcane cards. Maybe you banish 5, keep the one you need, Arcane Blast for example, draw into hand, Arcane Blast for free.
One of the really important things I think that people need to watch when they look at these matchups is people banish Arcane Blast a lot.
Yeah.
And a lot of players are like, why would you banish your Arcane Blast? Like, that's crazy. You need that for damage. You don't need that for damage.
No, you have many other ways to clear. Yeah, Fireball is another option there too.
So you two fireballs. We have 4 Advent of the Stormcaller, 4 Arcane Blasts, 1 Erratic Bolt.
Yes.
4 Voltaic Sphere. Like 4 Voltaic Sphere is 3 damage to target champion or 5 to ally, but it also gets a lot of value because you're able to banish 2 cards and draw 2 new cards. Like you can filter really fast if you're using things like Voltaic Sphere.
Yes, with Erratic Bolt, I think you meant. Voltaic Sphere is really great for just honestly getting that diff. Voltaic Sphere in the graveyard is 2 level difference because you can banish it for the level and also it reduces your next Stormcaller, for example, by 1. So the math, if it works out, it can actually reduce your costs by a lot for arcane cards.
And then the other low-key thing that's cool, Creative Shock does damage if you discard a fire card.
That's right. Like, we are playing Mage, yes.
So like I guess big drawback or big jump back to yesterday. 7th round. I don't think this was on stream, but I'm going to say it because it was a very interesting thing that happened.
Okay.
It was the ultimate Rye hand.
Yeah.
The actual ultimate Rye hand. So it's Sean Drasill versus Steve-O, who's on Fire Lorraine. So he Creative Shocks him. Level 1 for damage, 2 to face.
Okay.
Banishes to go to level 2. Dungeon Guides. So he's level 8 because he has 5 arcane cards in banishment. Right. It's 2 enlightenment counters on his champion. Cards in hand. In response, so Steve-O's still a spirit. In response to the materialization of Lorraine level 1, power overwhelming, gain an enlightenment counter, go to 3, remove all 3, goes to level 11, fireballs for 12 for lethal. The ultimate hand. I've never seen something like that before.
Crazy.
That's
Crazy.
like when you play Fire Lorraine, you get the creative shock, honed by fire, rending flames with the sword of adversity. It's like the Rye version of that, and
it's so great.
They were telling me that, and I was losing my mind. I was like, "There's no way we didn't get that on video."
This is what I say always, right? Sometimes you get it, sometimes you get got.
Sometimes,
yeah.
Sometimes you hold resolute. Sometimes you just get insulted.
You know, the one thing I love about Glenn's deck is the Tether and Flames in sideboard. Now, I don't like the fact that it's in sideboard, obviously, but that card is going to be so fun and so interesting for this matchup come game 2. And the reason for that is because if Glenn can somehow put Caben in kill range, and when Caben's executing the final kill, that Tether and Flame could absolutely save Glenn and get that extra turn.
Yeah, so normally I'm not a huge Tether and Flames enjoyer,
Yeah.
but in this specific matchup, I think it's exactly what you need.
Yeah.
Right? It gives you the opportunity to live that extra turn.
Yeah.
Or force someone to push themselves closer to lethal.
Yeah. Okay, looks like we're setting up for our match here. Both competitors are sitting down, and yeah, I believe they're shuffled up and ready to go. I don't know if the dice roll has happened already, but either way, it's gonna be a great game. Yep. Here's the fist bump.
Fist bumps up. Love that about GA.
Caben's first.
Do you see that? That's a dragon spirit.
That's a dragon. Is that Serene or is that the?
I believe this is his non-serene. This should be the spirit of fire.
Okay.
His serene spirit looked more like a phoenix yesterday.
Okay, so he's drawn 7.
Yeah. So for those of you who don't know, it's Caben's wife that actually does the altered arts on these.
Cool. Yeah, so as I was saying earlier pre-game, right, we didn't have this on chat. I was thinking if Caben goes first, he may go for the normal Spirit of Fire, and if he goes second, he might go for the Serene. And that gives him some options for the opener.
7 cards for sure.
Exactly, yeah. And you don't really want to be cards down against a Merlin. That's just a really scary position overall.
Ooh, Merlin does have a Dungeon Guide in hand, though. I see a Dungeon Guide, I believe a Stalwart Shield Mate.
Yeah.
And a Savage Slash as well, so that's going to be very good early game value.
There you go.
Whoa.
Oh,
Whoa.
Okay. He has the cremation, so that gets rid of the Stalwart.
So he's going to get the floating. He's going to be able to draw 2 cards. He's already starting to filter. I do see another fireball. 2 fireballs in hand. So he actually has like a very, very strong potential kill hand if he can get early levels.
Yeah, and this is looking exactly what he wants. That highway ramp into level 1, into level 2, get that dungeon guy out to level 3. Ideally, if he can eat another floating memory somewhere in between, that'd be even better.
He also has a Sudden Steal in hand.
Yeah, and a Savage Slash. So he's good. He's good
got
to
a
go.
very comfortable hand over. Oh, Savage Slash with Spirit. He's going to swing that for 2. Will not be able to get the class bonus floating memory yet, but I mean that's okay because he's going to just have it in the graveyard and just available for his next level up.
Caben Creative Shocks and finds a Peaceful Reunion and a Arcane Sight. And he throws away the Voltaic Sphere. Again, Voltaic Sphere in graveyard, that is very powerful. That's the one arcane card you do want to throw into the graveyard.
Yeah, I mean, you get the bonus, right? You're able to banish that card, get the level, and then make it a little bit less on cost.
Yeah, that card in graveyard is as good as in banishment, if not better. Oh, it's better, period. All right, so instantly goes for the level up. Banishes 1 Arcane Blast into Rye 1.
Yeah, like we said earlier, Arcane Blast, not really a big deal to take the banishment. We have a lot of different ways to kill with these decks.
Yeah.
Erratic Bolt, Fireballs. But Caben actually has a pretty decent hand, so we're going to see the Resolute there.
Yeah.
It's available to protect himself, but he also has a Dungeon Guide, which means both of these players are going to be going pretty safely to level 3.
Yeah. So Caben's not going to be playing any Peaceful Reunion here. Again, probably just thinking, like Glenn doesn't have the push with allies early game, so there's really no need to use that card.
Yeah, big fan of the durability counter there that we're using.
The metal token?
Yeah, I like the metal tokens. They look at triple fireball in
Fireball,
hand.
DG, Sun Steel, and Ascension?
I believe it's a fast cure.
Fast cure, okay.
It's fast cure CPR, most likely.
Okay. All right, so he has a lot of options. Yes.
So now we have players matching the right sides.
Players are matching the right sides, yep. Graphics flicked. It's all good.
Thank you for bearing with us, stream. We appreciate you. I do like the shield made out, but not having a cremation ritual means it might be better to just hold on to it.
Okay, so Caben's going to go Bobble, draw a card for the Bobble. finds more arcane card. Power Overwhelming is now in hand, so that gives options.
Seeing a secondary flip. Please bear with us. Our apologies on that.
Yeah.
Trying to make things a little less confusing for you guys.
We will figure this out.
So yeah, holding on to that Peaceful Reunion is interesting because, like, it's nice to play the Peaceful Reunion, but at the same time, Glenn isn't really showing much threat on his board.
Yeah.
So, you know, do you want to risk that? But having the Resolute available in hand still, it's probably worth putting the Peaceful down just to get the level 2.
Yeah. Even if he doesn't play the Peaceful, it seems like this is a fairly... Oh.
This is a big play.
Is he going to disintegrate the sword? He will. Yes.
This is a fantastic play. This is what we were talking about earlier, you know, before the stream started. Disintegrate into the sword is fantastic if he assumes that he's playing Merlin.
Yes.
This is where Glenn's deck actually might have the potential to go into level 2 Lorraine and then bring the sword back from banishment with his Spirit Ruler.
Level 3, yeah. Okay. Going for the fast cure here for the floating. There you go. Now he has 2 to go.
One for Drawn Blade.
He's going to pull out the Drawn Blade. I guess he's looking for a sword.
Yeah, looking for a sword, or most likely still playing Merlin.
Banishes 1. Oh, he's going to banish 1.
Oh, he had...
Yeah, so this is what I was saying about Merlin, right? So he needs to be able to eat a floating memory. So he's not going to eat both. He's going to leave 1 in the graveyard to eat right before level 3. He does have the Dungeon Guide prepped in hand as well. And if he does it now with the Dungeon Guide after, he will be able to go directly to 3 and get that draw card in the first turn.
Yeah, this is like the most ideal way to do it.
Absolutely. Oh, and he pulled in. Is that a Incarnate in hand as well?
Yeah, so he did have the Incarnate in hand. He actually, I believe, put it down for the Dungeon Guide. Wants to hold on to as many of those fireballs as he can.
I guess maybe he's not thinking that it's too threatening right now from Caben's side yet.
He's debating if he wants to get rid of the Sudden Steal or with the fireballs. Kind of a difficult situation here, like a decision-wise.
Yeah. I think he has a lot of options. One of the other options that he can do is also just put down 1 of the fireballs, hold the Incarnate Majesty. It's a little bit more defensive play, but it does also allow him to have a potential kill, because most Merlins, once you're able to cast your Incarnate Majesty, you are basically at kill range with 2 fireball anyway. You really don't need the 3rd.
Yeah, I think Incarnate Majesty is actually not super great in this matchup. Like, a lot of people would think, oh, you know, I have Majestic Spirit out, I have Spell Shroud, but Rai has so many answers to kill a Majestic Spirit. A Fireball for 11. You know, I'm going to Erratic Bolt for 11. Or I mean, you can hit it with so many different things. You have so many options. Well, double Voltaic Sphere is easily enough to kill. And then Voltaic Sphere also helps to cycle and get everything fixed up.
So we are working on getting the stream back. Oh, here we go, and we're back. Yeah, so Dungeon Guide came in for the damage.
Yeah, so he Dungeon Guided. We see the Merlin level 3 there. He does have the level counter earlier from eating his own floating memory. So Merlin level 2, Memory Thief is able to rest herself and then banish a card in a target graveyard. If it has floating memory, you do gain a level counter.
Yeah, and it looks like Caben, the Dungeon Guide hit went upstairs to Caben. So, yeah, and Caben's going to banish 2 and go to level 3 as well. So right now, Caben is at 4 Arcane in the graveyard, or Banish Zone, which will put him at level 7.
So level 7, only slightly behind where you might want to be, just due to the fact that the Resolute stand was banned in this case. But overall, it's pretty good to be at least 7. You know, if you were at 5 or 6, it would be a little bit on the crippling side. You wouldn't be able to get as much value from things like a Careful Study.
Yeah, and Caben's going to go in and swing for 1 as well. Cool. And Glenn's thinking on his first turn here. He could probably just banish it for the Drawn Blade as an option here.
Yeah, this sounds like it would be pretty good. I don't quite know what the second card that was banished from the Dungeon Guide, just due to a little bit of camera malfunctions, but we'll get you that information shortly here. I believe it was the Incarnate Majesty, but it's a little bit difficult to tell.
That would be a little bit devastating for sure, yeah. We'll find out really quickly which card he pulls. Yeah, if we banish the Incarnate Majesty, then we know that's not the one that was banished. Yeah, so Glenn's thinking on the materialization here. I think he's definitely thinking whether he wants to spend that card in the floating or not. Sorry, in the memory or not? Okay, so
Grand
goes for the
Crusader's
Crusader.
Ring.
Yeah, it's probably the card that he actually wants. Maybe it was not the Incarnate Majesty banished, meaning the Incarnate is still down there on the inside the memory.
Yeah, so he does have a Flamer and Swordsman drawn from the Grand Crusader's Ring there.
He draws another Incarnate Majesty.
Whoa.
Okay.
So beginning of Recollection, Merlin 3 allows you to gain a level counter. On even level counters, you'll gain +2 to your attacks this turn, as well as draw a card. So he's actually got a pretty good hand here. So we see a Savage Slash. We're going to see a Flamer and Swordsman. Still has the 2 Fireballs in hand. So it's representing, I believe, 13 damage on the board.
Yeah. So he's going to go in for 1.
So we're going to see 4. Ooh, he's going to do it. He's going to all down for the Incarnate Majesty.
And this is the cool part. Because Caven killed the sword, this actually makes the Incarnate playable for this turn.
Yeah, so he was
not
one card short of that.
Yeah.
And then, so the effect of Incarnate Majesty, so it's a class bonus efficiency mage spell.
Yeah.
So we do see a level 5 Merlin. Normally this would require 7 cards down, but in this case, it also has the effect, this card costs 1 less to activate for each Regalia weapon in your banishment. Disintegrate, putting the Sword of Seeking there, made that available.
Yes. And as a Merlin player in this matchup, this is definitely the kind of card you want to see inside your, to be able to lay that card down, you feel a lot more comfortable. Now, that swing coming in was deflected with a Spell Shield Arcane. Caven does gain 4 Enlightenment counters on that. Spell Arcane prevents the damage, and the amount of damage that's prevented is added as Enlightenment counters. Maybe one of the best Spell Shields out there.
It's a fantastic card.
Yeah.
Absolutely fantastic card. It has a class bonus to make it a little bit cheaper, and on top of that, it accrues a lot of value really, really fast.
Yeah.
Even on low swings. So, a 3 damage swing is already 1 card drawn.
Yeah.
Caven actually did use both of his Enlightenment counters, which means he doesn't have a combo he's looking for. We're not seeing a Scry here.
Yeah.
And he's a little bit too low level to want to comfortably Advent.
Yeah, and Caven's got some, cards to be able to draw more, but he doesn't quite have the kill cards. Yeah, and the Advent Stormcaller is only a card in hand that is able to kind of, do some more damage. But again, with the Deer out, it's going to be a little more tough.
Yeah, so if Caven does decide to Fireball or Disintegrate the Majestic Spirit in this case, it's nice because you get the value of killing it, not taking the 4 damage every single turn, and then removing Spell Shroud from your enemy champion. However, as you saw, he has 2 Incarnate Majesties, and we do know that he is running Crux Titan, so he's able to bring that back.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, drew a Careful Study.
Okay. Discarding that Dungeon Guide, which is now not so useful. Careful Study can be played for free here.
Love me a free Careful Study. Oh, it's actually level 7.
8.
He's put one down. He's put one down.
Okay, cool. He doesn't have the tome out yet. Yeah. Yeah. Unfortunately, also the Fireball doesn't quite get over the Deer. So he does drop a second Fireball into hand. Those are both of Caven's Fireball that's in his deck. Doesn't have the other kill cards though.
I think he's going to be looking to hold cards in hand right now, activate that Spell Shield Arcane potentially for a little bit more damage here.
Yeah.
We're not going to see an even level counter on Merlin, so I'm not quite sure if we're going to see like that Sudden Steal come in. A Sudden Steal on an even level counter would be the perfect opportunity for Caven to play a Spell Shield Arcane here.
Yeah, and Caven still has that Spell Shield Arcane, so regardless, that second Deer Swing will also give Caven 1 1/3 of a card.
Ooh, is that a Purging Flames? I think I saw Glenn just draw Purging Flames. Not super relevant in this, but more fire cards to pick up.
Dungeon Guy goes in for 1, Deer goes in for 4, and it's going to get Spell Shield Arcane. Very likely. Let's see what Caven does. He draws the card and sees what he has.
There's potentially he takes the damage here instead of it. Oh, no, so we are going to see the Spell Shield Arcane.
I think one other option he has is also maybe trying to draw into a Power Overwhelming, and with all the Enlightenment counters, really be able to kind of get his levels and go for the kill. Because Fireball does scale with levels, unlike Arcane Blast.
Yeah, he really needs to find... honestly, I think what he's looking for the most right now is some Scry the Skies. You're running 4 Scry the Skies in this deck, and you haven't seen it. That card is fantastic. Right? From where he is right now, scrying for 7 is more than 10% of your deck. And at this point, with how many cards he's drawn, it's probably closer to like 17, 18% of his deck. That's a lot to look through.
Yeah, for sure. He does have the Arcane Scry, Advent of Stormcaller, but it's not the right time. and the Safeguard Amulet is out from Glenn, so yeah. It's going to be a lot harder to use that card.
If I recall correctly, he hasn't used his Voltaic Sphere from his graveyard yet,
No.
so he can at any point banish that to gain a level as well as be able to reduce the cost of a card. Ooh, we're going to see a Savage Slash, so that's going to be most likely for the Drawn Blade coming out.
Yeah, exactly. That does put the floating into the graveyard and helps with what he's going to materialize next turn.
Yes, I know Glenn was really debating whether or not the Savage Slash was valuable to him. You know, we see 9 attack cards in this deck, which I feel like is quite a bit for Merlin in most cases. But when you're playing Fire, you have Creative Shock, so you're able to discard Savage Slash in some cases if it's not relevant to you.
So tell me, does the Advent of the Stormcaller go through the Majestic Spirit?
I believe it
I think
does.
so.
I believe it does.
Because it's choose a unit, right, and deal 2 damage to it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but it gets reduced.
It does get reduction, but it does go through the Deer because the spell shroud is for spells that are targeting.
Yeah, so the spell itself doesn't target. It's the banishment that targets. So it's like a multiple step of the card, basically.
Correct. Yeah. Yeah.
One of the really nice things here, and I think what Caven is actually looking to do, is he's looking to get enough levels and hold a double Advent. He's most likely going to try to bait out the Safeguard Amulet so that he can double Advent. The
Yes.
first Advent will be to... The first Advent baits the Safeguard Amulet, right?
Yes.
Then you hold for the next turn, then you Advent, and kill the Deer if he has anything else to protect himself from.
Yeah. Yeah, but unless you clear the Deer, your Fireballs, your Arcane Blast are not going to be able to go directly upstairs. So those are still going to be tough. And like you said, Glenn does have another Incarnate Majesty that he you know, as the turns go on, he gets more levels. It's easier for him to play that card.
Yeah, and then additionally to that, even if he does lose the Incarnate Majesty, or lose the Majestic Spirit multiple times, Crux just brings it back.
Yeah.
Crux is fine, right?
Hey, Crux is a good element, I heard.
Yeah, it's pretty nice.
Yeah. Okay, so Caven's looking at his sphere. He's doing some math here. He has another Voltaic Sphere in hand as well.
I also see, I think, is that a Pyramid of Mana? Is one of Pyramid of Mana?
Could be. Yeah, he puts the sphere on top. Yeah, he
Two
has
Resolute Stands as well.
Yeah.
Oh, no, those are Fireballs. There's
Yeah.
one Resolute Stand that I thought was the Pyramid of Mana.
I mean, at this point, you know, like Caven's probably going to be thinking about like whether he has enough, and this is the high math that, you know, a lot of Ride players have to kind of do at this point, right? Do I have enough levels this turn to go off? And he's thinking, right? So because he has options, he has Voltaic Spheres, he has Power Overwhelming, so it's and he does also have a Disintegrate. So there are a lot of options for Caven here. I think Caven's thinking, it looks like he's going to go for it.
We're going to see the Banishment. Caven, level 8. He's going to get a Careful Study for free. That will give him 5 Enlightenment counters.
There's a Power Overwhelming.
Here we go. Do we see it? Does it happen? What is Glenn's response to this Power Overwhelming? Power Overwhelming, being a fast spell, is very, very, very unique.
It's very, very powerful for that.
There are not
matter,
that many
too.
fast Arcane cards.
Yeah.
You know, Arcane is like it's very strong. Like everything is meant to be very impactful.
Yeah.
So most of them are slow to make sure that they're, within balance.
Yeah. And I mean, players are thinking right now. So there's some questions to the judge. So I think the question is, the next Arcane card is reduced. Does the Voltaic Sphere reduce the Power Overwhelming cost from 0? Well, I mean, it's already 0. I think that is correct. So it would count as the reduction.
Yeah, it would count as the next one. So
Yes.
it makes me wonder if that was potentially a misplay.
Maybe the ordering was, But unfortunately, I mean, he needed to gain the level, so maybe... Because he, without the level, he couldn't have played the Careful Study for free. It's kind of tricky how you layer it.
You would have been on the wrong number of of cards regardless.
Sounds like maybe we're going to go for Advent of Stormcaller. Let's see. He's thinking about how many cards he needs to hold in hand.
I'm always a fan of when players do this, actually, when they separate the things out in their hand.
Yeah.
Not because it's you're meant to like bait people out or do anything that's a little sus, but it's nice because it lets you see into what they're thinking about playing.
Okay.
So we're going to see the Advents.
Advent Stormcaller for 2.
For 13 then.
Yeah, 13.
Right, are we going to see the Safeguard Amulet banished? No Safeguard Amulet in response, so this is actually going to fully resolve. Advents.
Wow, that is a lot.
Oh, that is a
lot of arcane cards.
Whoa.
Whoa.
3 Scry the Skies.
Wow.
Whoa.
Sets up for the next turn.
This is pretty good.
Yeah.
Power of ramming both arcane sites and the Advents and the arcane. We might just do it all. Arcane disposition.
Do all of them. Yeah. Kill the deer and then put the other upstairs to the champion.
Yep. So simultaneous damage will come out. In this case, Merlin will only be taking 1 damage because due to the fact that all the damage is simultaneous, you're going to take half on your champion at the same time that the deer will die.
It's interesting that Caben decided to not put a different arcane card, for example, another Advent Stormcaller on top, just for the next turn. Yeah, so... Yeah, and at this point, I mean, it's got to be Resolute Stand, all those, cards that he's not going to need goes right on the bottom. And then, like you said, probably hold, a couple Scries and put those on top.
Yeah, I think 1 Scry at the top and then 1 Scry at the bottom of your cards on top is pretty good value because you're able to draw into them. Sadly, it does not have any Enlightenment counters right now.
Yeah.
But, maybe the goal here is... I don't think he has enough cards in hand, but double Fireball through the Safeguard Amulet? I mean, level 19. 19 means 20 damage Fireball.
Yeah.
Double Fireball through the Safeguard Amulet is 32 damage.
Yep.
That is actually enough for lethal.
It is. Okay. So it goes on bottom.
Does he have 6 cards in hand? Oh.
He does not. He has 5, exactly.
5 cards in hand. Okay,
yeah.
So Peaceful Reunion comes through. Very simple end of turn there. We're going to be removing those 5 temporary level counters from Rise and be going back down to only level 14, by the way.
Hey, but 14 is still a very threatening number.
Yeah. Only 14.
Only 14.
Yeah.
Only.
Yeah. Only. It's not like my Sylvie will ever get to level 14 ever.
Yeah.
Under any circumstance. I can stack as many things to give me +1 level. Flame Lash Subduer, Flute of Taming, V-Spawn Ears. It's never happening.
Yeah. Sylvie just needs Beast Power Overwhelming.
True.
Yep.
True.
That's how you do it.
MRC, bring that to us. Bring that to us.
So the Drawn Blade gets played on Glenn's side. He's going to be drawing 3 cards for this turn. 1 on Drawn Blade, 1 on the even counter for Merlin, and then 1 more when he's ready to go to his turn.
I wonder if we're going to see that pre-recollection Fireball or not.
He is at level 7, so it is quite a level. He is going to just go to draw.
Oh, there it is.
Pendragon.
That's exactly what he's looking for. That's how he enables the whole hand here.
Yeah. That is a very, very powerful hand here.
Yeah, so we could see something like 2 down, pay for the Ghost of Pendragon, return the Drawn Blade to your Regalia, or to your material deck, and then potentially just come in there with a Sudden Steal for free on an even level counter.
Yeah.
So that's a lot of damage.
It's a lot of damage.
Oh, actually cannot. He's for Reunion. He's for Reunion is played. No attack declarations can be made.
Yeah. But he can still lay down the deer and then protect himself for another turn. That's definitely going to be the card that he's looking to play. The question is, what other cards does he play? Does he just play the Pendragon and leave it on the board?
I think maybe Glenn is worried that Caven will actually go for full removal if he doesn't have the kill. Because we do still see the Safeguard Amulet on the field, right?
Yeah.
Safeguard Amulet will protect from a lot of damage, especially if you're trying to use things like your Voltaic Spheres for damage, right?
Yeah. Unfortunately, though, Caben does have quite a bit of cards. And then on the turn back, I do believe Caben still has more draw options as well.
So we've seen the Fire Resonance Bauble. I think we've seen the Grand Crusader's Ring now. Most likely going into the Tomonologist's turn.
Yeah.
Very small chance we see Storm Tyrant's Eye.
Hey, if it gets him the win, right? But with the Scry the Sky, he can actually set up a very nice Storm Tyrant's Eye.
All right, do we see it? Is the Incarnate Magic? Oh, Persian Flames coming out. So level 7 Merlin here is only going to have to pay 1. Persian Flames being a class bonus mage efficiency. Or sorry, not a class bonus. It's just strictly an efficiency card.
Correct.
But the class bonus in this case being 1 extra damage. So you go from having 2 damage to all units except for your champion from 3. So this will actually hit Rai through the Peaceful Reunion turn for 3 damage.
For 3 damage. Yeah.
Trading dungeon guides, always really sad to see.
Yeah, I think it's more important, again, just to register some damage upstairs for Glenn right now.
Dungeon guide did nothing wrong.
Yeah. Except being there.
See, the scary thing here is double Fireball is lethal, but you do have the Safeguard Amulet. So you can stack 1 over the Safeguard Amulet. If you play a Fireball in response to the Fireball on the stack, banish your Safeguard Amulet. In response to the Safeguard Amulet banish on the stack, I'll Fireball you again. A lot of damage could come out. It could actually set up Glenn to a potential kill turn here.
Yeah, it really depends on how the players are going to be playing out their hand. Obviously, Glenn doesn't know what's in Caven's hand, but he has to be guessing. There's got to be some Arcane Blast he's prospecting and those kind of things. It does look like the Incarnate Majesty is going to come out, holding 2 Fireballs in hand, dropping everything else down.
Caven has everything in memory, so he's not able to have any responses to this. Glenn feels pretty comfortable bringing out the Majestic Spirit again. We are going to see that wonderful art there. And speaking of that, I believe we do have the illustrator for that here at World. So if you are here viewing, make sure to go check out the artist booths. We have some fantastic, wonderful people there.
Okay, passes back to Caven. Caven's looking at his options here.
Preparing the turn ahead of time.
Yeah.
The Storm Tyrant's Eye might actually happen. It's a bit of a risk going for Tome of Sacred Light, or Tome of Knowledge here. So you do have to banish a card at random, and I don't think he wants to give up either of those Fireballs.
Yeah, those are his kill cards right now. He does still have that Scry the Skies on top of the deck. So that will give him a lot more options for what he can draw into. So there are some saving grace there. But yeah, you're right. Banishing the wrong card here could be pretty devastating for Caven.
Yeah, almost as devastating as a devastating blow might be if Glenn had that in his deck. But sadly, we do not get to not get the wonderful puns like yesterday with Clem and her Arai comment in the Rye mirror.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, with his level counters, Disintegrate, goodbye Majestic Spirit, Advent going for a potential kill, force Glenn to use that Safeguard Amulet. We are going to see the Storm Tyrant's Eye.
That's yeah. Pure into Mana was the card that he put on top.
Whoa.
Okay.
Wait, that's super spicy then. So Pure into Mana for level counter, for 2+ level Enlightenment counters.
Yeah.
He's able to draw a card into a Scry, and then Scry and Storm Tyrant's Eye.
So probably Pure. Okay.
Well, Advent, raw Advent.
We're gonna go Advent right away.
I always love the little thumbs up.
Thumbs up. Yeah.
He's like, any response? No, thumbs up. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, especially with the deer out, you are feeling pretty good. It does have to clear the deer first before you clear the rest of it. Okay. All right.
Just reminding Caven of the inherited effect there of Rai Archmage, which does give him an Enlightenment counter for the first mage actions of his turn.
Looks like Caven has banished quite a bit of arcane cards already, so there's not going to be that many in the deck left. So we're looking at 4, right? In the top here.
Interesting, he separated the one of the 2 peaceful reunions. So maybe he actually wants to keep that card for the potential stay alive another turn.
Yeah. Now the Pure into Mana is going to be able to allow him to draw a lot of the cards he wants. So, yeah.
It's really, especially as a 1-of. You're 1-of Pure Mana, you draw
and he got it.
And it's very impactful.
Yeah.
Before banishment of arcane cards here, we're looking at Caven at level 14. So that's going to be 16 Enlightenment counters, which is 5.
He's going to draw 5 cards.
Draws.
Yeah.
Yes. Drawing cards, it just feels good.
No, actually 6, because he already has 2 Enlightenment counters on the champion. So Draw 6 cards.
Crazy.
Put down 5, draw 6 cards. Seems pretty good.
Yeah.
It's like, reminds me of something called Reckless Conversion or something like that.
Yeah. Reckless banned version.
Yeah. Unbanned.
Oh, the old Crystal of Empowerment days.
Yeah. Unfortunately, it's he's seeing 4 arcane cards. It's not quite enough to be able to kill the deer. Oh, actually, if he banishes those arcane cards, he's going to be able to drive even more cards.
True.
We're looking at potentially another one and a third card there, too. So this could be drawing for 7.
7 cards.
Get a
and then you
fresh
can
new
also
hand.
set it up where you Storm Tyrant's Eye for the next for the next arcane card.
The problem, though, is he does have to then give up his entire hand. So, yeah, so he lays down, he keeps the Spellshare Arcane, banishes those 3.
So we're going up to level, I believe, 17 here?
17, yeah. And that's enough because this allows them to still draw the 7 cards. It doesn't change the math from the other side either. So 17 is going to be there, and then those are going to be
all dealt to face.
Yeah.
Even through the Majestic Spirit, he's like, yeah, 1 damage. I'm down. I'm down for 1 damage.
So he's not looking to clear the deer yet. A lot of these cards are going to. Yeah, there you go. 1 peaceful. He's thinking on the scry, the second scry there, and disintegrate.
He has the disintegrate in hand.
There you go.
Wants it just in case.
What if he has a 3rd incarnate? What if he has the correct side ready?
It's not unbelievable to think you'd have the correct side ready.
Yeah. Now he can draw into the disintegrate and just use it here too. That's another option in his position. Yeah, so those other cards, increasing danger, creative shock, those cards are not what he's looking for. Some protection here just to go another turn is definitely what he's looking for, and the rest are probably going to go onto the bottom of the deck.
Yeah, just a reminder here for everyone who is just tuning in now or has only been here for a short period. These are untimed matches, best of 3. We're going to be seeing a lot of things going on.
Yeah, and apologies for the lack of graphics, but we are still in game 1. So it's been going on for a pretty long time, but yeah. Okay.
Well, Storm Tyrant's Eye, it's time.
It's going to just be the 1 for the Spellshare Arcane. So just 1 damage, easy draw into hand.
Do we see the Peer into Mana? 1.
He's going to have to do
2.
it. 3 and 4.
That's a crazy 1 of Peer into Mana. That's like the most value card in his deck right now.
Yeah.
I, too, like to Peer into Mana for 19 and land counters.
There you go. Perfect. Look at those.
It just looks so goofy.
7 cards, man. Wouldn't you want to have...
He's actually just going to draw them all.
Wouldn't you want to have a Tithe Proclamation right now?
Yup. That Tithe Proclamation is going to be pretty big. Most likely going to see Glenny putting that
He's not done yet. He's got a careful study first.
Study for free.
Man, Caven's hitting the books, man. He's peering into the mana. He's going to the library, pulling out all the tomes, drawing all the cards in his deck. Yeah, this is going to be another careful study.
Careful study, okay.
The lineup.
It just repeats.
Yeah.
It just go again. We go down to 4 counters, draw another card. We see a Scry.
Scry the Sky.
Ooh, 1 down to Scry right here is kind of good.
Yeah.
Increasing danger down. Play the Scry the Skies. Set up your deck. Immediately have another card available for you.
Correct.
Wherever you need it to be.
Yeah. Lots of really good options here. He is going to peaceful, though. That protects him for this next turn.
What do you think Caven's influence is right now? It looks like 15?
I think 14, 10 down, and then 4 up? So 14? Maybe more.
My eyes. I can't even figure out how many cards.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Look at that graveyard. Look at that banish.
No shot he decks out ever, right? surely Rye at level 17 can end a game before decking out.
Yeah, but Glenn's got the perfect defense here, so and the deer's not cleared, so yeah. I think both players are just basically kind of fogging each other a little bit, defending and holding on and seeing what they can do.
Yeah, I like the pseudo fog there with the Majestic Spirit.
Yeah, versus the real fog with the peaceful.
I don't need to hide behind it. I don't need to like hide in the mist. I'll just hide behind my gigantic deer goat spirit.
Yeah, Terrafring gets materialize here. This is probably just going to be material for the Pendragon to send back.
Yeah, most likely.
For the draw cards.
And one of the interesting facts here about Majestic Spirit is it is one of 2 beasts that does not have pride.
Yeah.
Where most have pride something at the minimum there.
This is a beast that will listen to his owner.
Yeah. One of the other, actually, there's a lot of really cool things you can do with this card. So, for example, if you play Wind Crux and you have a Pendragon on the field, let's say you choose to displace it because you don't want it to die, you don't want it to come off the field, you can actually bounce your Majestic Spirit if you want. And I mean, you draw 2 cards. It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
We got a lot of unique different things we got here.
All right.
Both players really taking their time. And honestly, they should. Untimed matches, this is the perfect time to show your ability to think. You don't have to think on the fly. You don't have to rush yourself. You can use every moment to capture what you need for victory. Yeah,
we don't want time to be the deciding factor. We want the player skill to be fully shown through. Yeah. Okay, so Glenn's going to go to his draw step here, gets a Flame Sweep. It's another one of those ally respect card. Unfortunately, he is not fighting allies.
That's a little tough here. So we're going to see the Flame Sweep go down as well as the Flame Ring Swordsman.
Pendragon.
Good old Pendragon.
Draw some more cards, see some more options. Drawn Blade. Okay, makes sense. That allows him to draw another card. Just, again, draw more options later on the materialization step next turn.
I'm thinking most likely Drawn Blade just because the 2 cards he put down, not really going to make a big difference for him in this matchup. Yeah. He's still holding the Sudden Steal in his hand, so if he's able to Sudden Steal, we're going to see a ton of damage come in that case. Won't actually need to use the Flame Sweep. And then on the other side, we have the Flame Ring Swordsman, which is just floating memory.
Yeah, it's going to be the Fractal as well. He still has those 2 fireballs, but, you know, honestly, at this point, he's still looking for the right timing to deploy his kill. Now, next turn is going to be pretty crucial for Glenn if he is able to get to next turn. We could see a pre-recollection fireball into a Sudden Steal if there's no other ways about protecting on Caven's side.
So interesting. Tome of Sacred Lightning comes out raw. We're not going to see any inherited effect from anything else. Whoa. Disintegrate. Mm-hmm. I think what Glenn actually is looking for in this matchup is really just in the sideboard. Because like you said earlier with the Tethered Flames, like that's really big for him in this situation.
There's quite a bit of cards in his hand that are just basically dead. Yeah.
So Caven's going to raw Arcane Blast. We're going to see the banishment of the Safeguard Amulet.
Yeah.
Leaving in the middle field as a reminder of the damage reduction. So that's going to be
fireball right on top.
Holy.
That's going to be it.
That's a very spicy meatball.
Yeah.
A fireball here for 18 damage and a second fireball for 18 damage. And that's going to be the game.
Yeah. Honestly, this game lasted probably longer than I expected. I think both players were looking for the kill and just couldn't quite navigate it. Honestly, Caben having the Disintegrates in main deck is a big call. That's really, really cool. You know, day one, I'm looking through the deck list here. Caben actually didn't have Disintegrate in the main deck. So there's a very, very strong respect for that deer inside of Glenn's side. Yeah.
And the sword as well. I mean, the sword made a difference.
You called it.
The sword actually made a difference.
He came out, disintegrated the Sword of Seeking, and that really sets you back another turn.
It feels so bad to lose your sword when you're playing Bird. You're like, oh, well, now I have to waste another materialization.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah. Well, I think, you know, as we were saying before, on Glenn's side here, Tether and Flames is what I like, so I'm going to be looking to see that in the main deck. Unfortunately for that round, Caben was never really in kill range, so he could actually just pay for it with his life and then still come over with the kill.
Yeah, both players leaving their Safeguard Amulets up for that long really just meant that they were both trying to kill over the Safeguard Amulet.
Yeah.
They were like, I'm not showing this card any respect.
Yeah.
I will level to the point where I will kill you through it.
Yeah.
Right? Glenn had 3 fireballs in hand, so he was going for probably level like somewhere around, I think, 9 total level counters would be enough. Mm-hmm. Triple fireball, right?
Yeah, but Glenn also knew Caben had a arcane, special arcane, right? Which that's the one that he got from the Storm Tyrant's Eye, and then Caben actually set it to the side. So it's pretty obviously this is going to go on top and in hand. So Caben had a lot of protection options against the situation.
In regards to the Spell Shield Arcane, there was a discussion about Sparklight.
Yes.
Right. So
I was going to say
Sparklight timing specifically. You have to allow the Spell Shield to resolve.
Yes.
And then you Sparklight on the stack before your Fireball comes through.
Correct.
And then you'll break the shield because it says if damage was prevented this way, gain enlightenment counters equal to the damage. But Sparklight is unpreventable, so no damage is prevented, which means you get no enlightenment counters.
Yes.
And you get to deal the damage.
And the shield breaks, and the Fireball goes through. Yeah. So that would have been the right play. But I do believe Glenn has cut his Sparklight. The one Sparklight.
Entirely. It's gone.
It's gone, yeah. So that is no longer an option there. One other thing I was thinking, and I didn't really see a lot of allies, but one of the things that the Glenn could be doing is also pushing more damage with the allies early game 2.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be nice to see the Flamer Swordsman come out, but it's not always available, right? And
yeah.
We didn't see a Hasty Messenger the whole game.
Nope.
I didn't exist on that field the whole game.
Yeah.
So that was a little bit unfortunate there. Discussing this deck, though, I feel like while I like Purge and Flames and I like Flames too, I like Respect for Allies in this case. I think it's actually overkill. I think Sparklight is just better in almost every case. Like unless you are confident you're going to play Alec in the finals with the wind I believe Tenoris allies. Or if you're confident you're going to be playing Manny with the water dispersion, big combo kill damage.
Yeah.
You really don't need both. You just want one. Like Flame Sweep is more than enough. Purge and Flames, like, it is what it is. Right?
Again, it's coming into this tournament, there was a lot of allies still showing in many, many other top performing events. So I think the meta call, the thought process was, hey, there's going to be a lot of allies, whether it be water allies, wind allies, whatever. Of course, a lot of the players just decided to go directly into whatever they were bringing day 1, and then with slight modification into day 2. I don't think, for example, Glenn thought there would be as many Rye for day 2 as he saw on day 1. So obviously, this is just a meta call mismatch here for what he's building and bringing into this match. So looking at the sideboard, what other cards do you think Glenn can bring in to help him for game 2?
I think he brings in everything except for the Viridian.
Okay.
Like, in all honesty. 2 Blanche, fantastic. You're always going to be level 2 in this field, right? Fast activate Blanche in response to the advent of the Stormcaller.
Yeah.
And it does nothing.
Yep.
Right. It's the same thing as popping Safeguard Amulet. However, that is way cheaper
and better.
And better.
Could be better
because
influence. It reduces damage based on how much cards you have in memory.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you put the 2 down. It's perfectly balanced for Advent of the Stormcaller.
Yeah.
Tithe Proclamation. I mean, we saw it. Pure into mana for 19.
Yeah.
Give me 19 enlightenment counters. I'll draw. What was that? 8 cards at that point.
Yeah. Exactly. And Tithe does force Caben to potentially say, hey, maybe I have to use one Disintegrate against the Tithe if I really want my crazy draw turn, or play it around it and it plays a much slower Rye turn where you have to draw on your opponent's turn, your turn, and then kind of continuously balance that.
Showing that respect is really good. It's really commonly seen in Erupting where they're going to have to play a lot on your turn.
Yeah. And
that helps you because it means they can't hold as much interaction.
Yeah.
And in this Rye deck, I mean, there's a fair amount of interaction.
What about Glenn's Disintegrate? What are the targets for those 2 cards?
I think the main target is Tome of Sacred Knowledge.
Yeah.
Like, especially since you know that Caben is willing to bring it in without bringing in the Tome Knowledge first, which means that he can't actually banish the book to draw a card in response to it.
Yeah. I think there are also cases where potentially just use Disintegrate to hit the Safeguard Amulet early and then kind of like gets that out of the way. Because there's a lot of cards in Glenn's side that he probably doesn't need at all for this matchup.
So if we're looking at main board cards, okay, so Tithe Proclamation comes in, Viridian we skip. So Tithe Proclamation probably comes in for Terrafring in most cases. Keeping in your hybrid is still like relevant to the matchup.
Correct.
But everything else in here is needed. Terrafring, not really going to do much against a Rye. It's just another thing that you can use your Ghost of Pendragon on.
Right.
When we look at the main board cards, we're going to get 2 in with Blanche. We're going to be seeing 2 Disintegrates and 2 Tether and Flames, most likely. So 6 cards in, 3 Flame Sweeps out. I want to say 2 Purge and Flames out, but that might not actually be the case.
Yeah.
We might actually see the Incendiary Fractals come out first.
Yeah, I think so too. Yeah, just having the Purge and Flames, being able to be casted for free on those peaceful turns to do 3 damage and then clear the board a little bit. It's not too bad.
Well, actually, it's most likely going to be Resolute Stand.
Yeah.
There's no world you need Resolute Stand in this matchup.
That is definitely not the card you want. Yeah.
Yeah. Because the Purgent Flames is still helpful. So like, let's say you have a Library Witch in hand, you can Library Witch Purgent Flames, and it's like, it's super budget cremation ritual.
Yeah. Over here on Cabin's side, I'm looking through the list here. There's a lot of one-offs in the sideboard.
It's a whole sideboard of one-offs.
Yeah. So I think
That's sick.
I think you can probably safely put in like the Erratic Bolt now, Pyramid Mana. You may not need the second Pyramid Mana. Depends on how late you expect the game to go. Let's see. Honestly, even if he doesn't make
the
it,
Arcane Disposition could come in. Fireball could also come in.
yeah,
I mean, to be perfectly honest, if you were to swap some of the Arcane cards, like let's say Arcane Disposition in, Erratic Bolt in, you could honestly take out one Voltaic Sphere and maybe...
it really depends on Kevin's game plan here,
I mean,
right?
you could take out one Resolute Stand. It really wouldn't be that big of a difference.
Yeah, against this deck, maybe more than one actually goes out because maybe what you're looking for is just Peaceful Reunion instead. Yeah.
I think Chalice of Blood is going to be a big consideration here, though.
Yes.
Chalice of Blood is great. It's a lot harder to use on 25 health champions if you're not using Serene Spirit, though. So it might be too risky for the matchup specifically. But in general, I like showing enough respect for that. I think it should come in anyways, just because you're going to take the Water Resonance Bobble out.
Yeah, exactly. So that's a pretty easy one. Yeah, and honestly, like the other side of things too, like I think because Cabin's plan is going to be Power Overwhelming into Advent Stormcaller or Voltaic Sphere into Advent Stormcaller, we're seeing how powerful that card is. Effectively, like Arcane Blast is not even really utilized in this, if you
Arcane
can.
Blast is just like, hey, pop your Safeguard Amulet.
If I have it, great. If I,
I play it on the field so that you pop your Safeguard Amulet.
yeah, and then the Fireball's on top. So, yeah, maybe a little bit more Fireball, just kind of get that damage powered through. Obviously, Cabins probably doesn't want to push the game that late. He does also want to close that a little bit earlier against the Merlin. So, as every single time you go with the Merlin, they're gaining incremental, permanent benefits as the turns go on. So it's always kind of scary.
Yeah, and Glenn has the Tether and Flames in the sideboard, so like you have to show respect for that, right?
Yeah.
There's a time limit on the game, even if the Safeguard Amulet comes out. You can likely push it before that, but you have to show respect for the Tether and Flames. And under all circumstances, you have to be willing to lose one card no matter what.
Yeah.
Like one card activation.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So different options here.
I mean, we've talked a lot about the matches. Let's talk a little bit about Ascent Worlds today.
Yeah.
Like, we have so many fabulous 3v3 teams, fabulous cosplayers. The art gallery looks fantastic. There's some unreleased arts. There are some fantastic arts.
Have we talked about the ring?
Yeah, okay, the ring. Oh, my goodness. Okay, so there's the ring, and so yesterday at the end of the stream, if you guys were there watching, Red Zone Rogue Kel talked about there was another medal in the box with the ring. Now, there's actually a gold medal for Best in Show cosplay.
Oh.
And it's heavy.
Oh.
It's really nice.
Yeah.
It's really, really nice.
Yeah. For those that missed it, what I'm referring to with the ring is that there is a actual 14-karat Grand Crusader ring
For the World Champion.
So
on top of getting the
special,
right.
unique
the unique GCR, you get an actual
GCR
unique GCR
that you can wear. I'm not sure if the one that on your finger can also draw your card though. Do you have to banish it?
You can probably sell it to draw a card. Here, I will give you my Grand Crusaders ring if I can draw one extra card in this match.
Yeah. There you go. So it's very exciting. Yeah, the art gallery is really cool. I also think maybe between the art galleries and maybe some of the banners, there are some also unreleased cards. Is that right?
There are a couple unreleased cards. If you've been following the lore and a lot of Silidar's on his Twitter, he does the MRC tidbits for spoilers. Yeah. He talked about a unique ally that was released in the lore, and I believe her name is Cordelia, because it's the only character I could find in the GA articles. So if you guys haven't checked those out, you should check out the GA articles directly on the website. They're fantastic.
Yep. All right. Looks like we're ready to get into game 2.
Well, almost. I see one of our competitors is a chair.
Yeah, maybe still in the bathroom break. Yeah, that was a long game. Definitely take the time, think through it a little bit more.
Yep.
Yeah, untimed rounds. Really, players should use it to their benefits.
I mean, that's the old wives' tale. My grandparents used to tell me. Bad luck, go to the bathroom, wash your hands, clean, come back, new luck. Sometimes you just got to believe in whatever it is you believe
Glenn
in,
sits
really.
down, takes a sip of his water, and says, "Okay, I got this. Okay, what can I do?"
I mean, stakes are so high.
Yeah.
But at the same time, like, you made it to day 2, and that's a big deal.
It's a huge deal. I mean, the competition is fierce. This is not a normal, Swiss. This is Swiss among the best players in the world across all the countries. So yeah, it is very, very, very difficult to even make it into day 2 at this event.
This is the Swiss of the Swiss.
Okay.
Right? Especially, being Glenny in this case, like, you have 2 competitors representing the Oceania region, both from New Zealand. And you probably want to win that first round so you can be the better player in your region, right? There's more than just winning the match on the line.
Yeah, and you can see Glenn allowing Cabin to go first, forcing the Spirit of Fire rather than the Serene Fire. So yeah, that is the right play in this situation too. So
it's so difficult. It's so tight.
it's so tight, yeah, and it's really. I mean, sometimes you do want to run faster as Merlin.
I mean, this is good GA.
Yeah, but the other side of it too is, do you really want to give 7 cards to a Serene player, Serene Rye?
Whoa, 2 flame sweeps on the opening hand. We'll be able to potentially discard some things. I mean, at this point, it just becomes your reserve costs.
Yeah. Plus the Library Witch, Flame Rune Swordsman, Savage Slash. Good floating, but nothing that he can activate yet for now.
Do we have a cremation ritual in hand? That I missed?
It might be in the back. I see a shield mate.
Oh,
Yes, the cremation.
That's why I missed it.
That's it.
So we're going to see those SLC promos, fantastic Taiwan promos, beautiful, beautiful cards.
Yeah. So he's going to be able to cremate the Library Witch, draw 2 cards on the cremation ritual, and draw 1 extra card on the Library Witch on death trigger. Okay, gets that Hasty Messenger and 2 Flame Rune Swordsmen.
Whoa, that's kind of good.
Yeah.
There's a lot of value there, actually.
Now, I think Glenn would have liked to have seen or laid down the one of the Flame Rune Swordsmen and not the Shield Mate that he put down instead in this situation. Yeah, so
his memory doesn't seem so bad, though. I think he actually has the ability to just banish directly out of it and not
Any one of
worry
them?
about it.
Yeah.
I mean, we're seeing 2 flame sweeps.
Yeah.
I believe
Savage
some other,
Slash.
like mid-tier cards. Like Savage Slash at this point is just floating memory anyways.
Exactly. Yeah. The other option is also Hasty to chuck the Flame Rune.
Yep.
Because there's no threat to his floating memory. So he can leave those things in the graveyard pretty much forever.
Yep, so we're going to have Hasty Messenger there on attack trigger, discard and draw before damage comes through.
All right. Going to pop the Fire Resonance Bauble. Gets a careful study into hand.
Did you see what Glenn drew?
I did not. I missed it.
I guess he put it down, assuming like it makes no difference yet.
Could be Power Overwhelming, Voltaic Sphere, Advent already in hand. There's quite a bit of options here.
Whoa, Scry for 0.
That's fine. We'll take it.
That's like an actual like Rye classic. I swear, every Rye scries for 0, and the reason they do is because they have nothing they can do to put their cards down.
Yeah.
Grand Archive Path of Steel players. That is
And it gets you enough cards for level up. He does also have a dungeon guide for the smooth level 3, so it's looking pretty good for Caven here. Obviously, the next couple steps is going to be whether we can banish enough arcane cards so that once we hit level 3, we're at a comfortable level 6 or level 7 for that. Once you get to level 3.
Moving over to Glenn here. Materialization of Lorraine, level 1.
Okay, he's going to be banishing 1 from the memory. What is it going to be? It's going to be Savage Slash. Perfect. It's a card that he's really not looking to use too much. Gets the Sword of Seeking. Okay, and everything looks good. Recollect, and go ahead and draw a card. It's going to be another Flame Rune.
Another Flame Rune Swordsman. At this point, just put down 2 Flame Rune Swordsmans. Purge and Flames them later.
Turn this entire deck into a Ally Deck. Yeah. Here we go. Discards the Shield Mate.
Good value discard there.
Draw Fireball, one of the kill options here.
I like how we've seen the Fireball for 19, and we're like, ooh, Fireball, Fireball.
Yeah.
The players throwing spicy meatballs at each other.
1 Flame Rune goes down. Goes for 2.
I mean, I like this right now. We have damage on board.
Yeah.
We're able to kind of push a non-Serene Fire Rye here, a regular Fire Rye, and I mean, he's not going to be. This damage is permanent.
Yeah. Banish the Arcane Sight for that level up. What's the card that Glenn has in the back? Is that a shield? Another shield maybe?
I want to say it might be a Tethered Flames. It's a little hard to tell. The foil makes it... The anti-glare on the sleeves are really nice because we can see what's on the field, but the angle when it's in your hand makes it a little bit tougher to see.
Yeah. Okay, Dungeon Guy comes out.
Dungeon Guy did 2. I'm liking it.
He has all the arcane cards. Yeah, he can just... I think Caben's looking to deploy some spells here to kind of like, get value early on.
Yeah, really, really wants to use that inherited effect there. Every time you activate your first mage action, each turn, you're going to be able to put in the lightning counter enchantment, which does apply on opponent's turn as well. So we peer into mana there.
Draws his 2 cards. Okay, now turns the Dungeon Guy sideways for 1.
Dungeon Guide for 1. Sometimes it makes a big difference.
Yeah, I wonder if Glenn last turn could have deployed, like you said, the second Flame Room Swordsman as well, just pushing more of that damage, knowing that Caben, isn't going to really clear board or anything like that early game, or ever really.
I actually would have liked to see it. I think damage needs to come through, right? We're non-serene, so like all damage being permanent is really important.
Yeah.
It's gonna make or break and be the difference between getting a fireball for lethal 1 turn or getting fireball for lethal.
Correct. Yeah, and just pushing that damage because really, the card otherwise is not as useful in hand. So Glenn's thinking here. Trying to think, what are his other options that he has right now for what he's trying to do?
I do like the thinking, stroking the beard, thinking.
Thinking face.
Player cams. I want a zoomed in player cam.
Yeah, 4K, sweat, beads of sweat is what we need to see. Okay, takes a quick peek at his memory. What is he willing to risk here?
Eat it all. Ryan, no care, eat everything.
Yeah, I believe Glenn has 2 floating in the graveyard, so he's looking to potentially get rid of 1 card in memory and then 1 from the floating memory. That way his Merlin also has a smooth level 3 like before.
We don't see a Creative Shock in the hand of Glenn, right?
I don't believe so.
I see.
Yeah.
Creative Shock would give him some unique choices on how ordering for stacking the graveyard with floating memory.
Yeah, unfortunately, it does also put more risk because he's going to have to throw down 2 more fireballs to cast that Creative Shock if that's in hand.
True.
Yeah.
True. It's going to be rough.
It is going to be tough.
Players carefully deciding what the correct move here is.
And Caben's side, I mean, mostly he has a pretty smooth turn 3 already. Okay, so looks like no in-step spells. Goes for the Merlin. Does he go for the Banish?
I think he's going to use both.
Interesting.
So the reason I asked about the Creative Shock is because Creative Shock allows you to target a unit, so you can actually kill your own Flame Ring Swordsman after it attacks.
Yeah. Okay, draws the 3rd fireball.
Okay.
Okay.
Now we're talking.
Lots of fireballs.
Discard a Flame Sweep here with the Hasty Messenger. Dig for a little bit more. Could actually clear out that Dungeon Guide if he wants,
Yeah.
1 damage is 1 damage.
It's going to hit. Yep.
Damage to face. It's going to discard. Discard the Flame Retort. That makes sense too. No Creative Shock means. And into a Savage Slash.
Yeah.
Value.
Probably doesn't need it though because he probably wants to eat with the Merlin instead.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a level 3. He's probably going to use it so he can Drawn Blade the turn after. Was he going to use it?
He's putting 2 down. Yeah, he will be using it.
Interesting. Okay, so the reason this works is because when you materialize Merlin level 3,
Yeah.
in response to your materialization, if you're awake, you can still eat a floating memory.
Correct. Yeah. And because
So
he doesn't have
maybe
a
he's going
dungeon
for
guide,
that.
he doesn't have a dungeon guide in hand either. So it's not going to be the same. Yeah. So he's going to be able to wake up, eat his floating memory, go to Merlin, and then gain his other level counter.
Yeah, so that's why he put 2 cards down. So he's going to banish one of the floating memories,
Yeah.
and then both cards from memory. In response to Merlin 3 on the stack, he's going to use Merlin 2's effect to eat most likely the Savage Slash, and then gain the level counter. So it still works out in the long term.
Yeah. We're going to scribe for 2. I believe it's Voltaic Sphere and a Arcane Sight.
Oh, but the sad part is he doesn't have the class bonus because Flamer Swordsman.
No, it's a mage
Oh,
warrior.
so he has
You're
to banish.
fine.
He banishes the Savage Slash, keeps the Flamer Swordsman, and he will have the class bonus effect for it.
Correct.
I see. I see.
Yes.
I always forget about Flamer Swordsman being both classes.
Yeah. Unfortunately, yeah, the Savage Slash won't be able to be used. Yeah.
Ordering matters here. So if he picks the
Ordering
wrong
absolutely
one,
matters.
absolutely over. Oh,
Increasing danger here.
well, he played that with so much confidence. He just smacked it on the table.
Yeah. Well, I guess Caven liked both his cards, so
Oh, what a peaceful.
peaceful.
Kind of good. So the question is, what did he draw into memory?
What did Glenn draw into memory?
Yeah, because he's probably wondering. He's like, oh, do I want to banish that? Do I want to risk banishing
Yeah.
that? Like, what is it?
Yeah. Caven has a pretty defensive hand as well. I see 2. Okay, so Advent Stormcallers will take Spheres and 2 Spellshare Arcanes. Is that 2 Advent? That's 2 Advents, right?
2 Advents. He's got a lot going on here.
Yeah. Okay.
There's a lot going on here. So we are going to go Merlin 3.
No.
No, not going Merlin 3 yet.
It's going to go for a GCR.
Whoa.
I think he really wants to see a dungeon guide. I think that's what he's
think he
digging for. Yeah, he's going to eat the Flame Rune Swordsman. It's the only one he can eat for the level counter.
Yep. I believe that's a Stalwart Shield Mid, so you can get rid of that with the
Yeah.
Hasty Messenger, which would be nice.
Oh, he puts it down for the Fireball now. For another Fireball.
Oh, Oh.
Hold on.
it's not going to be enough damage for kill, but it's actually pretty good pressure because he has a 3rd Fireball, right? So
He
he's
does
going
have a
to...
3rd Fireball. Oh, man.
And Caven looks to see the literature, he can't do it. He doesn't have it.
15 damage is enough. He
Wow,
does
what
navigate
a
the kill.
fantastic showing here from Glenn.
Wow. Yeah, just that one level counter. It gets another 3
Yeah.
damage on top. 3 Fireballs. Yeah, wins the game.
That's pretty big.
All through Peaceful Reunion as well.
4, yeah.
Yeah.
That was exact lethal, right?
Yeah, exactly. And this is the power of getting those allies on board, putting in some early pressure, and then just being able to say, hey, you know what? All the damage sticks. What are you going to do about it?
It's the power of Hasty Messenger.
That's yeah. That hasty
Hasty
did
messenger.
work. That hasty did do work. Yeah. So now Caven's going to have choice. Do you think he's going to go first or second?
Oh, I think he's going to go second.
I'm kind of betting on second as well here. Yeah.
I feel like second on Serene Spirit is so good.
Yeah.
6 cards, Glimpse, take a 7th card. You're even cards with your opponent. Even if he gets the advantage of a faster materialization, I don't think it actually matters for you because Merlin's kill turns generally come on 5. Whereas with Rai, you could see them on 3 or 4. It's hard to say, though. Both these players are playing so defensively. This is the first time we've seen someone really go ahead and try to take a strong advantage.
Yeah.
Glenn just had it.
That was, yeah.
It was in the
Navigating
bag.
that fireball it was really good. I mean, honestly, just having enough, damage on board already to be able to have the 3 fireballs and make it effective. It's really, really fun to see. And Cayman, of course, thinking that he's laying down his whole entire hand for Peaceful Reunion. He's probably good to go. Did not see that it was actually going to be punished in that way. Now, the other thing that I was thinking about too is, had Caven early on went to level 2 naturally and then going to 3 with a dungeon guide, could that have enabled things like Spellshare Arcane that allows him to also have a little more life, potentially allowing him to last a little longer in that matchup and wouldn't be able to get killed early in that way?
Yeah, it's really tough to think about. There's so many what ifs.
Yeah.
Should we have blank?
Yeah.
But I think the biggest thing here is, since Glenn had only filtered through maybe at most 20 of his cards, David really was not expecting to see 3 fireballs.
Yeah, that's true.
Who needs a spicy meatball when I can triple meatball you?
Yeah, here, take 1, take 2, recollect, take 3. Yeah.
You should have, the smile on his face when it came up on the camera was funny. He's like, he wasn't expecting that at all.
No.
Fireball 1, Fireball 2, he was like, okay, this is kind of weird. And then Glenn recollects and just plays another one immediately. Big grin on his face.
Yeah.
He sees it. Oh, whoa.
Kevin's going to go first, and he's going to go for the normal fire. So we're not going to be seeing that Serene Fire spirit at all here. Kevin thinking pretty confidently that going first is good. Of course, yeah, increasing danger. Want to see it.
Increasing danger turn 1 is huge.
Yes. 2 disintegrates in hand as well, and lots of peaceful reunion. So Kevin's going to have a pretty defensive start here. Yeah. Okay. Glenn draws up his 8.
Is that the first time we've seen him play increasing? No, he played one last game. But
played
it was in
one.
the middle. It's the first time we've seen him
Really,
turn 1.
yeah, really much later. And yeah, actually that increasing also potentially helped him navigate the other fireball too. So it's really tricky that late to give your opponent some cards.
I think Glenn's opening hand is 3 sudden steals.
Pendragon, Sun Steals.
I think he has 3 sudden steals and 2 Pendragons.
Man. Goes for a Sun Steel. Kevin making a face. Okay.
This is the Alec moment yesterday where he opened 4 heavy swings.
That's right. Hey, maybe we just Sun Steel a couple times and win the game. Why not?
That is quite literally what it was.
He has the cards for it too, right? Going second, getting 8 cards, getting 1 extra from the increasing danger.
We lost a period of mana here. That's kind of rough.
Yeah, it's not an arcane card. It's also his one-off.
Hopefully 2, because he sideboarded. I would hope he another one.
Does he go increasing again? He does go increasing again.
Spicy.
Wow. Draws a fireball and then puts the other card into memory here. He does have a peaceful. Does he peaceful now?
There's no way.
He's got a peaceful, right?
He's going to get sudden stealed again. It's going to be so funny.
But he doesn't know, right?
I mean, who would expect to get double sudden stealed that early?
Yeah. Now, Raya is in, 19 life, so he's a little bit further out. Every single time he levels up, he gets a little bit further from another Sun Steel. But, yeah. So he is, so it looks like Glenn's going to go to level 2 here.
If we wanted the true heavy swing combo, it would be the Bulwark Sword here, but sadly he doesn't have it. You imagine getting Sudden Steeled first turn, level up to Valerian 1 with a Bulwark Sword, Sudden Steeled again,
yep,
and then Sudden Steeled the 3rd time. That's pain. That is actual pain.
That's going to be 14, 19 damage. Yeah.
That's a level 1. So that's a level 1 lethal.
Yeah, Glenn's definitely thinking, I think I go for another Sun Steel. Now,
yeah,
there is...
He might as well, right?
He could potentially just...
Was that a Savage Slash?
He has a Savage Slash as well. He does also have a Hasty. So the problem is, if he plays the Hasty, he does not have enough for another Sun Steel.
I think Hasty's just too good value in this.
Sorry, no, he does. Efficiency. My bad. He is already level 1. So, Hasty. Discard a Shieldmaid. Draw a card. 5.
Oh, that's a Tether in Flames.
Oh, great. 5. Yeah. Sun Steel again. Let's go.
So funny.
We love big swings here.
We love so funny.
Big swings. Use the sword. There you go.
Kevin's like, man, I should have used these peaceful reunions.
You think Kevin's going to respect it this time and burn one of them, or is he going to bet that he doesn't have another Sun Steel?
12 counters, he probably should use it.
Yeah.
He doesn't want to get, double, triple fireballed again for game.
Yep. I think we, yeah. He's looking at his hand. He doesn't have the dungeon guide, so I think you go for peaceful here.
It's peaceful.
Or disintegrate?
Even disintegrate's like just okay value, right?
Yeah. He does also have 2 peaceful and 2 disintegrate, so I guess either one. He's not really losing out too much there.
I think we're definitely looking for a peaceful reunion here. We want to survive.
Yeah.
We want to stop the fight. Hate, not love. I mean, love, not hate. I don't know. I guess 2 sudden steals is kind of a lot of hate.
Yeah, one of the challenges here for Kevin is that if he puts all the arcane cards down, he doesn't have the acceleration after going to level 3 to be able, even though he has the levels.
I think he has a second Pyramid of Mana in hand, actually. There's a 3rd card on the right. Might not be.
Okay. Could be, yeah. So then he does have enough acceleration after going to 3. to be able to start drawing his cards. One of the things you don't want to see is that all defense cards, not arcane, when you're level 3, and then not be able to draw cards even though you have the right levels for things. He's really thinking about it.
I like that. I like that. Dice on your cards down, so you know the memory. You don't have to ask. Big fan of that.
That's a good idea. Yeah. Yeah, making a lot of these things more visual is just a better. Actually,
they're doing it for us, really. I think that's fantastic. I love that. Shout out to Glenn. Appreciate you, man.
Yeah, shout out to Glenn.
I tend to pick up a lot of habits from watching the players play on stream. So a big one I picked up from Kaven is actually putting my cards sideways next to my champion when they're in my hand in that past turn.
Yeah. So Kaven doesn't have another peer into mana. That was a fireball.
Oh, that was a fireball.
That was a fireball.
Oh
so
foils,
he does.
Man, foils are different.
He does play the peaceful here. Glenn's thinking. Oh, man.
It's got to be hard as the players to really get through this. These are fairly long, grindy matches. Like we're coming up on almost an hour and 15 minutes into this match, and we're like basically the start of game 3. Yeah, Kaven with the hydration check. Remember, guys at home, just drink some water.
That's right. Whenever you need to think, drink some water. Got to keep hydrated. It makes you play better, actually.
Kaven reminding me to drink water.
I think Glenn's thinking, right? So one of the things that he can do here, potentially, he's navigating the potential kill. He has done enough damage. He's looking for 10 damage on board. Peaceful, obviously, being played already. But remember, Glenn does have fireballs in hand as well. Do you
think he's going to try to gamble what's in his memory to do the same combo and get Kaven again?
I think it's a little too risky.
Well, he only has one fireball. He
only
actually
has
can't
one,
go for it.
Yeah, it's not enough. Honestly, with his hand,
though,
going for 3 would be better.
Yeah, push. You got 12 damage on board. Just go for level 3.
Yeah.
Right. But maybe he's debating between Merlin and Spirit Ruler right now.
Yeah. Now, the gamble is, does Kaben have 2 peaceful? So one has been used, of course, but...
I mean, the thing is, he knows he has Resolute Stance. He knows he has Peaceful Reunion.
Yeah.
Like, there are a lot of options to protect yourself.
Yeah.
And normally you see Vanish from Sight in this as well, right?
Yeah. But Kaven did cut it from his list, so I believe...
not a true Fograi.
Yeah, I believe Glenn does know that. So, okay, it's good. Go to his turn.
I believe we are still thinking on materializations. Just looking through our memory here.
We are,
so
yeah.
We got a Flame Rune Swordsman, Crux, Sight, Ghost of Pendragon, Sudden Steel, Fireball, and 2 others that I'm not 100% sure on.
Savage Slash. And
Savage
then,
Slash, okay.
Yeah, and then let's see. So you already stated those 2.
It's the 3rd card on the right that I'm not sure what it is.
I feel like I knew it until you say it like this way, and now I don't remember what it was anymore. Yeah.
It's not double Fireball, is it?
No, it's not. We confirmed earlier that he only has 1 Fireball. And maybe a Flame Sweep. Maybe that's what the card was. Okay, 7 cards. It looks like he is going to go to Merlin. The Trust takes 2. Oh, he's going to use 1 floating.
Ooh. He needs to be very careful when he does that. So when you start banishing cards from your memory, you actually have to complete the action and banish everything from memory. But because he didn't roll for the randomization that you allowed Kaven to, I think he's at just 1, not 2.
Yeah.
So that may have just been a verbal miscommunication there. Ooh,
yep.
Creative Shock.
Okay. Creative Shock.
Can deal damage here.
Opens up 2 more damage. There's a Fireball as well. Yeah, but it's not quite enough.
I think in this situation, we might be looking... Wait, so that was the Crux Sight gone, so could discard the Flame Rune Swordsman on the Creative Shock there. Fire card does give him the floating memory.
Yeah, that's only going to be navigate 7 damage, though. It's not going to be quite enough.
Yeah, just going to be slowly chipping our way in there.
Yeah.
I mean, we got Riot a little over half in this situation, a little bit less than that when Kaven does go for level 3.
Yeah. But the benefit is that the Creative Shock will help him get to level 3, though. So opens up some more options once he gets level 3 out. Pendragon comes out. Yeah.
But I wonder if Caben now maybe potentially thinking about deploying the Disintegrate? Maybe just another Peaceful? So, yeah, Caben has a pretty tough banish as well. He doesn't have a Pure Mana, so if he goes to 3, he's kind of just going to have to try to draw properly here.
Does he have any form of damage in hand? Maybe a Voltaic Sphere? It'd be really good to take out the Hasty in this case.
Yeah, he does have the Voltaic Sphere, yes. But he might risk banishing it if he goes to 3 here. So I believe those 3 Arcane cards are all down in the memory of Caben. Yeah, exactly. So there's one, what he's risking in there is 1 Fireball, 1 Disintegrate, and then 3 Arcane cards. Voltaic Sphere, Advent of Stormcaller, and what's the 3rd card that he put in there?
Spell Shield?
Yes, Spell Shield. Yeah, that's it.
Ooh. Big risk, big reward.
Yeah.
Those 2 Sudden Steals actually came in
It was really
crazy
cool.
good value.
It was really fun
Crazy
to
good
see it too, yeah.
Because you push Caben to this point where he's really unsure of what he needs to do right now.
Yeah. I really want to see a Tether in Flames. Okay, so he is going to go for, there you go, Banish.
Oh, so he keeps a little Take Sphere.
That's actually really good Banish. It's probably the best he could hope
Really, really
could have
banished
hoped
there.
for, yeah. He doesn't need to Disintegrate. Spell Shield, not really that, needed right now. Yeah, and he gets the Voltaic Sphere in hand, which he can play, destroy the Hasty, and then also lines up for the other turn.
And then he'll be able to...
I think he drew a 2nd Voltaic Sphere as well, yes. 2 Voltaic.
He also has a Peaceful in hand.
He does. I think he's going to have to, unfortunately, Peaceful. Because none of these things can accelerate his turn. He can't draw any more cards right now. He can draw 1, I guess, on the Mage Spell, but otherwise he's kind of stuck.
No Scar the Skies, right? Only Voltaic Spheres?
No Scry the Skies, no Pure in the Mana, that's, and no Careful Study. Things that he would really want to see here.
Pain.
So he is going to Sphere.
Yeah,
Okay.
Sphere's good here.
So that means
very good here.
this means that now the board is open for attack. Oh,
It is.
Glenn still has 1 more Sudden Steal.
So there's no Spell Shield Arcane in Caben's hand, right? Which means even if he draws, he can't play it immediately. And
Yeah,
so
he
Creative
banished
Shock,
it. Yeah, Creative Shock banished the Swordsman. I think he can navigate it.
I think Glenn's trying to figure out what he wants to put down for level 3 right now. Tether and Flames in this specific matchup might actually be the closeout.
Don't you think? I think Glenn has. Let me think.
Sudden Seals for 5, right?
Yeah, 5. And then he could create a shock for 2 more. That's 7. Oh, I mean 6 really with a sword. So that's 8. It's not quite enough. He needs to make 13 damage. So there's another 5 damage that he needs to find
I think
somewhere.
you're better off using, if you're going to level up here, you're better off using Pendragon
No.
to bounce the sword, no? And then Sudden Steal regardless?
I think he's 1 short. This is well, let's see. If he grabs a GCR, would he have enough? He could create a shock, discard the Flame Rune, eat the Flame Rune for the level, pre-recollect, Fireball. That's the 5. Go to his turn, Sudden Steal. Does that kill?
5 is 1 short. 24, right?
20. It should be 25, right? Because
So you got
Creative
a
Shock
you
is
14,
2.
14 from Trader Shock.
yeah, Creative Shock is going to be 2, right?
Yeah.
And then Sudden Steal is going to be for 6, so it's 8. And then
Oh, Sudden Steal, yeah, true. And then it was Fireball for 5.
5. Okay. We're actually going to be that's 13. That's enough. That I think that's it, right? Because Caben has no response right now. I mean, other than drawing a card, he could of course draw into a Spell Shield Arcane. Well, yeah, no, he banished it unfortunately. Yeah,
I guess he could technically top deck anything to stop that. Resolute Stand,
Yep.
Spell Shield Arcane,
Yep.
Arcane Sight to draw another card.
Yep. Oh
What
man.
else? What are the others? That's pretty much it, right?
And the thing is, I mean, Glenn doesn't know this, but actually, because of Caben's hand, Glenn actually has more turns. He doesn't need to rush it. Yeah. Even though this looks so spicy, but, oh man, what a decision time. And Glenn's really thinking about
I mean,
it
with
here.
where he's at, he should really just play it safe. He's nowhere near kill range in this situation.
He is 0, yeah. Maybe you're right. I think you just play it safe. Get rid of the Flame Room. Go to your 3. He's thinking about it.
Yeah, knowing that he has lethal on board
Yeah.
is such an interesting concept.
Yeah. Okay. Those are the cards he's going to keep. Yeah, that's the Fireball, of course. Does he lay down for the Pendragon? Does he? Ooh, what? Yeah.
He has to lay everything down that's not the Flamer Swordsman, so he can discard the Flamer Swordsman and then
Yeah, I think so too.
basically. Oh wait, if he eats his floating memory, he won't actually be able to kill.
Yeah, because he's already tapped.
Yeah,
Yep.
he'll be rested, so he won't be able to
You're
attack
right,
in that
you're
case.
right.
So it's at minimum 1 turn away.
No, he could do it now though. He could, because this is instep, right?
Oh, true. And step, yeah.
Creative Shock, eat the Flame Room, untapped.
But then
Go
he's only level 3. And it's 3+1, so he needs to do it twice to get to level 5. So easy is still one turn away.
Yeah, he's still 1 turn away. Okay. So I think, yeah, just go
Close.
for the safe play. Yeah. Huh. Yeah, go. Yeah, I think safer play is better here for sure.
I think he is going to go for level 3 here, actually.
Yeah. Maybe just figuring out how he's going to get there. I think you don't risk the Fireball. You don't risk the Sunsteel. So I think it's got to be...
Well, I think the Pendragon's more value to you, since you're waiting the turn anyways.
So what do you put down? Sunsteel?
I put down Sudden Steel,
Tether and Flames?
Tether and Flames,
Savage
and
Slash.
Savage Slash. Yeah, and then I
Okay.
Creative Shock, draw 2, most likely discard the Flamer Swordsman,
Okay.
banish 2, and then and the
Swordsman?
Flamer Swordsman.
Yep.
Go to level 3, and then Pendragon the sword immediately. So on enter for the Pendragon, return my Sword of Seeking to the material deck, draw 2, and then play from there. Your biggest hope,
so he-
honestly,
he
is
has
that you
put
don't
down-
lose the Tether and Flames.
He has put down the Sunsteel, actually.
I think he's really unsure between the Tether and Flames and the Fireball.
Yeah, Tether, again, this is what I'm saying. Like, we're at that range where, he could navigate a kill because,
there it is.
There it is, yeah.
Down. Actually, in hindsight, I think that keeping the Tether might be better.
He's going to lay down the Flame Room Swordsman. Dungeon Guide. Oh, seeing the Dungeon Guide changes a lot.
Okay.
Seeing the Dungeon Guide changes a lot.
Okay, goodbye goodbye Flame Sweep.
Yeah, easy. Seeing the yeah, I mean, now he has options. He doesn't need to do it right now.
Well, now he Grand Crusader strings.
Yeah. Awesome.
That's big. Seeing Dungeon Guide like that is like the ultimate sigh of relief.
Yeah. And he has the cards ready to go too. So yeah, you GCR and then yeah.
Oh, huge fan of seeing that.
Wow, what a top deck. I mean, it's the cards he's looking for.
I wonder how many times he thought that through, and he's like, "There's no way I see a Dungeon Guide. It's like, what's the point?"
You know what? I think he was just thinking, hey, I can lay down the Flame Room Swordsman. I'll probably find another. Oh, he's gonna banish 3 and go to 3 now. And then I'll find another floating of some sort.
Well,
Okay, recollect nothing. Draw a card for turn.
oh, second Pendragon.
It's nice. Yeah, Dungeon Guide's not so useful here.
Yep. Play 2 for the Pendragon, bounce your sword, and then you have enough cards for Tether and Flames, I believe, right? Tether and Flames is Tether and Flames is 4 cost.
Yeah, it's
It's
only
a
reduced.
cleric
It's only
bonus.
reduced for the cleric. Yeah. Otherwise, it's 3 cost.
Oh no, it is.
It's
It's
enough.
3 cost and it's 1 cost for cleric, so
Correct.
he actually can just hold on right now and just chill from that.
Comes in 4/3 with the Pendragon.
See, in response to the damage, we're gonna remove those enlightenment counters, draw a card.
Yeah, Peaceful, Creative Shock, and Fireball.
Could Fireball kill the Pendragon.
And he
He's
does.
gonna do that. Doesn't want to take any more damage.
Oh. What if he tethered right there? No, I mean, 4 damage. I'm just being cute.
tether there, but
No,
I feel like it's not.
I think he
worth
put the
it.
tether down, actually. This is going to be the Fireball. Okay, Sunsteel.
Oh,
Pretty good.
Big.
Better, yeah.
This is actually really good value because it puts Cayman outside of Chalice of Blood range.
That's right.
19 damage.
Yeah.
Big.
What a turn. And Glenn passes. big sigh of relief.
I can just imagine doing it.
Oh,
Glenn,
man.
Glenn, I mean, both of these players, two of the nicest people in Grand Archive, I swear. Glenn just happy to be here, happy to be at Worlds. Caven here proving himself as one of the best players out there. He's had fantastic competitive accolades.
Okay, Safeguard Amulet comes out. Yeah, again, after you see 3 sudden steals, you're thinking, hey, man, this is going to be spell damage, right? No more physical damage.
This is where the Flame Sweep comes out for lethal. Flame Sweep for 3 on lethal. You Fireball to bait the Safeguard Amulet, then you say Flame Sweep. Flame Sweep on even counters.
Yeah.
Actually, Flame Sweep on even counters not bad. It's what, 4 damage?
It's 4 damage without any
a
weapon.
sword.
Without any weapon. With weapons, 5. With the other weapons, it could be 7.
Yeah, too bad there's no Prismatic Edge. And this, I think it's a better call that he actually took the Prismatic Edge out. It wasn't really doing a lot, especially since he wasn't running any Ascensions.
Yeah, so Capen's going to go ahead and start drawing with Creative Shock here. Okay. 2 spell shields. Oh, probably one of them just goes. Arcane Blast.
I don't know about that. I feel like you just hold on to
Erratic Bolt. Sorry.
I feel like you just hold on to your spell shields at this point. You're scared of dying. You are really scared of dying.
Yeah.
Oh, this is rough for Caven. So,
but Caven does have a spell shield in hand, and he has the Voltaic Sphere, so he will be able to cast it.
Yeah, it's a banishment. The tough part is, Glenn has another Pendragon. So he swings on even counter, does 3 damage.
And then draws more cards.
Yeah. Pendragons.
Draws. Okay.
The nice thing is the amount of damage overall here is actually equal. 3 on swing from Champion, 3 on swing from Pendragon.
Yep.
Has the Fireball through the Safeguard Amulet is going to be, what is that, 2 damage.
It's going to be 4.
Whoa, he has a Savage Slash.
He does.
Whoa.
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 That's a lot. That's a lot.
Whoa.
Savage coming in for 5.
Banish the Voltaic Sphere, play the Spell Shield.
That's going to allow Caven to draw 2 cards. No, he's just going to take damage.
He's going to take it.
Pendragon comes in. Oh, no. Oh, no. That's the big damage. And now if he
game's over.
Yeah.
If he Spell Shields this,
so yeah.
The Fireball kills through the Sacred Amulet.
Through. Yep, you Fireball through.
And oh man, that's rough.
Do it. Yeah, let it resolve. Okay. No. No. If he fireballs right now, sorry, did the spell shield Arcane already resolve?
It doesn't really matter order-wise.
Okay. But it does give him.
I'm pretty sure it already resolved.
Okay, but because I'm thinking
it does matter. Yeah,
it gives him more enlightenment counter, which is a huge deal, right?
Well, it just blocks more damage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good game.
Whoa! Glenn taking
coming on
it away
top.
from first
Whoa,
seed.
Crazy!
Oh my goodness! What a calculated three sudden steals in the opening hand.
Hey, game 2, 3 fireballs. Game 3, 3 sudden steals. 3 is the magic number, apparently.
It's the magic number. Maybe he wins World. Maybe he takes number 3 on the Omnidex.
Oh, man.
Big congratulations here to Glenny Boy. All the way from New Zealand, playing the Fire Hybrid Merlin.
Yeah. And you see the sweat, too. He was really
thinking. Look at him shaking. He's feeling it. He's got to be over the moon right now.
This is the moment, man. I mean,
that's the biggest upset. First seed versus 8th seed.
And he did it over Caven.
Over Caven
of all people.
Holy.
Yeah. Wow. Just to show you that, hey, a lot of people coming into ALC meta thinking Merlin's dead. Maybe not.
Maybe not.
Maybe not.
Maybe not.
Yeah.
Guys, maybe we should unban Reckless Conversion. Maybe Reckless Conversion needs to come back, guys. Maybe Rye's not good enough.
Maybe it's just, yeah. That is insane. Wow. What a game. Of course, yeah, I mean, going into the match, I think a lot of people, including us, were thinking, hey, Caven definitely had this locked more. If you look at the deck list, one kind of like, it's almost like throwing scissors into paper. But hey, look, sometimes you draw the right card, sometimes you don't. Yeah. And game 3, like I said, earlier on too, like if Caban goes to 3 but doesn't have the ways to draw cards, that really puts him in a bad situation where he's going to have to play defensive and be on the heels. Yeah.
I think one of the biggest things here in this matchup is we never saw that Serene Spirit of Fire.
Yeah.
Like, -1 card, but you can't glimpse for a better opening hand, and you can lineage release for 6.
Yeah.
It's hard to say whether or not that would have
Made a
been the
difference?
deciding factor,
Okay.
but I think it would have made the game a lot closer.
And to be honest, obviously we have better than pretty close to perfect information here in the announcer booth, right? So that's, I mean, there are turns where we're like, oh, just go for it. And then Glenn's really thinking through things, and you totally feel the pressure.
How many different lines are there? Like,
yeah.
How many answers does he have to
What
what
can
I
he
can
do?
do?
Yeah.
Like, does he double Crux, or does he double Arcane Sight? Like,
Yeah.
oh man, there's so many options.
Yeah, and on Caban's side too, I mean, had he, instead of going for the Voltaic Sphere, gone the Peaceful Reunion that turn, that would have been okay, right? But how does he know? Because Glenn's holding a lot of cards. Those could be fireballs instead of attack cards.
And I mean, in most cases, you don't run 3 sudden steals. It's very commonly 2 sudden steals because you don't usually use them.
And he's seen 2 already. So even knowing the deck list perfectly, he's not thinking he has another one in hand. But
I mean, he really didn't dig through that many cards. Daisy Messenger was killed very early on, and I'm blown away.
I didn't even see the Blanche. We didn't even see the Blanche. I guess
I gotta know.
It wasn't necessary.
I gotta know if he brought it in.
I'm sure it was.
Surely he brought it in.
Surely
right?
he brought it in. Yeah, it's a guarantee.
Surely. There's no way he didn't bring in the Blanche.
We didn't see the Blanche. We didn't see the Tether and Flame. I would have loved to see the Tether and Flame.
We saw the Tether
well.
Flames in hand, though.
Yeah, not
so
used.
That was the potential.
Yeah. Cool.
Yeah, I'm blown away. That was a fantastic game of Grand
Great
Archive.
Game. Yep.
Showed both players just
the
did
hugs.
so well.
The hugs.
Look at that.
The bear hugs.
Everyone's so proud of each other.
Yeah.
It's like absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, Manny coming in with a bear hug is great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The boys. Our boys at home. Richard, Mr. Don't At Me Bro from Banner Night Steel. They're so proud of the boys. New Zealand. Good job, New Zealand.
Good job, guys. Good job, New Zealand.
You guys are absolutely killing it.
Defending your region, I love it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Defending your region with your meta
Yeah.
and your style of deck.
It just goes to show.
It sends a message.
It just goes to show, like, every champion is still viable, right?
Yeah.
ALC, but every champion is still viable.
Oh, and MRC is just going to make it so much more fun.
Yeah.
So I cannot wait to play Neos. I cannot wait to play Umbra in so many different ways.
Umbra. Oh my gosh, yes.
I'm excited.
Giving you now two champions in Umbra, Tristan and Deanna. Yeah. What a great way to curse more, curse everything. Yep.
You're working on that Curse Breaker build. Hopefully, I can play it finally.
I've been eyeing that Curse Breaker for a long time, but just not the right cards. Hopefully, MRC is going to give me what I need. Yeah.
Oh man. So for those who are just tuning in or just tuned in near the end, we'll just go over the schedule a little bit again.
Yep.
So first to start with, we are playing untimed round. So this is the top 8 at Grand Archive World Finals. So we just finished up our first match. First match here was Caban, True Champion Caban on Fire Rye, had the main boarded Spirit of Fire as well as the Serene Fire, versus Glenny Boy, Glenn Williams, who is playing Hybrid Merlin Lorraine Fire.
Correct. Yep. And then coming up next is going to be the second match of the day. It's going to be between Eason, running that Fire Lux Xander. Eason has decided for day 2 to go back to the roots, to go back to the deck that he's known for, and
that was
show
his Nats deck.
That's his Ontario deck too.
Yeah. Fire Lux Xander. So for those of you who know more by Discord names and stuff, that's Cage Business versus Aaron, which is Quadrax. No, Dragon Will. Right? It's Quarax. It is Quarax, yeah.
Quarax, who's going to be running that Fire Rye.
Whoa.
Rye.
Rye's
everywhere. I mean, I think today, I'm looking through the list here. It looks like we have 3 Ryes for day 2.
Yep.
Sean Jose is also still running the Fire Rye. With very minimal changes, if I remember the list. I think he might have just resubmitted the same list and said, hey, you know what? If it's good for day 1, it's good for day 2.
Gloamspire?
Yeah.
Even better against non-Rye decks.
Yeah.
So, I mean, we had a lot of things coming up. I believe last match of the day will be tentatively because untimed matches may go very long.
Yeah.
In this case, we saw about an hour and 25 minutes for that
match.
Yeah,
this match actually went exactly how we expected. So a lot of these time matches, we were planning for about an hour and a half. So that's why the match was the second match was gonna start at 12 noon on schedule, and then of course tentatively Sean's Fire Ride match against Wilson's Fire Merlin will be happening at 2 p.m. and then followed by a 4 p.m. match between Manny If you remember the water allies, you know.
Dispersion.
Dispersion.
Good.
Dispersion. Yep.
I'm a
And
dispersion enjoyer.
channeling the friends from home deck versus Alec, the Win Tony, our defender from Hong Kong.
Mr. 4 heavy swings.
Mr. 4 heavy swings, tons of allies defending from Hong Kong. Yep.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Cool.
So yeah, I mean, there's just so much good GA to be coming
Yeah,
today.
and it's pretty rough because day 2 is single elimination, so that does mean that Caben is now knocked out of the World's tournament.
But I believe he is going to be competing in the 3v3. He did sign up with
Okay.
with Limelight and Duck Hats, because both Limelight and Duck Hats, which is Jason May and Christian,
Yep.
both of them were eliminated from World Finals.
Okay.
They did not make the top 8 for day 2, and they're actually going to be competing. So they're going to be competing as a full squad,
Yeah.
and that's a champion squad.
That
right
is that is a
That's a
star-studded champion squad. Yeah. That's
Yup.
that's going to look great.
That's what. That's first place.
Yeah.
First place, Ascent Houston. First place, SCA Nats.
SEA Nats,
And first place,
Ascent, Ascent,
Nats NA.
Nats, NA. Yeah, that's right.
Whoa.
3 first places.
Whoa.
Yeah.
The actual chair. That's crazy.
Yeah, and I mean, all these guys topped all those events as well, too. Well, except I guess SEA, because only Lime went to
only
only
Lime
Lime
went
went.
there,
But yeah, Ascent Houston, Lime topped that event as well, and then for even Ascent Ontario, Christian also topped that event as well. I believe he was ranked 5.
Whoa.
Yeah.
In
This is stacked teams.
In the words of our second producer son. Sheesh.
All right, we're gonna go do a 10-minute break as we set up the second match. Looking forward to the next match. So, guess we will see you soon.
Yep. We'll have new casters on in a bit. So see you guys later.
How's it going, everyone? And welcome back to the Grand Archive World Championship here in sunny Las Vegas. My name is Kel, also known as Red Zone Rogue, and I am joined today in the booth by none other than Cam. Cam, how are you doing today?
Hey, how's it going, man? I'm glad to be back. The room is just electric.
It is.
Super great matches that we've had so far. We just saw Cabin play against Glenn in a really, really tight match.
Yeah, that was really, really exciting. You know, Glenn is one of those folks who, I think they've mentioned it before, who's like just really, really stoked to be here.
Yeah.
I've met the dude more than a few times. He's super, super nice. And just seeing him like on the big stage and like so like, you know, passionate and like so skilled is very, very cool. And I don't want to downplay Cabin either. He is like one of the premier professional players for Grand Archive. So that was a very, very like hard-fought match for sure.
Yeah, it's a tough place to be in. Of course, you know, these are some of the greatest players that we have in the game, and we want them all to win. But at the end of the day, there's only going to be one world champion crowned this weekend.
Oh yeah, it's going to be really exciting, man. There's so much on the line here. You have the title, you have the that special GCR, you have an actual physical GCR, and here we have the top 8 bracket as we saw Glenny Boy taking the win over Cabin. Our feature match that's going to be happening very, very shortly is going to be CC Burner and Kurax, right?
Yeah, Burner and Korax. That's going to be Eason and Aaron. Eason is actually the only player that we've had that made a complete switch. So for anyone who did not catch the end of yesterday's show, the players were allowed to switch their deck lists as much as they want for day 2, and most of our players kept pretty similar to what they played yesterday. A few card changes here and there, but Burner did completely switch his deck over to Luxem Xander, which is really interesting.
Yeah, quite the shift actually,
Yeah.
like a hard shift into Luxem Xander. So it's going to be a really, really interesting match because his opponent is going to be playing, Aaron is going to be playing Fire Eye.
Right.
Yeah, so I think it's going to be a pretty interesting match. We're going to have Rai versus Xander, like kind of like this, you know, long game controlled style deck versus essentially like a combo deck, right?
Right. Yeah, it's a really interesting matchup. A lot of players will tend to think that Rai is sort of favored in this situation.
Yeah.
But it's really hard when you're playing against, you know, Eason Chen is one of the premier Luxem players. He is so comfortable on this deck. He's had so much success with it. And I have a sneaking suspicion the only reason he didn't play it day 1 was he was worried a little bit about that time limit, which is really punishing for these slow control decks.
That's a good point. So today is untimed, right?
Right.
We have no time limit today, so Luxem can really do the Luxem thing. It's going to be hard to do the Luxem thing when your opponent is Rai, though, right? Because if they can get the right sequence of cards, they can just blow you up out of nowhere. They don't really care all that much about your overall health total sometimes, right? They can just like arcane. If here's a fireball, you're dead.
Right.
So it's going to be a really interesting match, right? I think, like you mentioned, a lot of folks would assume that Rai has the upper hand, but never can count him out.
Right, yeah, it's such an elegant dance, right? Where Eason's going to be looking to reveal stuff like Luxem sites at precisely the right time to sort of break up Rai's combo turn. Because Rai usually doesn't kill you with one spell, right? He's going to have to chain a couple things together.
Yep.
So if Eason can find a place to reveal some Luxem sites, get some life back, that'll be great.
Yeah. So let's just talk a little bit about like the event as a whole, right? This is the first Grand Archive World Championship.
Yeah.
And today is the first day of Ascent Worlds, right? So yesterday we just had the World Championship. Now we have Worlds and Ascent Worlds going on, and there's a ton of people in the hall here. I heard numbers like 300 plus, and there's like cosplayers as well.
Yeah.
Honestly, very, very impressive cosplayers. And you can see them right here. Look at this. This is awesome. Like, tons of like really, really skilled and passionate cosplayers, just out in force, you know?
Yeah, they really went all out. They're really excited, probably for that sweet cosplay promo that they can win. It's just great to see the community come out in full force and make such great costumes.
Look at that Tristan outfit too. Like, it's crazy, dude. I mean, you absolutely love to see it. I think one of the things that I love so much about Grand Archive is just how passionate the community is.
Yeah.
Just across the board, from players to, you know, cosplayers to artists. Like, it's awesome to see like just the amount of raw passion for this game.
Yeah, I mean, we're here for the World Championship. There's also Ascent Worlds going on, but it feels like such a community event. It feels like it's so much more than these tournaments that we're covering and that the players are playing. Really just a place for all of the people that love GA to come together as a community. It's awesome.
Yep, 100%. Like, even talking to folks, I saw people who are like, this is my first card game, this is my first big event,
Right.
so you just love to see it. So let's actually go back to talking about Worlds. We have some deck lists. We'll pull them up for you, and we'll go over some deck lists here. So this is Burner's Fire Luxem Xander, right? I'm going to say Fire loosely because we only really have 2 Fire cards
Right.
in the main deck, but hey, he's still running some. And Cam, give me your quick take on this version of Luxander.
Yeah, so it's a pretty standard Luxem deck. There are a couple of things that are notable to talk about. We did only see the one Luxem deck in the Swiss portion of our tournament, and that deck was not running cards like Planted Explosives, which is usually to deal with allies and aggressive boards. We also see 2 copies of 1,000 Refractions, which is an interesting inclusion.
Very, very spicy card. And also I want to note the Caliburn of Silencing in the material deck as well.
Right.
Not one that Poan was running yesterday in his deck either.
So let's go ahead and take a look at Korax's deck. He is playing what we've seen, sort of the darling deck of the weekend. So many Rye players. And this is a list that looks pretty similar to what we've seen. I believe Korax is running almost exactly the list that he ran during the Swiss. Looks like it did well enough for him that he's going to run it back for the elimination round.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. A couple little things of note, like he's only running 2 Fireballs in this list, right? And a lot of folks tend to run 4, so that's just something to keep in mind. What other things? He's got 1 Anger the Skies,
Right.
which is likely not going to be super relevant going into Luxem.
Yeah, I'm sure he's happy to only be packing that 1 copy of Anger, which is definitely a concession to the sort of allies decks. But here in this Luxem matchup, he's going to be glad to not see a whole bunch of copies.
Right,
of that
right.
card.
And yeah, we're going to get the match started for you very shortly here. I think it's honestly going to be a really exciting one because, as we mentioned, I think the favorite is Rye, right?
Right.
I think that's kind of like the conventional wisdom here, but we have seen, matches this weekend where you're like, okay, this is the favored match, and they didn't take it, right?
Yeah.
And I think that's, you just can't count them out.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like you said. You can't count any of these players out. These are the absolute best players in the game. So even if they're, some sort of 60-40 favorite, whatever percentage you want to give it, you just can't count them out when they're playing at such a high level.
Yeah, especially when someone like Eason is like, this is his pet deck, right?
Right.
This is what he's most familiar with, and that's why he's bringing it into the top 8.
Yeah, I feel like, he's really associated with this deck. A lot of people, bring up Eason when they talk about the sort of advent of this Luxem deck over the ALC season. So he's definitely going to be playing his best, and he knows all of the tricks. There's a lot of little intricate parts of playing this Luxem Xander deck that not a lot of people will pick up right away, but we can be confident that Eason has all of those tricks up his sleeve.
I definitely like the matching Grand Archive sleeves, like the Lorraine and the Nia sleeves. Absolutely love to see it.
Keeping those beautiful World sleeves sealed in the package.
Right,
Gonna
yeah.
use these Nia and these Lorraine sleeves instead.
He's just waiting to break him out for the Recollection event tonight, right?
Right. Really flex on them, yeah. All right, so we're going to get started here. It looks like Eason is going to go first. We're going to see that Serene Spirit of Fire. He's going to get to Glimpse 6, take what he wants. Probably going to be looking for some more early game cards, stuff like that Planet Explosives that it looks like he's going to keep. Maybe a Gawain as well was added to the hand. Those are actually going to go to the bottom.
Yeah, just keep 1, or keep
2.
Keep 2, eat the rest. The Serene is really interesting to note because not only do you get that glimpse at the start of the game to kind of sculpt your hand, but you also can recover 6 later on. So
Right.
you still have an extra virtual 6 health, right? And that's going to be very important.
Yeah, I mean, like we were saying in this Rye matchup, he's really going to have to break up that combo turn, and that Lineage release for that Recover 6 is going to be a great way to do it. We see Eason just deploy a Serum of Wisdom. It's going to help him a little bit later into the game to find a couple of Luxem cards to put down into his memory for those very powerful reveal effects. I think we're going to see these first couple turns of the game go pretty slow. These are very late game focused decks, so we're going to see a lot of wheel treading and just getting set up for that big explosive volley of actions back and forth.
Yeah, I mean, like both of these decks are decks that want to get to level 3, and they can't really enact their strategy until they get there, right? They are all like very heavy advanced element focused, and as you said, we're just going to see kind of like a back and forth and a setup for the first couple of turns as they get to that level 3. Dungeon guides can help a little bit here and there to kind of advance them there, and I don't want to say it's like a race to 3, but it's going to be like that's going to be a pretty big determining factor, right?
Yeah, Kel, I think you're exactly right. I think Dungeon Guide is going to be huge in this matchup. We see that Aaron's picked one up already, and I believe Eason might be holding one in his hand as well. So, yeah, it is really going to be who can get to level 3, but get to level 3 the most cleanly with the most resources to sort of start snowballing the game from there.
Yeah, because both decks also just want a bunch of cards in their hand
Right.
at the end of the day, right? Your Luxem deck wants the cards to get those reveal triggers, and then Rai just wants the cards so he can just pop off and shoot you for a billion damage.
Of course. So we're going to see Eason level up to Xander Prepared Scout here. Take a little bit of a glimpse. Looks like, unfortunately, a Luxem site was banished for his level. That's going to be a little bit unfortunate for his ultimate game plan, but hopefully you can find some more. We did also see him crack that the Serum of Wisdom to look for another card before his Recollection, maybe looking for something like a Creative Shock or maybe a Juggle Knife, something like that.
Yeah, basically just trying to like sculpt his hand, get the kind of like best setup as possible as we are in like the early stages. And I do want to note, as we've mentioned this, kind of buckle in, right? I think settle in, go grab like a tea or a coffee or something.
Right.
This is the kind of match that could potentially take a while. It could also be quick, depending on what the players get. But
yeah, it's such a hard spot to be in. You walk downstairs to turn on the coffee pot, and then boom, Rai explodes in a turn out of nowhere. So we're definitely gonna see that progress as the game goes on. It looks like we do see a Dungeon Guide in the hand of Eason Chen here. So both players holding on to that very important Dungeon Guide.
All right, so let's see what Eason's got. He's going to be dropping a...
Looks like going to be a Thieving Cut.
Thieving Cut. Yeah, this is nice, right? Applies a little bit of damage, right? You do need to get that chip damage in because that's eventually how you're going to win with a big old Lightweaver's Assault, but also it draws you a card, which is nice.
Yeah, it replaces itself. Something that's really ironic in this matchup where Luxem Xander is typically the slow, controlling deck. They really do have to take the role of the aggressor here because you can't let Rai play for too long or he'll, snowball out of control. So they really need to apply some pressure, and we're going to see that with cards like Thieving Cut, of Planet Explosives that we see in Eason's hand as well.
Yeah, Rai definitely has that the scary inevitability.
Right.
Anyone who's played against Rai knows, like, it's a deck that can just kill you in response to whatever you're doing.
Yeah. So we're going to see that first level up to Rai Spellcrafter. Looks like an increasing danger is banished. Rai is really looking to banish those arcane cards, so a bit of a miss here to work towards that Rai Stormseer ability to get extra levels. But not a bad start.
Yeah. I mean, like, this is a pretty, like standard start from both players here. Is that a nice alt art increasing danger there?
Yeah, it's a gorgeous SLC increasing danger. Going to get a little bit more card advantage for him and Eason, which is aptly named sort of a dangerous proposition.
Love it. I like to be the greedy player, so I love increasing danger, to be honest.
Make him have it, right? Card's going to be better for me than it is for you. That's sort of the game that you have to play.
Cards for everyone. All right. Is he... Let's see. Does he consider going up to level 3 this turn, right? Is he going to just Dungeon Guide here or kind of like hold off until he can do so when he has more Luxem cards in his hand?
Yeah, it looks like he has a pretty good hand for it. We do see him level up into Xander Deft Executor, allows him to pick up that Thieving Cut, and then we are also seeing a Creative Shock in his Recollection step, which is going to give him just a little bit more cards to work with. And he's got pretty large influence here. I think he can fairly safely keep most of his Luxem cards, play that Dungeon Guide, and start rolling with those Xander Blinding Steel reveal triggers.
He's kind of like got his hands over it. He's like, all right, am I going to do this turn?
Right. And it's, just a really great start from Eason. You're just looking for these nice, consistent starts, and it looks like he can resolve a Dungeon Guide with 3 Luxem cards in hand. It looks like it might be 3 Luxem sites.
At least one Lux site. Are there the assaults? Well,
yeah.
We got the Dungeon Guide coming on in, banishing another Dungeon Guide. Not the biggest loss. Planet Explosives is a little bit of damage there, but...
So yeah, we are going to see that Xander Blinding Steel, gorgeous CSR from the supporter pack. Dungeon Guide is going to come in for 1, start chipping away, and that is the name of the game for Xander, chipping away until you eventually can get into that lethal Light Weaver's Assault range like you had mentioned earlier.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the play pattern here. You get to level 3, and you start putting your Luxem cards into your memory, revealing them, getting your either healing or a little bit of damage over time until you can have enough where you just Light Weavers Assault them and kill them.
Right.
Possibly two Light Weavers to do like a huge amount of damage in a single turn, but that's kind of like the general play pattern here.
And it's all at fast speed too, right?
Yep, it's all at fast speed. And you can do things where you get multiple reveals in a turn with various shenanigans. So it's a deck that is known to be slow, but it does have like a lot of burst potential as well.
So we do see Aaron level up to Rai Archmage. He did get a couple of arcane cards put into his banish there, so that is going to add towards his end game. And again, we see that very powerful dungeon guide.
I see your dungeon guide and raise you a dungeon guide.
Eason gets to have a little bit of power over him with that sweet promo.
Yeah. I mean, the promo dungeon guide is quite beautiful. As of note, we need to kind of keep an eye on Aaron's banishment, right? As you mentioned earlier, Rai really cares about having those arcane cards in the banishment. Each one in banishment will increase his level by 1, and that's super relevant for a lot of cards like your Arcane Blast, your Fireball. Rai basically just wants to be as high as level as possible so he can either play cards for free or just shoot you for like a big chunk of damage.
Yeah, the break point that Rai is usually looking for is level 8. That turns cards like Careful Study into being completely free with efficiency. Yeah. It looks like we are currently at level 7. There's 4 arcane action cards in Banished. So he's looking to maybe get just a little bit more. He does have the ability to cast cards like we've just seen with Arcane Disposition that are just going to add to that influence and set up for a much bigger, more explosive turn. He's not under a whole lot of pressure. He's taken only 4 damage, and it is going to be really hard for Eason to sort of explode him from there. So Rai will get a couple of turns to set up before he starts to go for any of those big spells.
Yeah, that's a good point. Both players at pretty healthy life totals, especially both being at level 3 right now. Not a lot of damage on the board. So once again, they've got a little bit of ways to go, but you can't really discount just how much damage these decks could do once they get to those like crucial breakpoints.
Right. Interestingly enough, we did see Aaron discard a couple of cards there. The last line of text on Arcane Disposition says, at the end of the turn, you discard your hand.
Yep.
Usually, Rai is looking to use all of his cards to make sure they're safe in his memory, but unfortunately, Aaron did have to ditch a couple of cards there at the end of his turn as he was not able to use them.
I think he's pretty happy getting rid of the Peaceful Reunion, I think, yeah.
That one's not doing a whole lot here. It's going to stop that 1 point of Dungeon Guide damage. Not really the most relevant.
And the Dungeon Guide, I mean, this is going to be like a battle of Dungeon Guides coming in, chipping here, 1-1.
Hey, you got to give the nod to Eason. He has a great way to recover, and Aaron doesn't. So those Dungeon Guide paintings are going to start stacking up.
Yeah, that's actually true. The Luxem site reveals are going to be semi-relevant.
Right.
So what do you think Eason's going to grab from his material deck on this turn? Does he just go for the Insignia, or is he going to go for something else here?
Yeah, I think Insignia is pretty reasonable. He's also pulled a Safeguard Amulet to the front with that Quicksilver Grail, sort of a way to put a little bit of a roadblock up for Rai. It's not usually going to stop them in their tracks, but it will make them definitely consider exactly what they want to do with their turn, and especially if it's face-down information under something like a Quicksilver Grail.
Yeah. I mean, I think a Safeguard Amulet is a safe choice. I'll be here all weekend.
Right you are.
So we do have the Quicksilver Grail, as you mentioned, coming on in.
And I think, like you said, he made a safe choice, and it's probably a Safeguard Amulet.
I mean, it's like extra safe, right? Like hiding it under the Grail is like your extra safe choice.
It's doubly safe. You put the amulet into a lockbox.
The safe Safeguard Amulet.
Yeah. We're going to see that one come across with Dungeon Guide. 20 more turns, Kel. That's all we need. 20 more Dungeon Guides.
Just 20 more turns? It's got a clock.
Yeah.
All right, well, just kind of like setting up, basically. Like, play your Quicksilver Grail, attack with your Dungeon Guide, and just kind of pass the turn.
Yeah, it looks like he passed it over, and the cool thing about these Luxem Xander decks is they don't necessarily have to cast anything. They can wait until, like you had mentioned, maybe his next turn, he grabs a Korhazi Insignia, uses that to put some cards down and start getting those Blinding Steel reveal triggers.
Yeah, you can do a lot of stuff at like instant speed, fast speed, as it were. Here we have a nice little Scry. This is just a nice way to kind of sculpt your hand, get to where you need to be, right?
Yeah, Scry this guy's a pretty innocuous card, but in these Rai decks, it sees so much. We're going to see 7 cards here, and he's left with a wealth of options. We see an Arcane Blast, looks like 2 copies of Arcane Disposition, and you see him sort of bringing those to the top. Right. Spell Shield Arcane as well, and we see that Careful Study pulled to the front.
Yeah, classic Thinking Old Man.
Thinking Old Man.
Yeah. And this is kind of relevant, right? The order that you stack them on the top. So he's going to be drawing one of those into his memory here, and then one for turn.
Yeah, so very smart. Aaron's going to draw a card into memory with Scry the Skies. He's then going to use that Fire Resonance Bauble to draw the card on top that he really wants. Probably something like a Careful Study or an Arcane Disposition to just start getting more influence. He is going to cast that Arcane Disposition, draw 3 more cards. I would be unsurprised if we didn't see another Disposition and that Careful Study cast this turn as well.
Yeah, I mean, Arcane Disposition is kind of a wild card, to be honest.
Yeah.
It draws so much. It's one of those cards that when you first look at it as a new Grand Archive player, like, it costs 3, doesn't, has kind of like this downside.
Right.
But when you play it in Rye, when you can basically just play your entire hand, it's a lot.
Pretty good.
It's a lot.
And we do see the Peaceful Reunion get activated here, probably more so to put cards down for Arcane Disposition so that he doesn't have to discard a card. I think you were right on the money last turn saying it's probably not very relevant, but if it allows him to keep those 4 cards rather than having to discard them, it's pretty worthwhile.
So, interesting, he had the Luxera's map underneath the Quicksilver Grail.
Yeah.
Cracking it at the end of turn so he can have access to it. That's pretty sweet.
Yeah, it comes in rested, but if you get it at the end of your opponent's turn, it will wake up on your turn, and you can get that very powerful Luxera's map ability faster.
And then we do see that that Safeguard Amulet coming on, just kind of providing an extra little bit of buffer.
Right. And it looks like we have found our first Lightweaver's Assault, and we're going to start pecking away at Aaron's life total. I believe we might have 2 Lightweavers in hand.
So as you mentioned, the map should be available to use on this turn.
Yeah.
And what's really cool about the map in the this Luxem list in particular is that you can go grab the card that you want to reveal, right?
Right.
Because it comes into your memory. So I think a good bet here, I didn't quite see what he picked, but I think Lightweaver's Assault is definitely one of the high picks.
I think you're exactly right. It looked like he did grab a Lightweaver's Assault, and he has enough influence right now, and we've already seen 1 Lightweaver's, potentially a second one in his hand, that he's really close to that sort of deceptive burst damage that we talked about a little bit earlier, where Aaron at 7, he's not totally out of range of a double Lightweaver's just killing him out of nowhere.
Yeah, I mean, double Lightweavers, you need a healthy chunk of cards in your hand.
Right.
But it's not unheard of.
He's getting pretty close here. I believe he has 8 influence, and the magic number that you're looking for is 10.
Yep, because Lightweavers cost 4,
Correct.
plus the 2 Lightweavers themselves, so 8 and 2.
Yeah.
Math. Yeah.
That's what it's all about. It's
all
about math.
It's math that basically adds up to a dead opponent.
Right.
And until then, he's just going to, use those Lightweavers to chip him down. Sometimes against, ally-focused decks, you can direct the damage to clean up the board, but in this particular matchup, you just send it face, right, until you can get to that lethal range.
Yeah, such a versatile card is Lightweaver's Assault, and we see such power gotten out of it from these Serene Luxem decks that have been taking over this season.
It's a really nice one. One of my favorite cards in the game, actually. But that's because I'm a degenerate Luxem player as well.
Assassin players.
Yeah. Yep. Those assassin players.
So it looks like we're going to pass over to Aaron. He's going to grab his very own Safeguard Amulet, which does work against Lightweaver's Assault.
I love how the boards are exactly mirrored, right?
Right.
Dungeon Guide and Safeguard Amulets.
Raising his Safeguard Amulet with another Safeguard Amulet.
Yeah.
And it looks like we do have quite a few arcane cards in the hand of Aaron Ng. We'll see if he decides to start firing these off, something like maybe an Erratic Bolt, just to present a little bit of damage, maybe force Eason to pop that Safeguard Amulet a little bit earlier than he wants to.
Yeah, for sure. I think if you just kind of look at the life totals here, you might be like, oh, Aaron's taking 7 damage. He might be behind, but you really can't discount that. Like, Rye can just kill you from full out of nowhere.
Yeah, I think one of the reasons why this matchup is usually considered to be Rye favorites is that Eason gets so much value out of revealing Luxem sites and recovering 3 because so many decks aren't able to kill you all at once.
Right.
For Rye, that is exactly his plan. So he doesn't care if his opponent's at 0 damage counters. He's looking to assemble that 25 damage all at once.
Exactly. Through a combination of like fireballs and arcane blasts and whatever other shenanigans you may have.
Erratic Bolts, Advent of the Stormcaller is seeing some play.
Stormcaller's a wild one too. I did not expect to see Stormcaller at Worlds, so that's actually pretty sweet.
And a lot of them. A lot
exactly,
of Advents.
Yeah. Let's see. He's running 3 main deck. Yeah.
All right, so we're going to see an Arcane Sight cast here, going to get 1 temporary level, bringing him up to level 8 for the turn. Draw a card. And that is usually a sign that Aaron probably wants to resolve something. That temporary level is really impactful in decks like Rai, so we might see a few spells cast. Such an intense amount of influence here from Aaron. It looks like he has 8 cards in hand, 3 down.
He's got quite a bit. It's hard to tell exactly which cards. I think there is at least one Advent of the Stormcaller in his hand.
Yeah, I see
Trying
a
to
power overwhelming.
Trying to get a little peek. Hey,
wow.
There's the Advent.
Yeah, so we're just going to go straight for the Advent of the Stormcaller. So Eason's really got to crack this Safeguard Amulet. The way that Advent of the Stormcaller works is when it resolves, you may banish any amount of Arcane Element cards. You reveal the top level cards of your deck. You can banish any of those Arcane cards. For each one, you deal 2 damage, and then you can put the rest of the revealed cards on top or bottom in any order. But the way that Advent works is when it deals damage, it is all in increments of 2, so the Safeguard Amulet is going to see each instance and completely cover them. So Aaron's basically using this Advent as a way to blow up Eason's Safeguard Amulet because he really has to do it, and then he can use this this effect to sort of emulate a Scry the Skies and order the top of his deck however he wants with these top 9 cards.
Yep, because of the way this works, he doesn't have to banish any at all now, right? He's like, okay, you're not going to be taking any damage, so I don't have to banish if I don't want to. He could possibly do the banishing just to gain some levels for future turns, but he's got a lot of options now.
Yeah, I think we'll see him get rid of a couple of these Arcane cards, probably keep stuff like Careful Study on top, maybe Disintegrate for something like a Korhazi Insignia, but I would assume probably just valuing those couple Arcane cards and that Careful Study.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, there's a lot of kind of virtually dead cards here. You know, the Resolute Stand, the Dungeon Guide, not really going to do much here. So, this card is going to help smooth out his future turns.
And, not a terrible place to be in. He gets to see these, like you said, dead cards and ship them to the bottom, which means they're going to, clear his next X draw steps, make it a little bit easier for him to find those kill cards.
Yeah, and it's a nice little way to clean up the enemy dungeon guide as well.
Right, yeah. All right, so we'll see how Aaron wants to order these. These Rai turns can be pretty complex, so he's going to take his time, look at these 6 cards, and decide where he wants to put them.
Yeah, I think it's one of the most challenging parts about playing Rai is stacking the top of your deck with all of these, Scry the Skies type effects.
Right.
And that's kind of if you're a new Rai player, that's one of the biggest things to learn, the order of that and all the sequencing.
Yeah, from the other side of the table, the non-Rai player just sees you cast Arcane Blast for free and deal 11 damage.
Right.
There's so many intricate lines that go into this Rai deck, and any single misstep can be fatal. So Aaron really going to take his time. Looks like we are going to grab that Careful Study to draw some more cards. He's going to cash in 3 Enlightenment counters to find that Careful Study that he just put on top with that Advent. And up to 10 Enlightenment counters.
Yeah, this is where the sequencing matters, right? You cash in those Enlightenment counters to purposely draw specific cards, so you can kind of continue what you want to do.
Yeah. So notably, we see him keep these Enlightenment counters. Looks like he's just going to ship the turn back over to Eason. That could signal something like a big power overwhelming, where you can cash in those Enlightenment counters for some temporary levels, and that can make cards like the Erratic Bolt that we know is in his hand really dangerous. So we're going to see Eason cast a Resolute Stand. Not going to do a whole lot. It is going to stop this Dungeon Guide.
Right, it does actually stop the Dungeon Guide. But more importantly, it puts some cards into memory.
Right.
Which is what he wants, so he has the cards in memory to reveal using Xander's ability.
Yeah,
Ooh.
so smart.
We have the, which one is that one called? That's the Caliburn.
Caliburn, yeah, of silencing. So Caliburn says on champion hit, that champion loses all of their text for a turn, which is super, super powerful against Rai. He's going to lose all of those temporary levels that he has from the banish cards.
I think we see some damage math. We have a huge reveal. Is that just 4 Lightweaver's Assaults?
Yeah.
4 Lightweaver's Assaults and the Caliburn on board. Eason's presenting a lot of damage.
Yeah, I think there's really nothing that can happen here. We're going to see a Thieving Cut for 3. It's going to draw an additional card, and then just cast that Lightweaver's Assault, and it's going to deal a meteoric amount of damage.
Is this a lethal turn?
I think 100%. We're going to see Aaron cash in some Enlightenment counters to hopefully draw something like a Spell Shield Arcane. He does have some information about the top of his deck, but I don't think it's perfect.
There is a Spell Shield.
So he is going to Spell Shield that for 3. Notably, that's going to stop Eason from drawing a card, which is going to make it a little bit harder for him to find a lethal line.
Yeah, keep in mind that Caliburn was coming in for quite a bit of damage since it was, Thieving Cut as well.
Yeah. Oh, wow. So, yeah, we see Gawain here going to start picking apart Rai's hand. Eason said, okay, I don't think I can kill you this turn. You've successfully thwarted that, so I'll just start picking apart your hand, try to take your best card.
Yeah, so now we have a Gawain on-hit trigger. Eason gets to basically look at his memory and choose a card and just get rid of it.
It's a pretty stacked memory, but taking something like one of these Arcane Blasts pulled to the front is going to be pretty punishing. He can take that Power Overwhelming, but that's not going to do a whole lot now that Aaron has cashed in his Enlightenment counters. Probably just going to grab something like an Arcane Blast here. Maybe that Erratic Bolt if he wants to stop Aaron from drawing more cards.
Yeah, this is a pretty interesting decision here, right?
Yeah, he's just he's looking at a lot of damage. And it's really unfortunate that Eason couldn't find lethal here. We'll see if he can make it through another turn. This Rye deck is so frightening. Even if you take his best card, that might not be enough.
I think we're down to the last couple turns. I don't want to call it quite yet, but both players are presenting like a massive amount of damage in their respective influences.
Yeah, just throwing haymakers. And like you said about Eason's turn, just insane to see 4 Lightweavers.
He's got 4 Lightweavers, yeah.
As much pressure as you can ask for.
That's like 8 damage on every single reveal, plus the Lightweavers playing themselves, right?
Yeah, I mean, Aaron has to know that if Eason gets another turn, it's all over. So
yeah, he's pulled Fireball to the front. They do have open deck lists, so he knows like, okay, this is one of his 2 Fireballs.
Right. But yeah, it might be very possible for Aaron to find lethal. We see Eason doing the math.
He's just like,
well.
yeah, how am I not dead?
Right.
Like, I need to pick the card that makes it so I'm not dead next turn.
Yeah, and it looks like he did not find it. Eason's just going to scoop it up. He says, that's too much for me. We saw 3 Arcane Blasts, a Fireball, and Erratic Bolt. There was just too many sources of damage for him to overcome there.
Yep, which is, if you're the Luxem player, it feels bad when you have the four Lightweavers, right?
Right.
But yeah, you just can't discount the absolute burst potential of both of these decks, to be completely honest. Like, it was a turn where Eason was basically presenting lethal, right?
Right.
Scary, very, very scary stuff.
Yeah, I mean, like we had said, sure, Rye maybe looks like he has the upper hand here, and he did manage to take game 1, but he was so close. We thought that Eason had it locked up. If it wasn't for that very fortunate Spell Shield Arcane on the top of Aaron's deck, it would have been all over.
Yeah, that Spell Shield was pretty clutch.
Yeah. So let's take a look at sideboards. We can start on the side of Eason Chen. Looks like we have 1 copy of Nullifying Lantern, a Water and Wind Resonance Bauble, 3 copies of Blanche, 1 Resolute Stand, 1 Vanish from Sight. We can definitely see those 3 copies of Blanche coming in here. They are so very good against non-attack damage, but also extremely powerful against cards like Advent of the Stormcaller.
Yeah, and Aaron is also running Blanche in his sideboard, so we can see a battle of Blanches as well. Both great options for these respective matchups.
Yeah, I think we might see something indicative of that first game where the boards look near mirrored for a long time.
1 Dungeon Guide, 1 Blanche in your champion. Yeah, I can definitely see a situation where that comes into play.
Yeah, I mean, such different play styles from these 2 decks, but they do have a similar goal at the end of the day, right? They're looking to deal lots and lots of spell damage to you, and we're going to see Blanche probably come in clutch for both of these players.
Yeah, I think it'll be interesting. And there's some pretty easy swap outs, right? You don't really need Peaceful Reunions, for example. You could just easily get those out of there.
Yeah, both players playing lots of defensive cards for the Allies deck, stuff like Resolute Stand, Peaceful Reunion, and they're going to look to probably just take out as many of those as they can.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I do think this is quite an interesting matchup.
Yeah.
Battle of the burst.
Right. Yeah, they both feel Rye being a very traditional mage deck, but Xander Blinding Steel specifically has that sort of mage feel where he's looking to cast 1 big action and deal you a bunch of non-attack damage.
Yeah, it really feels like a almost like a Staxy kind of deck to me,
right.
in some ways, just because against certain decks, once you start revealing those Luxem sites, you just gain so much life. It's really hard to come back, especially against Allies. But he's up against Rye, a deck that also wants to just burst you out of nowhere.
Right.
So
yeah. Yeah, really interesting meta that we've seen develop here at Worlds. not something that I would say is necessarily indicative of what we see globally.
Right, yeah.
It feels very like they know what each other wants to play, and they've sort of prepared for the perceived meta of World. So I think it's really interesting matchups that we've gotten this weekend.
Yeah, I think going into the event, Luxem was a very known quantity, right? We
Right.
saw a lot at the NA Nationals, but we didn't see a ton of Rai. Rai's been kind of like under sleeper kind of champion, and he showed up in force at Worlds.
Right. Yeah, Rai is definitely, he's caught a couple of bans in recent months, and people have been really dooming and glooming about Rai, but we are here to tell you.
Might have been a little
He's
bit
still here.
deserved. It might have been a little bit deserved. Rai is still quite strong.
He's still here, and he's still making a very impressive showing on the World Championship stage. So we're going to see Eason once again go first, going to glimpse some cards to the bottom and draw his opening hand.
Yep, and once again, you can never discount that Serene Spirit. It does provide an extra 6 points of life in the late game, in the pinch.
Yeah, it just really goes to show how much explosive damage Aaron had last game, that Eason still had his Serene Spirit. He
Right,
had a discard effect, and he still said that's
He's
too
just
much.
like, I'm dead, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah. And now we're back to the kind of the setup phase, right?
Right.
We're just gonna kind of go through the motions, draw some cards, filter some stuff, do some maybe glimpsing until we can get to those level 3 turns, and that's when it really pops off.
And we did see Aaron also on Serene Spirit here. Did choose to keep 5, which you have to be kind of nervous as Eason, right, to see your opponent glimpse 6.
Right.
Hey, 5 of these are good enough.
Yep. Just so many like cool shiny promos. That was a creative shock, I believe.
Yeah, Creative Shock discarding a Fast Cure. Eason definitely a big fan of showing off a little bit. He's done that in both of his decks this weekend, making them as cool and as full of these very beautiful CPR Grand Archive cards.
Yeah, it's awesome when like the players have a lot of pride in their deck. They have all foils, all these cool alt art promos. I really like to see that.
And hey, this is the place to do it. If you're going to show off,
Right, yeah.
you do it on the World Championship stage.
Yep, 100%.
All right, so we're going to see Eason thinking about, I believe, his recollection phase, possibly thinking about casting a Creative Shock before he draws for turn.
Yeah, I think there's another one of the alt art ones in his hand.
Yeah. So he's
Gotta-
just going to think a little bit.
Yep, just in the tank, deciding what he wants to do here. And like we mentioned, this is going to be kind of like the cadence, right, for the first several turns.
Right.
It can be, Yep, and here we have the Creative Shock. This one is a not alt art Creative Shock. This is your regular Creative Shock.
Yeah, you're going to see that discarding a Voltaic Sphere, one of the few arcane cards that you are happy to discard. Does have an effect from your graveyard where you can banish it to make the next arcane spell card that you cast cost 1 less.
Ooh, and we have a Arcane Banishment, which is also very, very nice for Rai. As we mentioned in the last game, you basically just want to banish as many arcane cards as you possibly can to late game boost up your champion's level by that amount, and then you can play your cards for free or get extra damage or, whatever the permutation is.
Right. Yeah, we do see a pretty good start here from Aaron. Bit of a slower one from Eason, but he does have those very powerful effects like Creative Shock to filter his hand. We do see the all-powerful Dungeon Guide sitting in Aaron's hand, which is probably looking to make an appearance pretty soon.
Yep, Dungeon Guides and Creative Shocks. That's like as Grand Archive as it can get, right?
That is the name of the game.
All
We
right.
will see what Aaron decides to deploy here. He is going to want to deploy something. We might even see, like we saw last game, a pretty anemic Resolute Stand cast solely to put cards into memory. That does the same job for Aaron as well. Looks like he is just going to pass over to Eason. Eason looking to perhaps activate something in Aaron's end step.
Yeah, because you definitely want to level up. You definitely, basically get to level 3 as soon as possible here.
Yeah, both players looking to level up every turn. We are going to see a Juggle Knives deal 1 damage to Aaron and replace itself, and also put those 2 cards down for Xander to be able to level up the hard way, should he want to.
Yep, and then now you also just have a Juggle Knives in your bin.
Yeah. Yeah, and we're going to see the absolute power of Xander. Deft Executor, going to be able to pick up that Juggle Knives. Such a powerful card from Proxy's Vault.
Yeah, Proxy's Vault, just a really, really awesome way to introduce new cards into the format. And Xander previously, his level 2 wasn't really fitting in any decks right now.
Sure.
And Deft Executor is just a really, really nice addition.
Yeah, just been an absolute powerhouse through the entirety of this ALC season. We do also see Eason cast yet another Creative Shock. I heard you like Creative Shocks. We got you another Creative Shock.
Yep, and as we mentioned, Deft Executor getting that Juggle Knives back with his on-enter effect.
And then once again, Eason looks like he's just going to pass the turn, keep up some more Juggle Knives, maybe some more fast speed interaction.
Yeah.
We're going to see a Fire Resonance Bauble grabbed by Aaron. Looks like he's not quite ready to put those cards down to level up to Rye level 2.
Yeah, no need to do anything now. Happy to just kind of like draw go.
Yeah, you want to make sure that you have the cleanest level ups that you can. The influence advantage in this matchup is so important, and so Aaron wants to make sure that he sequences everything properly and not use too many cards frivolously.
Yeah, taking a look at Aaron's hand, he's got quite the grip of arcane cards, which can be pretty good, right? You can guarantee that you banish some of those arcane cards, like in this circumstance, right? Playing the Dungeon Guide, and he knows he's going to at least get 2 arcane cards from this.
Yeah, an interesting play. Gonna Dungeon Guide up to level 2, so you don't quite get the Dungeon Guide discount, but this could signal to us that Aaron might have another copy of Dungeon Guide, which would be so powerful here.
Double Dungeon Guide. I can't quite tell if he does have the Dungeon Guide in hand, or if he just wanted to kind of like just level up here for extra value, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, the effect on Rye level 2, which is an inherited effect, is very powerful. And it can start getting you incremental advantage turn after turn as long as you can cast a mage action card on each one of your turns to get one of those enlightenment counters. So that might be what he's thinking. Just start casting 1 spell a turn, grind the game a little bit until he can get to a point where you can assemble that big combo turn.
Yeah, and if you're new to Grand Archive, enlightenment counters have like this intrinsic value where if you have 3 of them on your champion, you can remove 3 and draw a card.
Right.
And that's basically what Rye wants to do, get a bunch of enlightenment counters, cash them in for card draw. We saw that last game, getting that sweet spell shield off the top because he had enough enlightenment counters to just kind of draw into it.
That is the most powerful 3 words in card games, Kel. Draw a card.
Oh, love to hear it. And hey, look, Juggle Knives does that too.
Yeah. And we are going to see a level using that Flask Cure floating memory and 2 cards out of memory to level up to Xander, level 3, Blinding Steel.
Yeah, more than happy to get rid of those cards. Like that Fast Cure isn't super great in this particular matchup because, as we saw, Rye is just going to kind of burst you, kill you out of nowhere.
Right.
So kind of an easy banish there.
We're going to see a bit of an aggressive approach taken. We're going to see Planted Explosive prepared to deal 4 damage to target unit, in this case going to be Rye. And we did see a Gleaming Cut and a Scry the Skies put down by Eason Chen, and he's going to look to reveal that Gleaming Cut as soon as possible to draw 2 additional cards.
Yeah, and as you mentioned before, Xander's kind of put into the position of the aggressor here, right?
Right.
He needs to, do more damage before Rye can assemble his, Voltron combo.
Yeah, we saw even last game, Eason had basically everything that he can ask for in the name of pressure, and it was still just shy of being enough. So he really does need to put on the gas and put Rye under the knife here.
All right, taking a look at Rye's hand. But
looks like we are
I'm not sure
perhaps leveling
Yeah, I was
here.
gonna say, I'm not sure where these cards are down. That's his hand, right?
Yeah, I'm not. I believe those 2 cards are in handy as the rest in memory.
I think so. Just trying to make sure board state is clear.
Right. So we are going to see a Scry the Skies going to Glimpse 3 and then draw a card into memory. Xander known for using this card just to find more Luxem cards. He does draw them directly into memory, which is usually a downside, but in this case is exactly where he wants them.
Yep, especially when you're already level 3, you can start doing the Xander song and dance.
Right. And he's pretty set up to do so. He does also have another Planet Explosives if he really wants to continue to step on the gas and put pressure onto Aaron. We'll see what he decides to do. Looks like we do have a single Lightweavers down in the memory and a mystery card I couldn't quite catch. But after that, looks like he's just going to pass it back over to Aaron. We're going to see the wake up of that Dungeon Guide. And maybe it's finally time to see Rye Stormseer make an appearance.
I think that's a pretty good call here. Not only do you get access to your Arcane Element cards, you can start to enact your end game. You also get that extra little bit of health boost from leveling up to level 3.
Yep. So we'll see what he decides. Both players just doing some diligence checks, checking graveyards.
Yeah, I mean, like, we're in the top 8 of the World Championship. These players are going to be as deliberate as they can possibly be. So these are also untimed rounds, right? So, there's going to be a little bit of thought, a little bit of tanking here and there as they, come up with the proper sequencing, the most optimal plays.
Yeah, you want to take every edge that you can get. You want to play the absolute best game of Grand Archive possible, and that's what these two players are doing here.
Yeah, and both decks excel at having massive hands.
Right.
Lot of options. Yeah.
We're going to see Dungeon Guide come in for 1, but we did not see that Rye Stormseer come out.
Opted to get a GCR and just immediately cracked it
So
for
we're
that
just,
extra card.
Just hanging out. Maybe we see something like an increasing danger here. Definitely very scary against Xander, though.
Yeah, I mean, like you mentioned it before, he's got another Planet Explosives in hand. That's 4 damage because he does have that prep counter on him. And Xander's 3. Or he can, has access to all of his explosive cards. His influence might not be quite as big as Rise now, but it's, still pretty scary.
Something that could come up here is that Aaron can use that Xander Blinding Steel trigger to his advantage. Xander Blinding Steel does, when he reveals Luxem cards, require his opponent to put that many cards from their hand into their memory. And if Aaron doesn't have anything he particularly wants to cast, and he needs cards in his memory for something like a level up,
that's a good point.
He can decide to put arcane cards down and get sort of a free roll that way.
Yeah, that's a good point. He can use it to his advantage.
Yeah, we see both players just doing
Oh.
the mental gymnastics here to see if there's any way to find enough pressure. We are going to see Eason grab the Korhazi insignia.
Yeah, this is a nice little way to put more cards into your memory, so you can then get the reveals for Xander.
Right, and that is exactly what he's going to do. Put down a couple Luxem cards, go to his recollection phase, and trigger Xander Blinding Steel.
Yep, and you got to keep an eye on his influence as well, because if activate a prepared card while your influence is 6 or less, you got to draw a card into your memory, which is exactly where you want the card to be for the most part.
Right, exactly. We do see 2 Lightweaver's Assaults revealed. That's going to be 4 damage split, however he chooses, but probably just going to Rye.
Oh, yeah.
We're going to see Aaron put 2 cards down for those 2 Luxem cards revealed. And we're getting, again, dangerously close to those 2 Lightweavers being enough to push for enough damage to take Aaron out of this game.
Yeah,
Not quite yet.
Yeah, keep in mind, we mentioned that Eason is running the Serene Spirit, but Rye is not. He doesn't have that extra, 6 life buffer.
I believe Aaron might actually be on Serene
Did he
as
swap
well.
in from the sideboard?
I believe he was on Serene last game as well. It just didn't come up.
Okay, good point. Good point.
Yeah, he didn't need it.
Okay,
right?
well, in any case, if he is running it, then that is another thing to note, right? He has that extra 6 points of life.
Yeah, definitely something that he will have to think about. And we are seeing very powerful, just like you said, this Steven Cut being prepared, but also drawing a card into memory with that Korhazi insignia. Just absolutely dominating the card advantage game right now as Eason, while Aaron seems to be doing a little bit of wheel spinning. Yet again, we'll see. It is time for
Here we have
Stormseer.
Rye Stormseer. How many cards does Aaron have in his banishment that are arcane? This is going to be really relevant to this particular turn and future turns as well.
I believe it is currently 3. And we're going to see how many he gets from these random banishes to level up the hard way.
All right, let's see what he hits. 2 at least.
Okay, so it looks like that is 5 arcane in banish. It's going to bring Rye up to level 8.
3, 4.
Oh, only 4, 5.
Nope.
Okay,
You got it.
all
You got
right.
it. Nailed it. 5. So Rye is currently level 8.
And 8 is the magic number. It's going to turn those careful studies into completely free. It's going to get you just a little bit closer to Arcane Blast being free, and those are really the tenets of this Rye deck.
Yeah, and this is where it starts to get really scary.
Yeah. We do see that 1 copy of Anger the Skies in Aaron's hand. He's not so happy to see that one still kicking around. He does, of course, still have access to Voltaic Sphere as well. We see him looking through his graveyard. Voltaic Sphere, very powerful in these endgame Rye scenarios. Allows you to banish it to get an extra discount on your next arcane spell. So you have 2?
I think so, yeah. 2. So it's also going to increase his level by 2 as well. So you get the discount and you also get the extra level.
That's insane. Yeah, so we're going to see him cast a Arcane Disposition for 1 reserve cost to draw 3 cards.
Whew.
Absolutely
Yeah,
insane.
that's pretty good value.
Yeah.
1 for 2 cards or 3 cards is quite good.
Unfortunately, it looks like he picked up a Dungeon Guide and a Creative Shock, but we do see that Blanche in his hand that might come in handy later.
Yeah, we mentioned them possibly sideboarding in the Blanches, and I think it's going to be super, super relevant.
Bit of an awkward situation where this turn, at least, he cannot hold up Blanche as he has cast Arcane Disposition, and at the beginning of his next end step, he will have to discard his hand.
Yep.
So he's going to have to put all of those cards down and into his memory if he can. He does have a massive Scry the Skies here, should he want it.
Yeah, some other dead cards of note as well, such as like the Peaceful Reunion.
Yeah, we see a Reunion, we see a Dungeon Guide as well. Both not really what he wants to see. He might opt to cast this Peaceful the same way he did last game, just to put 4 cards into his memory, make sure that those are safe. Go to the end of his turn, he's going to discard that 1 card that's left in his hand.
It's a Dungeon Guide. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep, just, protect his hand. Set up for a future turn.
Right. And he's pretty well set up. This is sort of the situation that we saw last game, but in this case, Aaron has already taken 14 points of damage, which is a lot more than he had when he was in this position in game 1.
Yeah. Xander needs to do, 11 and 6, 17 points of damage?
Which is a lot. It's a tall order. We're going to start with 4 from this Luxem reveal. Going to bring Aaron up to 18. I don't believe we have that magical 10 cards in hand yet. So Aaron might be safe at least for another turn. We're going to see a Scry the Skies, hopefully pick up another Light Weaver's Assault.
Yeah, little baby Scry the Skies for 3.
I believe we saw 1,000 refractions there. It's a little bit unclear. I think a Thieving Cut as well.
Yeah, 1,000 refractions, probably not where you want to be at this point.
Yeah, it's a bit of a strange combo card, sort of a comeback mechanic, especially very powerful against allies decks, but when you have so much influence like you do in this game, probably not what Eason's looking for.
And is he just kind of like passing the turn back? Or?
Yeah, he might be. I think that card in the middle of his hand is a Blanche as well.
I think it is a Blanche, yeah.
But he does have the ability, unlike Aaron did last turn, to cast that on Aaron's turn to protect himself from any Rye shenanigans.
Yeah, of course, Blanche, with level bonus, you can be able to play it at fast speed, which is super relevant in this kind of matchup, right, where you can do it in response to your opponent doing something very big and scary.
Right, and Eason's deck is one of the best to do it. He can put 3 cards into his memory with his Korhazi Insignia. He'll have exactly 3 cards left to pay 2 to activate that Blanche, and that'll put a staggering, I believe, 8 cards in his memory to turn on a very big Blanche shield.
It's a lot, yeah. Blanche be blocking big.
Blanche be blocking big. Say that 5 times fast. I don't think that I can.
we'll save it. Put it in the back pocket. Save it for later. We have a tome coming out from Rye. This is a nice little card that'll increase his level, possibly cash it in a little bit later. Or set up for a more exciting tome.
Yeah, a really interesting Tome of Knowledge can be banished to activate Tome of Sacred Lightning out of the material deck during your main phase, as it does have that alternate activation cost. And we'll likely see Aaron take advantage of that as soon as he has a card in memory that he wants to banish to the Sacred Lightning's effect.
Yeah, so we have another Scry. This is going to be a little bit bigger than Xander's Scry the Skies.
Yeah, just a little bit. I believe we are level 10.
I think so, yeah.
Look at 10 cards.
So
nothing to sneeze at.
7 in banishment plus the 3 from Rye himself.
And then
well, actually, no, 11.
Tome.
Yeah, so 11.
So 11,
yeah. So it's 11 cards. That's a pretty big chunk of the deck at this point.
We do see some powerful cards. We see an Advent of the Stormcaller. We see some draw spells and Arcane Disposition. We see another Scry the Stars.
Spell
Scry the
Shield?
Skies, rather.
I think
Spell Shield.
Spell Shield's super relevant. That's one of the cards that you can kind of like stack on the top, or like we saw last game, draw it, when you need to.
Right. Something interesting that we have to consider, that Safeguard Amulet is maybe saving Aaron from walking into a catastrophic Blanche.
Right, yes.
As that Safeguard Amulet is shutting off cards like Advent of the Stormcaller already, so it's probably not the line he's going to look for, but this Blanche is really, really terrifying, and if he doesn't see it coming, that could be a huge blowout.
Yeah, actually, Blanche could be like a pretty big blowout, like you said here.
Yeah, I mean, the combination of Blanche and Safeguard Amulet will give him 12 prevention on this turn, should he want it. And so that turns Arcane Blast into dealing nothing, which is very, very powerful.
Sequencing here is going to be very, very important.
Yeah, a misstep from either player can be disastrous. Eason really has to pick his spot, know which timings he has to decide to take his stand. When should he cast his Blanche? When should he cash in the Safeguard Amulet? They're all really hard decisions to make.
You can see Eason pull Blanche to the front of his hand, too, like
Right.
just kind of in anticipation.
He knows she's here to protect, hopefully going to get to do her job.
Juggle knives as well.
Yeah, really interactive hand from Eason, which is exactly what you want to see, especially in these slower games where you don't need to alleviate pressure as much. You want to have as much of these interactive cards as possible while you continue that Blinding Steel game plan.
Yeah, and both players just kind of... we have Aaron just kind of like resolving his scry. And then, like you mentioned, we have the Tome coming on in, using its activation effect from the material deck.
Yeah, a really powerful card, banishes a card at random from your memory, which is usually an upside for Rai, and then you draw a card. So it allows you to get those cards that you put on top of your deck, gives you a little bit of an extra level buff should you banish an arcane card. Just exactly the kind of card that Rai wants to see in these late game scenarios.
And we have, you guessed it, an arcane card. This is one of his 3 Advent of the Stormcallers in his deck.
So yeah, it looks like he drew that into memory with the Scry. This guy's knows that that's probably not the game plan that he should be taking at this time, so he's going to go ahead and banish it. Going to cast that Careful Study for free, get 5 Enlightenment counters, a little bit more draw power.
Yeah, as of note, once again, if you're newer to Grand Archive, keep count of the Enlightenment counters in groups of 3, right? Every 3 can draw you an extra card, and that's super relevant because of the Scry that we saw earlier. He kind of stacked his deck, so he has an idea, or he knows exactly what those cards are.
So yeah, he has 2 draws on deck should he want to take them, but it looks like he's going to choose the same route that Eason is choosing, going to pass with some interaction. We know that he has a Fireball in hand, we know he has a Spell Shield Arcane in hand, and we know he has a Blanche in hand as well. All things that he can use to interact with Eason's game plan. Perhaps we'll see a Blanche in response to something like the Blinding Steel trigger here to guard from Lightweaver's Assault.
Here we have a Grail coming on down as the materialization for the turn. Eason is just slamming that Juggle immediately.
Yeah, we're going to see Juggle in Recollection in response to his own Blinding Steel trigger, or perhaps in response to his own Quicksilver Grail. Either way, just trying to put cards down for that Blinding Steel reveal at the start of his turn.
Exactly. Trying to reveal as many as you possibly can so you can maximize it. So we also have the Insignia being activated. So we have, once again, maximize the reveals here.
We're going to see a big memory revealed. This looks like 9.
And not only that, this is going to force cards from Aaron's hand into his memory from Blinding Steel's effect, right?
Right. Yeah, so if he has an overwhelming amount of Luxem cards, he can basically shut off any sort of interaction that Aaron was looking to keep up. Things like that Blanche are going to look a lot worse if you don't have the resources to activate her.
Yeah, Blanche notably being a 2-drop, so you need at least Blanche plus 2 other cards.
So it looks like just 3 Luxem cards, 2 Lightweavers, and a Luxem Sight, I believe. 2 Exercise Curses, a Gawain, and a Dungeon Guide. Those exercises not going to do a whole lot, but this Gawain can be quite dangerous. And of course, those Lightweavers being so versatile are going to be taking out that Dungeon Guide instead of sending damage up to Aaron. Aaron has taken 19 already.
I mean, once again, 19, as I incorrectly called, he is running the Serene Spirit, so you have to calculate that in as well, right? That's an extra 6 points of life that he has to carve through.
Right. And we could see that Eason decided to use the Lightweavers to pick off that Dungeon Guide to play around Chalice of Blood, which is something that Rai has access to, which can be quite powerful in these late game matchups.
Yeah, and here we have Gawain coming on down, potentially being able to threaten a card.
So yeah, she is going to... Looks like we're going to see a card drawn by Rai, perhaps looking to cast something like a Spell Shield Arcane. Pretty anemic in a situation like this where it's only going to be preventing 1 damage, but if you really need to keep those cards in your memory, that is worth it. We also see a Resolute Stand.
There's a Resolute Stand as well, which is kind of funny.
Could be pretty good here. If you're going to get any use out of it, this is it, right?
Yeah, this is the time if you want to play it at all.
But it looks like he's just going to take the 1. Gawain is going to sacrifice herself, and one of these cards is going to be discarded.
I mean, honestly, I think you're pretty happy with this, right? None of these cards are like super relevant.
Yeah, we got into the situation where Eason revealed off of Xander Blinding Steel and showed a Gawain to Aaron. So Aaron got to make the choice of what cards to put down knowing that a Gawain was coming this turn. So he chose to put down the cards that he finds the least impactful.
Did he have a second Blanche in hand, or is this his only Blanche?
I'm not sure. I believe he only had the one.
Because like that's an easy Blanche, and Eason is just like, yep, get rid of that.
Right. So yeah, one Blanche down. We'll see if perhaps he has a second one, but all right. So we are going to see that Chalice of Blood. Aaron being at exactly 20 damage counters, he's going to be able to leverage that super powerful Regalia, allowing him to draw 2 cards.
Yeah, super GCR.
Super duper GCR.
Double GCR.
GCR full of blood.
right, exactly. Yeah, drawing 2 cards is just really, really good. Especially like we're in this position where it's kind of like it's a standoff, right?
Right.
Both players are kind of like on a knife's edge, waiting for like the turn where they can just kind of pop off and kill each other.
Yeah, I think we're going to see that big flurry of blows coming soon. The influence of both of these players is so high. Both of them looking at 8, 9 cards in hand. We're going to see the activation of that Tome of Sacred Lightning, banish yet another card at random, probably an arcane card, draw an additional card.
All right, let's see what we got. We got the increasing danger.
No danger, no arcane.
Danger maintained.
Danger maintained.
I think he just drew a Sparkleite.
Yeah, a bit of an interesting one against prevention effects, but I don't think that Eason is packing any sort of things to stop big spells from Aaron. So we might just see the Sparkleite be cashed in for 3 damage, or perhaps just used as memory for the rest of the game.
Yeah, I think that's definitely a good assessment on that. 3 damage isn't nothing, right?
Yeah.
When you're trying to count lethal from 0,
Right.
it could definitely be relevant.
Yeah, you do got to worry about those Luxem sites always bringing Eason down to 0 damage counters. So those little bits do add up, especially if you have to find it all at once.
Looking at Aaron's hand, he's got 3 Spell Shield Arcanes in there.
Yeah.
I think he's feeling like pretty well protected.
He's just hoping that Eason casts something here. Please cast a Light Weaver,
he's like,
I dare you.
Yeah, exactly. And like I said, it's just kind of like a standoff, right? They're waiting, each player's waiting for the other to take the first move.
Yeah, we're seeing immense patience from both these players, just really trying to pick the right spot. And like you had mentioned just a little bit earlier, these are untimed rounds, and so they can afford to do that. They don't have the pressure of the clock. They can know exactly when the right time is to strike. We see Aaron doing a little bit of quick math to see if maybe this is his time. We do really still got to worry about that Blanche that he doesn't know about quite yet.
Yeah, you just got to be thinking like, okay, can I kill him through his potential interaction?
Right.
And you want to have enough redundancies that you can actually do that.
Right.
Because you don't want to get blown out and then have nothing and then, get killed on the crackback.
Yeah, these are some of the best players in the world, and we do have open deck lists, so they know exactly what they're walking into, and they can calculate what are his outs, if he has them, can I still go for it, can I decide to go halfway to try to get him to waste some resources. Lots of decision-making that goes into these 2 explosive late-game decks.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Aaron, do you just assume that he has the Blanche in hand?
I think you have to, right? Especially at such a pivotal game in the World Championship. You can't just afford to hope he doesn't have it, right?
So we have a sight coming on in. It's a card we saw before, increasing level by 1 for the turn, and then drawing a card.
Yeah. Gonna just do a little bit more card draw. We do see a Careful Study as well that he can cash in for 5 Enlightenment counters. Allows him to draw 2 additional cards as he is sitting on 2 Enlightenment already. We might see that deployed. But if he doesn't have a big spell like something like a Scry the Skies or some way to dig deeper into his deck, we might see him just pass with those 3 spell shields you were talking about.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a lot of interaction, but he doesn't have a lot of, like kill cards.
Right. Yeah, it looks like just 1 Erratic Bolt, and I think you're exactly right. 3 spell shields, a couple of Resolute Stands. A really interactive hand, but not exactly what you want right now.
Yeah, he's just hard to kill, but it's going to be hard for him to kill at this point.
Right. Is that going to be enough? All right, so we will see that Careful Study cast for free. Get 5 Enlightenment counters.
Yeah, that's a nice one to have here. It's just going to help you potentially dig deeper, which is exactly what he wants to do. And it looks like he's just going to cash in some of those immediately.
Yeah, he ticked his Enlightenment up to 4 and drew a card. That is the difference of drawing a card immediately.
Yep.
He's going to draw 1 more card.
Yep, drew one immediately, looked at the card, wasn't what he wanted, doing it again.
We did see him pick up a Creative Shock, so if he wants to do a little bit more digging, he can choose to take that route.
It kind of feels like that might be where he is now.
Yeah, he's just counting his hand. Huge influence.
What card did he just bring to the front?
I can't tell if it's a creative shock or perhaps a arcane card. It looks like it was a power
overwhelming? It's a
but
power
that one's
overwhelming.
not going to get a whole
Yeah,
lot done.
doesn't help much in this situation.
Perhaps he was thinking about what he wants to put down for this blinding steel trigger on the next turn. Counting some arcane, just double checking what his level is.
Also, just seeing what's in his banishment, right?
Right.
And what's left in the deck.
Yeah, you really do have to take count of how many damage spells you have left. It looks like 2 Arcane Blast, 1 Erratic Bolt, 1 Advent of the Stormcaller have all already been banished, and that is a real amount of the damage that he has access to.
It's relevant, yeah. The 2 Arcane Blasts, that matters quite a bit.
And something that you brought up when we were looking at the deck list is this deck list is only running 2 Fireballs.
Yep.
So he is a little bit lighter on those kill conditions than the normal Rye deck.
Yep, he has only 2 Fireballs. He does have the 3 Advent of the Stormcallers, but that's a pretty rough one when you're staring down a Safeguard Amulet.
Yeah, a Safeguard Amulet shuts off Advent, and even if you get him to pop that Safeguard Amulet, we have that Blanch that'll shut off the next one.
Exactly.
So we are going to see Power Overwhelming cast just for 1 level, looks like.
Okay.
Going to cash in the 1 Enlightenment counter,
All right, yeah.
and he's going to go up another temporary level from Power Overwhelming and that Arcane site that he played earlier. So it looks like we are at 8 in Banish, 4 on board is 12, plus 2 is 14.
14,
right
yeah,
now.
that's what I was counting as well.
Yeah.
It's like so he's currently level 14.
So we might see if he has something like an Advent, him fire off an Advent just to get that Safeguard off the board.
He has a Fireball in hand as well.
Okay, so we're going to see Erratic Bolt doing its best Fireball impression, going to deal level damage to target unit, in this case 14, and then he can banish 2 cards at random to draw 2 additional cards.
Yeah.
So we'll see if Blanch gets deployed or maybe the Safeguard gets cracked. Both pretty risky propositions. Like we said, you really got to pick your spot as Eason. Where do I play this pivotal piece of interaction? Is it now? Do I wait? Do I take this 14?
Yeah, Eason's basically debating. He's like, okay, is this bait? Do I take the bait?
Right.
Like, how much do I want to commit, or do I just take it on the chin? Because,
Yeah.
like, that's not lethal, right?
Right.
He also has the Serene Spirit. So this is a really, really tough choice here.
Yeah, and he's also Luxem, right? And he can recover so
Exactly,
much.
yeah.
So, you know, if he's like, well, I think I can survive this turn, and then I'll just recover some off of my Blinding Steel trigger, he might feel pretty safe to just say, okay, I'll take 14. But, again, these players need to do all of the calculations, understand that, you know, any wrong misstep can end up costing them the game.
Yeah, you have to calculate, okay, can he just kill me in response to whatever I'm trying to do?
Right.
It's, I mean, the first shot has been fired,
Right.
and now it's on Eason. Like, how do you respond to this?
Yeah, Eason's got to be thinking about Fireball. He's looking at those 6 cards in Aaron's hand, and that does represent 2 Fireballs.
Like, does he have 2 Fireballs? Does he have 2 Arcane Blasts? Like,
Right.
like all of this stuff is really, really important. Like, he's shooting this card off for a reason, and, like, does he have it all to just, you know, go through it? Or is it like a bait, right, to just blow, you know, for him to use his defensive cards and then
Right.
to follow up, you know, in a future turn or in response?
Yeah, really difficult to know. Lots of face down information and such explosive decks on both sides that you really just don't know when this might be your last turn.
And it's like on the knife's edge too. Like Aaron's at 20. Like, this is a lot closer than it looks, right? If you just looked at the life totals, this game is very, very close.
Yeah, we could see if Eason is able to survive this turn, he might have enough damage to force Aaron to pop that Serene Spirit on his Recollection reveal alone, and then just have to find 6 damage past that. So definitely a difficult position to be in, but Aaron has taken the choice to be the one to, like you said, fire the first shot and say, this is the turn, we're both going to cast some cards, and one of us is going to come out on top.
Yeah. It's such a tough call, right? I mean, this is top 8 World
Right.
Finals. Like, this is a call that could, you know, mean the winner of this entire match.
Right, there's so much on the line. Such huge cash prizes. Of course, the ability to, you know, move on in the tournament and have the potential to become the first ever Grand Archive World Champion. So, of course, these players are not going to take any easy routes, no shortcuts.
Yeah, this is game 2, right? And Aaron did take game 1.
Right.
So, like, it's very, very important for Eason.
So we're going to see an
That
exercise
Blanche.
curses cast just to put cards into memory, followed up by that huge Blanche. And this is a really tough spot to be in if we see something like fireballs on the side of Aaron, but I don't believe that he has them.
Yeah,
It's like
so
just a Sparkle Light. However, still in response to this Erratic Bolt, Blanche can resolve. He can choose to use that Sparkle Light to deal with the Blanche, and
Yep.
that unlocks this Erratic Bolt to really do some damage.
because importantly, Sparkle Light cannot be prevented, correct?
Correct.
So that would be able to kind of like break through Blanche's ability to just kind of take her out.
Yeah, Blanche is great at protecting you, but not great at protecting herself.
Right. Yep.
So we'll see if that's what we go for. And, you know, basically it's all in Aaron's court now as Eason has put all of his cards down. So we
And
are going to see Blanche resolve. We're going to see a Sparkle Light target
Exactly.
Blanche.
Clears that up, and then immediately after cracks that Safeguard Amulet.
Yep.
And then also in response, we have the Fireball.
Wow. So this Fireball is going to be for 15, and then Erratic Bolt is going to be for 10 after the resolution of that Safeguard Amulet. So we're going to see Eason have to Lineage release his Spirit to gain that 6 life back.
And like we said, like it was the first shot, and then we saw all of the defensive cards just kind of come out all at once, and you just have to make him do it.
Right. And so, yeah, another great play by Aaron. We're going to see the activation of the Tome of Sacred Lightning still in response to this Erratic Bolt. Maybe get 1 additional damage. Okay, so it looks like Erratic Bolt's going to resolve. He's going to banish 2 cards, draw 2.
All right, he
Hope to
drew.
find an Arcane Blast.
I think he drew a Dungeon Guide at least. I don't know what the second card is.
But wow, what an absolute flurry of blows. Has made Eason pop his Serene Spirit. But again, like we had said, maybe Eason has enough to get it done.
All right, cracking the Tome to draw an additional card. Maybe trying to dig for that win. The look on his
something.
face.
Yeah, he needs something here. It might be all she wrote. Passes
right.
over to Eason.
Here we have a crack of the GCR, or in the grill, and we have the map coming on in.
Yep, map coming in, rested, wakes up. We're going to see again that Chalice of Blood. So something really interesting that Eason can choose to do here is he can use one of these reveals to deal 2 damage to himself as it is
Yes.
target champion to turn on his own Chalice of Blood.
And let's see, what reveals does he have? So he has 2 Lightweavers and 1 Sight. Oh, he definitely has to stack these triggers if he wants to do that correctly.
Yeah. And he can do that to allow himself to deal 2 damage, crack that Chalice of Blood in response to the Luxem Sight trigger.
I think that's exactly what he's doing.
Yep.
So he shoots himself for 2, and then cracks the Chalice of Blood before the other 2 effects resolve.
So smart. This is what we said about Eason knowing all the tricks. All the tricks of the trade when it comes to this Luxem Xander deck. He is absolutely the most comfortable. We're going to see that Serene banished from Rai, bringing Aaron down to 16. And now it is Eason's job to see if he can find a kill. Do we have those 10 cards that he needs to cast double Lightweavers?
Immediately cracking the map.
Yep, he's going to go find another Lightweaver's Assault.
Yep,
that
immediately
should
slam
be
that
enough.
down. Like he's a man with a plan. Like you could see him. He's like, I know exactly what I'm doing. There's no hesitation here.
Yep, he sees the writing on the wall. I have a lethal line here. Aaron has all of his cards down. There's nothing left that he can have.
Yep, shields are down, spirits are gone. The time is now.
We're going to see a Lightweaver's Assault.
Yep, jamming out that Lightweaver's Assault. Here's the reveal.
Yeah, and
he's
we're going to
gonna-
see that Gleaming Cut to draw 2 additional cards, cast another Lightweavers.
Yep. Those are the magic numbers, right?
Yeah, such tight play here from Eason. He found the line. Second Lightweavers.
Second
will get it done.
Lightweavers.
All right.
All right.
That's bringing us to game 3.
Game 2. All right. Yeah, 1-1. Whew. Like we mentioned at the start, right? You can't count the Luxem deck out, dude.
Yeah.
Like it's strong and it could get there. That's a lot of damage out of nowhere. Awesome like back and forth play. You'd love to see it. Like I said, it was like a standoff, right?
Right.
And the first person to fire the trigger just kind of set the dominoes in effect.
Right. Yeah, it feels so much like that first game, where the first game, it looked like Eason firmly had the game in hand. He was just shy, and then his opponent was able to capitalize on that. And then we saw that on the opposite side this game, where it looked like Aaron was in a really commanding position, had a giant combo turn, and was just shy of killing Eason, and Eason was able to close it out.
Yeah, I mean, like, expect none less from Eason. You know, absolute master of the Luxem deck.
Yeah.
Especially doing those awesome lines like shooting yourself for 2 so you can
Right.
activate your Chalice.
So smart.
Yeah, that's exactly what we like to see here at the World Championship.
Yeah, we'd love to go to a Game 3, a very exciting Game 3 from 2 very talented players, and such an interesting matchup.
Yep, and if you look back, like the beginning of this match, I did tell y'all, settle in, go grab a drink.
Right.
This could be a long one. This could definitely be a long one, and I think we're seeing that here.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely, both of these decks looking to reach that late game spot, and as we've mentioned a few times, these being untimed rounds, these sort of slower, more plodding decks can really see themselves reach their full potential because they don't have to worry about that clock boogeyman coming towards them.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, this is down to the wire.
Yeah. So we're going to go down to match 3, and we're assumingly going to start off with Aaron, as he does have the choice for this 3rd game.
Oh, yeah. I think these decks both want to materialize first, right?
Yeah, the first level up, we see the friendly fist bump. Both of these players in such a high-pressure situation, but keeping things, nice and sportsmanlike. We love to see it.
We have that serene spirit.
So we do see an increasing danger, which is really, really strong on turn 1. Probably going to throw back that Resolute
Right.
Sand.
Yeah, don't really want to see that one there.
So it looks like he kept some arcane cards, kept an increasing danger, going to draw 2 additional cards, and I would be shocked if we didn't see that increasing danger fired off here.
Well, you're not shocked.
I'm not shocked. Oh my god, he drew another one? So increasing danger, notably, the way that the first turn of the
Yes,
game works
yes.
is both players do skip their recollection step. So when it goes over to Eason's turn, any cards that are currently in his memory, he's not going to get to pick up because he does skip his recollection step. So we could see Aaron fire off yet another increasing danger here and trap 2 cards down for Eason and really just start pushing that early game advantage.
You just kind of put them on layaway, right?
Yeah.
You'll get them eventually, but not right now.
Super, super powerful start from Aaron. Just has so much influence now. And we'll see if that can carry him into the late game as we get settled in. Eason's going to do some glimpsing of his own.
Let's see a dungeon guide there. That's a pretty good start.
That is pretty good. Be shocked if he didn't hold on to that one.
Let's see. Shipping almost his entire hand.
Oh, wow. Looks like he shipped the dungeon
I
guide
think he did.
back.
I think he did, yeah.
So maybe he's just valuing some more early game cards and thinks he can find another dungeon guide later. He doesn't need it for at least a few turns, right? So he can take some time, try to find an additional one later on.
Yeah, maybe just maximize the number of cards in hand.
Right.
Both of these decks, as we saw last, played a very long game.
Right. So you're not in a rush. You can take your time. We're going to see a Serum of Wisdom deployed from Eason, just going to help him find yet again the pieces that he needs as this game continues. Fire Resonance Bauble Grab by Aaron. Going to draw 1 card, recollect, draw for turn.
And he has an absolutely massive influence now.
Yeah, he got an extra 2 cards off of those increasing dangers, which not only replace themselves, but also draw a card. And I believe he's left with 9 influence here on his second turn, which is crazy.
You have a nice little, 0 Scry the Skies, top card into the memory.
Yeah, sometimes you just got to put cards down for memory, and looks like that is the plan. We're going to see a Scry the Skies banished on the side of Eason Chen to level up to Xander Prepared Scout. In response to his Xander level up, he is going to Serum of Wisdom, do a little bit of glimpsing before he does a little bit of glimpsing.
Right, he's going to do those 3 glimpses before he does the 2 glimpses.
Right. So we see those go to the bottom. Card drawn into memory. And then we're going to see a glimpse too.
Yep.
And preparation counter added.
And he's just shipping both those to the bottom.
Don't need them. Not what I was looking for. Not what the doctor ordered. Going to draw a fresh one.
Yeah, this is really a match of hand sculpting, right?
Right.
Both players are trying to just get the most optimal cards they possibly can to enact their late game strategies. Here we have a Thieving Cut, 3 damage, draw a card. Pretty good.
Yeah, this is exactly what he wants. A card that puts on some pressure, replaces itself, and can notably be picked up by Xander Deft Executor next turn.
Exactly. That was the perfect card in this situation.
Yeah. And both players, not just Aaron, we are seeing now that, Eason does have access to those 2 extra cards he got on the first turn of the game. both players have an extremely high influence, which is not typical for the start of these games. So we'll see if this one ends up to be a little bit more explosive, as the players both have a very fast start.
Yeah, and I think here in Game 3, both players have kind of picked up the speed quite a bit, actually. The
Right.
turns are being passed pretty quickly. We do have a dungeon guide coming on in from Rye.
So yeah, this is something that we saw last game as well. Dungeon Guide to 2, not normally what you see most common, but it is a great way to put additional cards into the Banish Zone, especially those arcane cards, to start working towards that Rye Storm Seer win condition.
Yeah, getting to Rye level 2 is great because you start getting value from his champion ability to get those Enlighten counters.
Yeah. Yeah, Influence is the name of the game, and Rye Archmage can really add to your influence just a little bit at a time.
Yeah, it's just good value over time.
Yeah.
Chipping on in, one for the dungeon guide, and we have a creative shock. So that will trigger Rye's ability to gain the Enlighten counter, crack it in, draw the cards from the Enlighten counter, and then draw 2 from the creative shock.
And we are going to see a Voltaic Sphere discarded. This is exactly what he wants to see, an arcane card that goes to his graveyard, but that he can send to banish later.
Yeah, that's a great discard target. And as mentioned before, we have Xander, Deft Executor, coming on and in, grabbing that Thieving Cut, as we mentioned, leaving himself with 1 prep counter so he can potentially use that.
Yeah, we might see it deployed yet again. Looks like we drew a Planet Explosives for their turn as well, so we'll see which of those powerful prepare cards he wants to leverage. We could even see him save them for something like a Korhazi Insignia later to get that extra value. Really depends how fast he wants to take this game, and that really is up to Eason as the one who really does have to mount pressure sooner rather than later.
Yep, like we mentioned before, Eason is more or less the aggressor in this situation. Let's see, he does at least have a sight in hand. Well, he put one down in his memory, but he does have 1 sight. We have a dungeon guide coming on in, so he's going to level up to 3 this turn, risking 1 of the sights, but that's likely not one of the cards he cares all that much about in this particular matchup. And he is banishing those Planet Explosives.
Yeah, it looks like he hit 2 plants, so like you said, he did keep that Luxem Sight in his memory, which is going to be exactly what he wants. And then we might see him deploy that Thieving Cut, put down a Gleaming Cut, and a Light Weaver's Assault. Looks like he's going to start off with a Scry the Skies, hook at 3. He does find a Gleaming Cut. Would be surprised if he didn't grab that one into memory. And wow, he's putting so many Luxem cards down that his next turn he's going to have an explosive increase in his influence.
Yeah, so we got 2 bottom, and then
Gleaming Cut going into memory.
Yeah, Gleaming Cut's such a nice little card. It's free, draw 2.
Right.
Which is very, very sweet. And we do see that Thieving Cut, like we mentioned, coming on in for 3 more damage and a nice little card draw.
God, just everything Eason has done this game has drawn a card, right? Like everything has replaced itself, and that's really the power that this consistent Fire Sander
Have
brings to
a
the table.
Resolute Stand, probably the best use of Resolute Stand in this matchup.
That's all we're going to get.
It prevents the damage and the card draw.
Right.
Yeah, when you have it, you have it.
Hey, not terrible. You know, you got to find a spot to use those weaker cards that you can't take out of your deck, and that was a great use by Aaron. We do see Aaron is holding on to 2 more Dungeon Guides, I believe. So he's definitely going to be looking to deploy one of those, I think.
Yeah, I think he's like putting 3 arcane cards down.
I think we see both of his fireballs as
so he
well.
put 2 arcane cards down and a dungeon guide,
Right.
hoping to. I think he's pretty happy banishing any of these, right?
Right.
Doesn't care about the dungeon guide, and getting the arcane cards just increases his level, which is great. So we have a spell shield and a dungeon guide being banished, increasing the level further when he levels up, which is right now.
Right, you are. So he's going to be level 6. He does have access to that Voltaic Sphere still in his graveyard that can give him a bit of burst. And, you know, like we can see in his hand, it looks like he has both the copies of Fireball in his deck. He also has a pretty large Scry the Skies here and an Advent of the Stormcaller. If he's going to look to resolve that Advent of the Stormcaller, he has to do it sooner rather than later. He knows that Safeguard Amulet on the side of Eason Chen is going to come out as soon as he feels safe to do so. So maybe he's going to look to see if he can make that work this turn, but at only level 6, it's going to be a pretty tall order.
He's got a lot of action in his hand. He's pretty far away from that
15.
Advent, right? He's pretty far away. The fireballs are like you know, they're playable, but they're not as big as you'd like them to be at this
Right.
point. So he still has a little bit of build up to go here.
But a great place to be in. You want to
Yeah.
find those kill cards and wait until, you know, like we saw last game, we see that sort of standoff that ends in a big fiery explosion, and those fireballs are a great way to finish that.
Yep. And this Scry the Sky is just going to help, you know, sculpt his hand even more.
Going to look at 6, draw his favorite or his not so favorite into memory, maybe leave a couple on top. We'll see what he finds.
Let's see. Spell Shield. We have another Stormcaller, I think, at the very back.
Yeah, I believe it's a Stormcaller or a Power Overwhelming.
It could be Power Overwhelming, yeah.
We have a Spell Shield, we have an Arcane Disposition, we have an Anger the Skies, a Careful Study.
I think there's like two. Is
that
it two careful?
careful
I think it's two
studies?
careful studies. Yeah.
That is exactly what he wants to see.
Yeah. So he does have a lot of like. This is a pretty good Scry.
Yeah. Only level 6, so the Careful Studies are going to feel a little bit worse than they do normally, but he can set them up for something like next turn, grab that Tome of Knowledge, get that Tome of Sacred Lightning, and sort of rock it up to level 8 or 9 next turn.
Yeah. He can immediately ship the Anger of the Skies.
Yeah, that one's not going to do great unless he wants, you know, that critical mass of arcane cards to banish, but I think he's probably okay without it.
And as we mentioned, he's got those careful studies kind of pulled to the front, and now he's just kind of like calculating what order he wants to put them back on the top. And it looked like he did the careful studies as card 3 and 4.
Yeah. So he's going to put that arcane card down. He's going to pay 2 to cast a careful study out of hand. And then he's going to come in with his 2 mismatched dungeon guides for a couple points of damage.
Cam, how do you feel about his mismatched cards here? We have mismatched dungeon guides, mismatched increasing dangers.
Mm-hmm. You know, it's all about sending message, Kelly.
Right, yeah.
And, you know, if that upsets your opponent, that's just a little edge that you get.
Yeah. And all right, going back to East, we have a huge reveal here. There's a lot of triggers. We have Gleaming Cuts. We had the heal from the site. Second Gleaming Cut.
Insane. And Eason not mismatching his deck is entirely foil.
It's just all
deck
foil.
Is a different kind of message that he's sending.
Right, exactly. Either way, send a message, right? Mismatch cards or just entirely foil.
Right.
Or why not both?
Why not both? But yeah, we see a huge burst here and lots of Luxem cards for Eason to be able to put down. He's going to start becoming a real threat, and Aaron's got to sort of put the pressure on, or it might be too much for him to overcome.
All right, let's see. 2 cards down, and we have a Gawain. Okay.
Oh, wow. Gawain's going to be really big.
Yeah, Gawain's going to come in and essentially just take the best card from Aaron's memory.
Yeah, we know there's no Resolute Stance on top, so this Gawain is going to hit, and Aaron unfortunately was not able to keep any of his powerful cards in his hand, so we are going to see that revealed by Gawain. We know he has those 2 fireballs down there, which can be pretty devastating if he loses one of those.
All secrets will be revealed.
That is true. Gawain is taking something one way or another.
Now he's cashing in the Enlighten counters to draw some cards here.
He's going to draw 2, but I believe he knew what they were,
Yes, for sure.
so he's not going to be able to stop this Gawain.
They were the 2 not careful studies. I don't remember exactly what they were, but the 2 cards that weren't careful study,
Right.
I think.
We're going to see... Oh,
Spell Shield.
Wow. Such a
So yeah, spell shielding to protect his memory.
really heads-up play by Aaron. He banished that Voltaic Sphere to get the discount, used the 2 cards that he drew to be able to cast that Spell Shield for 1 reserve. Very powerful. And not exactly what you want your Spell Shield to do, right? You want it to be a little bit bigger than that, but if it is going to save a card in your memory, and we know that his memory is very good right now, it's
And
a very smart play.
Yeah, you know that's got to be pretty scary for Eason, right?
Right.
Like he's burning a spell shield just to protect his memory.
Yeah. But thankfully for Eason Chen, does look like he has a Blanche in hand and a suspicious Quicksilver Grail. Could, of course, be the Luxeris map as usual,
Yes,
but
a very sus grail.
could be a Safeguard Amulet that could be pretty devastating if Aaron goes for a kill.
Aaron dropping that tome. Once again, that just gives you a static +1 level, and you can cash it in for a draw, but basically you want to keep it around until you can get the other tome on top of it.
Right. We're unfortunately going to see a Fireball banished for this Tome of Knowledge.
Probably not the card he wanted to see.
Yeah.
Probably not the card he wanted to see banished.
Probably okay with basically any of the other ones.
Yeah. Well, the other fireball too
Right,
would have been bad.
And those do match, so.
Yes, they're matching fireballs.
All right, we're going to see the first Careful Study.
Yep.
He is now level 8, as he does have 4 Arcane and Banish, 3 levels from Rai, 1 from Tome Knowledge.
Yep. He has the other Careful Study in hand. Just cracking the all of the Enlightened counters to draw more cards.
Yep. We'll see another Careful Study deployed as well. Going to bring him back up to 7. Can draw 2 more cards should he want to. We have a Creative Shock pulled to the front if he wants to do a little bit more digging there as well.
Definitely clearing up that Gawain.
Yeah, don't want her attacking again next turn.
He's like, yeah, I'm just going to do it now before I do anything else. Like, make sure I kill your Gawain.
All right, Careful Study. Cash in 1. We have 3 Creative Shocks pulled to the front of his hand.
He's got the ability to dig now.
He is probably not what he wants to see this late, but he might have a turn or two to cast some Creative Shocks and do some digging.
I think he just drew a Resolute, which is also not what you want to see.
Yeah, I think that was Shock, Resolute off the top 3, and that is definitely not exactly what he's looking for at this stage in the game.
Not ideal to say the least, especially on a turn where you banish your Fireball.
Right. But like you said, you can take a little bit of time to do some digging, find some extra cards. He is going to grab that Tome of Sacred Lightning to perhaps do a little bit more digging and maybe raise that level a little bit.
And that's kind of where he's at right now.
Yeah.
Just trying to dig and increase his level as much as he possibly can.
Right.
So he can try to get those crucial those kill cards.
Yeah.
Does have that 1 Fireball in hand. And what else has he got? Are those final 2 cards, are they just Power Overwhelmings or are they Stormcallers?
I believe they're Power Overwhelming.
I think they are, yeah.
His hand is looking a little bit Power Underwhelming. Oh, no, it is Advent of the
Oh, it is
Stormcaller.
Stormcaller, okay. And they've got a lot of lightning around the periphery, right?
And it looks like, yeah, he puts all of the cards in his hand down in his memory, and that is just enough to cast that Advent. And there is no response from Eason, who does have a Blanch in his hand. He just chooses to let this one go, as it's not a huge Advent.
Yeah, I mean, he's at 0. He's got his Spirit. I think this is pretty safe.
Yeah, and it's only it was only 8 cards, but he did find a tremendous amount of Arcane. And should he choose to, and I think he probably will, he's going to banish most of these for those extra levels, get that extra damage, maybe keep the Erratic Bolt or the Arcane Blast. But look at the rest of the cards that he's found, Kelly. He's found a Blanch, a Careful Study, a Scry Disguise. He couldn't ask for better.
Yeah, this is a pretty good Stormcaller for sure.
So we're definitely going to see those Voltaic Spheres go. Doesn't need those. And then he's going to decide on these other 6 cards what he wants to do with them. But definitely a really good Stormcaller, especially for only 8.
Yeah, I mean, like 5 Arcane hits and some other relevant cards.
Right. It's very
Very
strong.
good.
So yeah, he's going to deal a little bit of damage. And like you said, Eason's at 0. He still has his Spirit. He's playing Luxem. Really not in any danger just yet. But these very powerful setup cards are going to prove, I think, a little bit frightening for Eason to see here.
All right.
He's going to let the Bolt go. Going to let those 2 Spheres go. And we'll see if he wants to keep the Spell Shield and the Arcane Blast. I assume he does also want to keep those other 3 cards somewhere near the top of his deck.
He's kind of like deciding on this Arcane Blast here.
Right. Looks like he's going to decide to put it in the no pile.
All right, yeah. So this is going to be 4 Arcane cards getting banished here.
It's going to be 8 damage to Eason, and he's going to get to choose what he wants to do with these 4 cards, top or bottom. But I would be shocked to not see most, if not all of these go to the top. Maybe he doesn't value the Blanch enough, and he sends her to the bottom, but I think the other 3 cards are slam dunks.
Yeah, I think so as well. All right, yeah. So this is going to be 4 Arcane cards.
We will see. So difficult to navigate these Rai turns.
Yeah.
Aaron's going to take his time.
It's a lot of like tanking and like, ordering cards, planning for your next turn, drawing. So he did bottom 1.
Yeah.
I didn't see which one it was, but he did bottom 1.
Yeah, we're going to have to assume it's the Blanch. He's not under a whole lot of pressure, and he really just wants to find a kill as fast as possible.
We have a Tome activation. We're going to get a random banish here.
Yeah, so I wouldn't be surprised to see a random banish, draw the Careful Study, cash in the Careful Study, go up to 6 Enlightenment counters, draw those other cards that you need. He's counting his level up here, so we should be level 12, I believe.
Yeah. We're at the point where like turns are going to go for quite a while, right?
Yeah. So we do see that Careful Study. Up to 6 Enlightenment counters. He's just going to leave him on top. Smart play if he's not going to play those cards. He realizes they're just going to get put face down from the Xander Blinding Steel trigger.
Yeah, I mean, this is, you can easily just kind of like hold on and wait for sure. You don't need to cash those in right now.
We see the Quicksilver Grail finding yet another Luxera's map as it had in the first 2 games.
So it's always a map under there.
There's always a map.
What's in the Grail? That's a map. This is very likely, as we've seen before, gonna go get a Lightweaver's Assault.
Yeah, just want to find those as soon as you can. Really put Aaron under some pressure, because if you can't, Rai is going to run away with the game. And Rai looking to be in a pretty commanding position this game, but like we saw in the last one, never count out Eason.
Yeah, I mean, Rai's doing the Rai thing right now.
Right.
He's got his 6 Enlighten counters. He's got a little bit of grip. He's already kind of like stacked what he wants on his deck. He is a decent level. It's just like, you know, a step or 2 away.
Right. And we see that Eason is doing the math here as well, checking his banished.
Checking the level, also checking like what cards are in the banishment, what is left in the deck.
Yeah, these are just world-class players, so we know that Eason's counting Arcane Blast, counting Erratic Bolts. How many Advents does he have? Do I have to get a safeguard here? So many things going through these players' heads as we come towards the conclusion of this 3rd game.
And, yep, absolute marathon match, I would say.
Yeah, it's definitely a long one, and we know that our players are settled in for that. You know that Eason signed up for this, right? He's like, I'm going to play Luxem in the untimed rounds, and I'm going to take my time. I'm going to play a lot of Grand Archive today.
You definitely choose Luxem knowing you're going to go long, right?
Yeah.
Especially against, like, you know, the Allies list, but even against a deck like Rai still. I mean, like, it could still go long like this.
And you can't blame him, right? Such a powerful deck, has so many tools. Feels like it's very much the jack of all trades.
It's like, yeah, it's just incredibly resilient.
Yeah.
It can get to the point against some decks where it's like unkillable,
right.
And it also still has that like burst potential. Here he's opting to grab a Safeguard Amulet to just, you know, protect his life total all that much more.
We're going to see the 1/1 revealed, 1 Luxem Sight, 1 Lightweaver's Assault, heal a little bit of damage for Eason, deal a little bit of damage to Aaron.
Yep, heal 3, shoot you for 2. And now he's got potentially some decisions to make, but I think
he's got a pretty killer hand. I think we see 2 Lightweavers, a Luxem Sight, a Blanche. We do have access to that Luxera's map as well. An Exercise Curses pulled to the front. Maybe he wants a little floating, a reason to put some cards down into his memory.
Yeah, I mean this map is going to help quite a bit, I think. Currently his kill turn window is pretty small, right? Only having the 1 Lightweaver, so getting an additional one is going to really you know, make that much quicker.
Yeah, it's going to close that door a little bit faster, and it looks like that is what he grabbed. Grabbed a Lightweaver's Assault, put it down into his memory.
And it also enables the exactly what we saw in game 2, right? Where you can do a double Lightweaver kill, right?
Right.
You want to get to those crucial 10 cards at hand, and then do double Lightweavers when your opponent is at a enough where you can kill them, right?
Right.
Once again, we can't discount the Serene Spirits and the extra 6 points of life.
Oh, wow. So we're going to see an Uncover the Plot. So that's going to reveal the memory.
Yeah.
Get a couple of preparation counters and draw a card. But we are going to see, looks like 2 Sights and a Lightweaver. So he's going to go down to 0 damage counters yet again. Deal 2 damage to Aaron.
Yeah. Exactly what you want to do. Uncover the Plot's a really nice card in the Luxem decks because it helps you get extra reveals on your turns. Otherwise, it's just, you know, the 1 per turn at the beginning. So, yeah, that just helps kind of like, you know, speed up the process.
And it's put him in a pretty safe position. It's going to be hard for Aaron to kill him through a Serene Spirit, through a Safeguard Amulet, through this Blanche that he has in hand. Lots of lines of defense for Eason.
We're setting up for a similar situation as in game 2, where it's going to be like, all right, who's going to pull the trigger first, right? Everyone's kind of like amassing their offense and defense, and it's going to come down to the wire and see, you know, who has what left over when the dust settles.
Yeah, it's always that big flurry of blows. Lots of cards exchanged from both players, and somebody's going to come out on top. But it is up to one of these players to take the stand and be the one to fire the first shot.
All right, who's going to pull the trigger first, right? Everyone's kind of like amassing.
So we're going to go over to Aaron. He's going to decide on his materialization here. Perhaps get his own safeguard.
Yeah.
He's pulled that Storm Tyrant side to the front if he wants to find a little bit more gas.
Got the Chalice of Blood too, potentially. He's pretty far away from it though, you know, being at 11.
Right. But getting the Chalice can put your opponent into a difficult situation where they don't want to put you to 20 on their turn, as you can then, pop in and find some interaction.
It looks like he's... Yeah.
So he's going to grab that Storm Tyrant's Eye.
Yep, opting for the eye.
Eye's going to reveal cards from the top of this deck until you reveal an Arcane Element card. It deals unpreventable damage to your champion equal to the amount of cards revealed this way, and then you put one of those cards into your hand and the rest on the bottom.
Yeah, this is a card that's really good when you can, have a huge scry, stack your deck exactly how you want it so you can maximize that.
Yeah, it just turns into a GCR, right?
Yep.
And speaking of which...
Yep, here we have it.
You absolutely nailed it. So he's going to cast a Scry. In response, he is going to activate his Tome of Sacred Lightning, banish that one card at random, draw a card, then activate his Scry. Very clean plays. Allows him to have complete control over his memory.
Yep, and now he can stack his deck in exactly the perfect way so he can maximize that eye right there.
And his level is so high right now. He's level 12.
Yeah, he is.
Which is more than enough for what he needs.
Actually, I think he's 13, right? Because he has 9 in banishment, +3, plus the 1 from the tome.
Oh, yeah, plus the 1 from the tome. Yeah, exactly right. Level 13. And this is the perfect situation for something like an Advent of the Stormcaller, but that Safeguard Amulet is really going to put a damper on that plan.
Yeah. I mean, Eason does have quite a staunch defense.
Right. So we do find an Arcane Blast and an Erratic Bolt.
Yeah.
Those are both looking pretty good. Erratic Bolt does get better over time. Looks like we found an Arcane Sight, a Spell Shield Arcane, a Voltaic Sphere, and perhaps an Arcane Disposition. He's going to think about how he wants to order those. And this can be quite an interesting turn should he order these right. He can draw through most of these, especially with that Storm Tyrant's Eye, allowing him to draw one for basically free. And he can really pop off here and at least make Eason respect the amount of damage that he can present.
Yeah, it's a lot of gas on top.
So he's going to start by drawing one with his 3 enlightenment counters. Oh, sorry. He's going to start by drawing into memory from the Scries, guys.
Yes.
Then he's going to draw a card with his enlightenment counters. He's going to cash in that Arcane Sight, get +1 level and draw a card.
So level 14 now. Super relevant for any of the damaging cards that care about your level. Really relevant for Stormcaller. And here we have Stormcaller.
So he's going to start with a Stormcaller. So really interesting that he can cast Stormcaller here. It does no damage because of that Safeguard Amulet that's been cracked. But he does have that Erratic Bolt in his hand that he can just choose to banish a bunch of Arcane cards and turn that Erratic Bolt into an absolutely massive fireball.
Yeah, yeah. And like I said, currently 14, I believe.
Looks like he's ditching
there's a lot of hits.
an insane amount of Arcane. This is like 9 Arcane cards?
There's a lot of hits. We did have that Safeguard Amulet get popped, right? But this could increase his level to absurd degrees.
How many cards is this?
All right,
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Okay, yeah, if he wants to banish them all, it's what, level 24?
A casual level 24.
Just cash 24?
In our feature match of the World Championship, we might see
hey,
level
Cameron,
24 Rye.
Cameron, remind me how much life does Xander have?
I believe Xander has 25 life. Yeah.
25 life, okay.
Yep. So if we can find one more level, just lethal Erratic Bolt, is that good enough?
Well, okay, so the Safeguard Amulet has
Safeguard
been popped.
Amulet
So
is in play.
Safeguard has been popped. And I don't think the spirits have been released either.
Right,
So,
that's correct.
But if you die from
1,
from
right?
0, that's not going to help all that much. So, yeah, this is a wild turn.
He also still has that Storm Tyrant's Eye, so he can put these Arcane Blasts on top.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Or he just casts his Erratic Bolt and he draws his 2 Arcane Blasts, right?
Yeah. He's just got to, like, sequence it, right?
This is insane. This is so much damage. So he can banish most of these. Erratic Bolt for effective, 19.
Yeah, okay, so there goes, 7 of them, right? We had 10, we counted 10 total.
Correct.
Banishing 7. There's the 2 Arcane Blasts at the Bolt.
All right, so we're 16 plus 3 plus 1. So he's level 20, is that correct?
Math and stuff.
I believe level 20 is where we're at. He's going to crack that Storm Tyrant's Eye. Maybe he's going to get an Arcane card. Oh, wow.
Oh, hey, look. Who would have thought of that? Oh, all right.
God, and yeah, now he gets to cast Erratic Bolt.
Yep.
draws 2 Arcane Blasts. There's just nothing Eason can do, right?
I don't think so. I don't like calling the game until it's over, but you know, it's looking dire
So
for
we
our
do still have this Blanche
Xander.
from the
That's
side
true.
of Eason.
That is true. There's
Which
Blanche,
could
right?
do some real work. It's going to be difficult, but it might be enough, and then we might see something like what happened last game, is that Aaron goes all out and it's not quite enough, and then Eason's able to take over the game. So we'll see 4 go down for an Erratic Bolt. Erratic Bolt for 20 damage. Going to go down to 16.
15. I think it might be 22. So like 12, 16 from banishment, right?
Yeah, plus 3 from Rye.
Plus 3 from Rye, plus 2 from sights, right?
The 2 sights and then the 1 from
the
the tome.
Yeah.
So 22, going to go down to 18 from that Safeguard Amulet. Perhaps more if this Blanche comes into play. I believe he does have an Exercise Curses as well, so he can pay 2 for an Exercise Curses, then pay 2 for a Blanche.
Yeah, exactly. Yep, you nailed it.
And that is quite a lot.
All right. Now it's like, okay, here's Blanche. Your move.
Your move. He does not have quite enough to find something like a Sparkleite, so he's probably just going to have to let this one go. Blanche is preventing currently...
Oh, it's hard to count to see how many cards are in the memory.
7?
It's a big blob of white cards.
I believe it is 7 cards. So currently 11 prevention on board.
Okay, yeah.
So bringing 22 down to 11.
Yeah.
Arcane Blast at home.
Arcane Blast at home, yeah.
But then he is going to get to draw 2 additional cards, but it's going to be pretty hard if he doesn't find a way to kill this Blanche.
Cam, this is an absolutely wild turn.
It's insane.
What is even going on?
You know, it's a real shame that he threw these dungeon guides into the red zone. He could have used them to pick off this Blanche.
That's true,
he
actually.
expected her to show
that's
up.
actually true.
Wow, this is just absolutely insane.
So we currently still have what's happening now is Bolt is waiting to be resolved, and I think Blanche is also just kind of like sitting there, right?
Correct, yeah. So yeah, Aaron doing some math, thinking if there's anything that he can do. Something that he can do is banish the Tome of Sacred Lightning, as it does inherit the effects of the tome that it banished. So he can draw an additional card.
Yeah.
And I believe he currently doesn't have information over the top of his deck. And if that's the case, maybe he finds something like a Sparkleite, can deal with this Blanche, and that would be a pretty big game.
I think that is probably one of the things that he's currently considering.
Right. And, you know, we saw this in all of these games. It's such difficult turns to navigate. And so he's really just trying to do the math, see what his outs are.
Does he have any spheres in his, like voltaic spheres in his graveyard?
Oh, I'm not sure.
Now he's going through his banishment to see what cards are in there.
Yeah, doing a quick count of the deck. He's seen so many cards, and he sent so many cards to the bottom that he does have a pretty good understanding of what cards are still available and what the possibilities are that he draws them. But that is such a difficult math problem to do on the fly.
This is a situation where he's sitting there and just like, it's like the numbers are just floating around his head, plus minus, the possible cards.
Yeah, so he's just going to take his time to consider if that's the right line, as he does still have quite a bit of turn to go. It's been a long ride turn, but he's still got a lot more.
I mean, once you get to this point, the ride turns are quite long, right?
Right. And that's, he's looking to close it out as soon as he can. He's still under some pressure. I mean, Aaron's taken 12 points of damage, and Eason still has 7 cards available, and that could be enough to close out the game should Aaron not get it done. So,
yeah. I mean, look, this is like the turn of this game.
Yeah, Rye has this big explosive turn, and he hopes that it gets over the finish line, but sometimes it doesn't. We've seen it go both ways for Aaron so far in this match. We'll see who comes out on top this time.
And so we have the scenario that you mentioned before. The tome is getting cracked right here.
Correct.
Drawing a card.
So he's going to lose a level.
Yep.
He's going to draw a card, and he's going to hope for a Sparkleite on top. Oh, so he does have a Fireball. So he can choose to Fireball in response to Blanche.
So, yeah, Blanche hasn't resolved yet. So we have Fireball on top of Blanche.
And this is going to be Fireball for 23?
Yes.
Oh, sorry, 22.
20,
he
22.
lost a level from
right.
banishing.
Yeah.
So it's going to be Fireball for 22. which notably not enough to kill Eason, so he can take 22 and then lineage release to recover 6.
That's true, yeah.
And I don't know if that's going to be enough.
We still have the bolt on the stack, though, right?
Correct. Yeah, and the bolt is, again, going to be currently for 21.
But by the time the bolt resolves, Blanche will have been in
Blanche
play.
will be on board.
So it'll be preventing a decent chunk as well.
It'll be preventing 11. So it would be 10 coming across
All right.
should this happen.
So we have a resolution here.
Okay.
We have
Damage taken.
We have resolution of Fireball, immediately activating the Spirit to gain the 6 life back.
Yep. Puts him to 14.
So now we have Blanche resolving after that.
Oh, no. Does this leave Eason at 1? I think it's 10 coming across through Blanche. And I believe that leaves Eason at 24 damage counters.
I think you might be right.
The math is so hard for us here in the booth. I hope that you're following along at home. It does
Yeah,
put Eason at 24.
yeah, it is 24.
But he does get to draw 2 cards. He can find something like an Arcane Blast here. But that's still not enough with Blanche on the board.
This is so like on the razor's edge.
Insane.
All right, 2 off the top. He got a Fractal
Yeah, Fractal and Unknown.
and just
he's just going to
pass. Oh,
Wow, as close as you can possibly get here for Aaron. And he just needs to survive this turn, but that is a pretty tall order. Eason has a lot of cards in his disposal, and he might be able to close this one out.
he just has Blanche on board now too as well.
Right.
All right, let's see Eason's follow-up.
So Aaron does still have his Serene Spirit. So
Yep.
he's got a little bit more life to work with, but definitely not a position he wants to be in, letting Eason sort of do whatever he wants and have access to, a huge amount of influence.
Yeah, Aaron's kind of at a virtual 6 with that Spirit.
Right.
But it's not unheard of to push that kind of damage
Right.
with Luxander.
Yeah, we'll see what the reveal looks like. And that's going to be super important. And Eason knows that too. He's really thinking about his materialization, seeing if there's anything that he can use in this situation to press an advantage over Aaron.
This is as close as you can get, right? Okay, so we have the Chalice coming on in.
Chalice pretty
and
good.
Immediately crack that for 2.
Gonna draw 2.
I mean, this could get you to the point where you can actually double Lightweavers.
Oh my God, it's 3 Lightweavers assault.
Triple Lightweavers. So we have 6 damage coming in from Lightweavers. Taking him up to 18.
And I believe that 7 cards down, 2 in hand draw step brings him to
Yeah,
10.
forces-
That's enough for the double
forces 2.
Lightweavers.
And, attack 1 with Blanche to kind of do your due diligence.
Oh my God,
Slam 4 down. Lightweavers.
2.
Lightweavers. That's it.
Wow.
Oh,
Holy.
dude, that is as close as you could possibly
Yeah.
get in this matchup.
That
And-
was the most wry math I think we've ever had to do on coverage.
And we have, in a best of 3, Serene Fire Xander.
Right.
That is wild.
Yeah, I mean, we said going into this match, and we've said it a couple of times as well, that this is typically something that Rye's usually favored in, right? But it shows just such a masterclass on this Fire Luxem Xander deck from Eason Chen.
I mentioned it at the start. I mentioned it like off camera. You can't count him out, man.
Right.
He is like, Eason is a master of this Luxem deck, and that's the skill on display.
Right.
Like trying to formulate the words. That was a crazy, crazy match.
Yeah, I think that is one of the most insane matches of Grand Archive that I've ever witnessed, and I'm glad that we got to cover it on the World Championship stage. Such talented players and absolutely well played by both Aaron and
Absolutely.
Eason.
Yeah, I mean, like both players. Aaron kind of like going into the tank, trying to see like, am I dead? Like, can I survive this, or can I do enough damage to provide lethal? And so close.
Right.
So very, very close.
Yeah, we see it every opportunity. Both players just playing to every out, playing to every little minuscule edge. 1 point of damage here, 1 card draw here, and we saw Eason come out on top. But just like you said, as close as we can possibly be. The closest game I think I've seen in a very long time.
I wouldn't have it any other way here at the Grand Archive World Championship. I don't know about you, Cam, but after that match, I need a stiff drink here.
Yeah, I could do with a break, a glass of water maybe. We just, that was just insane Grand Archive. So yeah, just big shout outs to Eason and Aaron for playing so incredibly well.
Yeah, and Eason on fire, Luxem, Xander making it on.
Yeah. Yeah, the sort of, the deck that didn't see a whole lot of Swiss play, and, Eason is now the only Luxem Xander player in our top 8, and he's really showing why this deck is so powerful.
Yeah, 100%. Let's go ahead and check out the current standings after that round. So we have, as we saw in the first game of the day, Caben versus Glenn. Glenn taking the win. We still have up Manny and Alec, as well as Life Russell and Dragleville. Of course, we just saw Burner and Curex play, with Eason, also known as Burner, taking the win.
Right. And I believe our next match we'll be seeing is going to be Life Russell versus Dragowill, and that'll be coming up pretty shortly. But yeah, such exciting games here at the World Championship as we begin to wind down and get a little bit closer to that, ultimate game.
Yep, and as might have been mentioned before, we are showing every single game of the top 8 here. So we have 2 more games today, tons and tons of excellent Grand Archive for you, as well as the semis, and the finals tomorrow. So definitely stay tuned for the rest of the stream here and for tomorrow. It's really exciting, man. Like, if we can even have the games as half as exciting as the last one, you're in for a huge treat.
Yeah, I mean, all weekend, all day, we've had such terrific games here at the World Championship, and that's what we get, right? We get the 16 best players in the world, and this is what you get. You get the best Grand Archive that we could possibly ask for.
Yeah, I very excited to see how it all plays out. We have some allies lists come up. We have some water matches. We have some wind matches for you. It's gonna be really, really exciting, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. So make sure that you stick around for the rest of the weekend. Of course, like Kel said, we have 2 more rounds today, and then we will have the rest of those top 4 rounds tomorrow. So we are going to take a quick 10-minute break, then we will be back with the next round of the Grand Archive World Championship.
Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Grand Archive TCG World Championships. Again, this is the first World Championship for Grand Archive TCG. It is day 2, and on day 2, we are covering the top 8 matches. I'm Dan from Main Deck, and I'm here joined by Clem.
Hello there. So, how are you feeling? How's been the previous game for you so far?
These matches have been absolutely crazy. If you haven't been keeping up, if you just tuned in today, we have had 2 incredible matches so far, both of them absolute nail-biters down to the very end, unbelievable finishes on both. Now, the interesting thing about today is that the players joining top 8 actually had the opportunity to change their deck lists, and we had a lot of players making calls, I would say, that are expecting certain things to change or certain things to stay the same, and I don't think it's always worked out. What do you think about how the players have approached this today, Clem?
I think for the most part, I'm surprised that not many people changed their lists because, there haven't been that many significant changes here. But I'm excited. I was very happy that Ethan Burner. He swapped to his, the expected regular Luxem Xander list.
Yes.
And he did well. I'm happy. And it's interesting seeing how people are, editing their list. Like over here, the next match is going to be Sean Zhang versus Wilson Yip. And Sean didn't change anything about his list, right?
Right, nothing.
It's the exact same thing as yesterday.
Same Rye list.
Yeah. But Wilson's very interesting. He kept his main deck the exact same. Everything's basically the same as yesterday, but his sideboard has been more catered towards what we saw yesterday, right? So I think he wasn't expecting people to swap, and that was definitely a good call looking at the list in the end.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, absolutely. And an interesting thing about this, too, is that Wilson Yip's changes do seem to indicate that he is no longer worried about Luxem pulling Morgans out of the sideboard and perhaps concerned about things like erupting or any sort of fire strategies that are using the graveyard to power up the fire strategies, because he has Nullifying Lantern now with a Quicksilver Grail to potentially back it up in the sideboard. However, Luxem is actually what Ethan Burner Chen won the previous matchup unbelievably against Rye, a matchup that was a little difficult. But before we move on to our next matchup, we are going to be doing a quick little spotlight at some of the artists that are at play here in World. So we're going to take a look at those. This is actually an incredible event today with an array of incredible GA art and artists. You can see right here on the screen, Dai, stupendous artists in charge of Arasana, as well as many other very popular cards and champions. We have several different artists as well. Dragon Art Triss being shown here as well. These are just absolutely an incredible studio of artists. Clem, do you have any particular favorites of the art that's shown off here today?
I really like Fang's chibi artist proofs.
Yes.
I got one. I got a Morgan, mostly for my husband, but it's for myself as well. It's a bit self-indulgent with the chibi.
Yes.
I think it's wonderful. I also like the Dragon Art Triss signatures. I really like the little doodles she makes. It's incredible.
I personally picked up a Naya artist proof. Naya is a piece of art that I fell in love with coming from Set 4 Mercurial Heart, which, by the way, tonight we are going to be having the world premiere of Set 4 Mercurial Heart. So once we have finished up all of these rounds, these semifinal rounds, we will be moving on. You and I will actually be joining the fray and playing some Set 4 in the world premiere along with everybody else. So are you pumped for that?
Yeah, I'm very excited. And everyone, if you're here and you haven't picked it up yet, there's a booth not too far from us where you can pick up these cool wristbands that indicate what team you're in.
Yes.
It's very cool.
Very cool. Now, we're going to take a quick look at the deck list for the match we are about to see here today. So let's take a look at those. We're starting with Sean Electrosil Zhang, who is a Rye player in this matchup. Yes, this is the third match today featuring a Rye player. Rye certainly was eating well in the last day of gameplay, and a lot of these players were expected to swap off of Rye, but ended up hanging right onto it because Rye can just win games as we have as we expected to see today, Clem. Isn't that right? But actually, Rye has managed to lose both the previous matches, so this might be the match for Rye. You can see it's a pretty typical Rye list. Clem, any comments on this one?
No, I think you mentioned everything. But with Wilson,
tell us about Wilson's list.
Wilson's list is also, I think, is a very typical Fire Merlin deck. You know, he's really just focused on pushing damage both early and late game. I think it's very versatile. What's very interesting to me is there's only 2 Incarnate Majesties and only 1 Ascensions in his deck. So he's not focusing on Prismatic Edge here, and he's not very Majestic Spirit reliant like many other Merlin decks. So he might be in a better spot here against Sean, because usually Merlin can be too slow for a Rye deck. But I think here, because he's not relying on getting the Majestic Spirit, he can do it. He has a pretty good chance because he's very, very aggressive, I think.
Yeah, there are some interesting choices in here. Things like the 2 of Honorable Vanguard as an ally who can actually attack and deal damage. The 2 is Sparkleite as well. We've seen some Merlin lists actually running even lighter on Sparkleite. But the Sparkleite is something that can pop through those Spell Shield Arcanes and maybe give him the edge that he needs in order to take the opponent out. So now let's take a look at our top 8 bracket and just talk about this just a little bit. So as you guys saw in round 1 today, TCG Cabin versus Glenny Boy ended in a victory for Glenny Boy on Fire Hybrid Lorraine Merlin. And the match we just saw, an absolutely epic finish for Burner Eason Chen versus Korax, with Burner taking it unbelievably with at 1 health left with Luxem. One health.
It's always very tight with Luxem, I think. It's... you don't like to see that, but it's still, with Luxem, you leave them on 1 life, they can easily finish the game off, I think.
Yep, and that is exactly what we saw happen with plenty of Lightweaver's Assaults to go around in order to deal the damage to Rye. Now, in this matchup, Clem, that we're about to see, again, it is going to be a Fire Merlin versus a Fire Rye. Can we expect, do you think, a climactic finish, just like we saw in the previous 2 matchups?
Yeah, I think both of these are very explosive decks. And I think Sean is a wonderful Rye player. So he's definitely, if he's going to finish, he's going to go out with a bang.
Yes.
And I think Wilson's also a very, very good player. Well, they're both in the top 8 of a World Championship.
Everyone here is obviously a good player, for sure. The interesting thing is whoever wins this is going to be going in the bracket against Burner, playing Luxem next round. So who would you favor out of these 2 to be going against Burner? Who feels more comfortable with that matchup, do you think?
Well, I think it entirely depends on what Burner brings tomorrow, because Wilson in his day 1 list, because for day 3, players can either choose their day 1 or day 2 deck lists, as we know. And Wilson, his day 1 list had Morgan in it. So if he wins and Burner sticks with Luxem, he has a good chance. But I think Sean is overall also very favored, but allies can rush down Rye fast enough where he doesn't have a chance to win, and they can protect themselves with favorable wins and many other things.
Yes.
So I think it also entirely depends on what deck Burner brings tomorrow.
Yeah. That is a huge wrench into the entire situation, where the fact that Burner did swap from a very different list, from an ally-focused list to Luxem, and if Burner's able to make it into day 3, which he did now,
he did.
That was the gamble he took, though. Since he's able to make it day 3 now, he has the advantage of being able to swap it up when necessary. So this is going to be super exciting to see exactly what ends up happening between these 2 matchups. And, I would say between these 2, my personal opinion, the Merlin list, if Burner goes to allies, would be a little more favored. But the Rye list, I would say, is a little more favored if Burner stays on Luxem. Although, as we saw in the last one, and as Kel kept saying, you cannot count Burner out in any matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's definitely going to be very, very interesting tomorrow. I'm very excited to see how everyone does and what everyone brings, because of course there are these people, there are the players who didn't swap decks, but there's Burner, and basically it's Burner right now in the top cut that has an entirely different list, and I think that strategy is also it paid off for him because now he has 2 wildly different decks and wildly different strategies he can use. And he has a lot of options, depending on who gets in, he can pick what he prefers, because both of these players' day 1 lists are very, very similar, basically the same. For Sean, it's the same. For Wilson, there's slight differences. So he can't choose this person won, and he's gonna be my opponent. So I'm gonna bring the list that's more favored towards me,
Glenny Boy had a very interesting choice to switch from this more stock Merlin list like we're about to see Wilson play to the hybrid list too has an interesting swap there that as you can choose now between going into hybrid or going into Merlin for the next game. But we're moving on now finally to our match here. Wilson Yip versus Sean Zhang, and the two players are shuffling up, getting ready for the match of a lifetime, certainly the match that will determine whether or not they make it into day 3 to compete in the semifinals and the grand finals. This is, the two I'm sure have been waiting for this all day. Of course, this has been a long, drawn-out day for the players where they haven't had to play the whole time. They've had to sit there in anticipation, waiting for their match to come up.
Absolutely. And watching who your opponent is going to be is also very stressful.
Yes, yep. But hopefully the two players are rested, fed, and ready for a good game of Grand Archive. They're going to get everything shuffled up. They're going to take a second to look at each other's deck lists too, and it looks like they're even talking about their deck lists, perhaps making remarks about some of the card choices for better or worse and their decisions behind it. Very interesting too, going into this day knowing who your opponent is going to be based on the seeding, and then making decisions based on that. We saw that again with Glenny Boy switching to hybrid, expecting perhaps Caven to go to an ally list that he's been successful with in the past, and move it on from there. Managing to take the win with the hybrid, though, putting him in a good position to play against either of the two ally lists in our final match for the round, which will be cast right after this one.
Yeah.
So as the players shuffle up, we are just going to wait a moment here and get ready for them to start playing what I expect to be an extremely exciting game, a little roll-off. When we do roll off here, which of these decks do you think is more likely, Clem, to want to take that first turn? Which do you think it has a bigger impact on?
I think Sean is favored if he starts, because he really needs to rush to level 3, because he knows that Wilson only plays 2 incarnates, but if Wilson gets to have that perfect turn of go to level 3 and then get his Majestic Spirit, then Sean is in a very bad spot for removing it, So he has Gloomspire to still balance his hand, even if he starts with only 6 cards. So I think he's in a very favored spot if he starts. But I think both of these players want to start here because they are both reliant on their level 3, so they're on their advanced element cards. So it's definitely going to be interesting. But I think if Sean starts, then he has the game locked, basically.
Wow, strong opinion.
It is.
Game absolutely locked.
Not
if Sean wins
absolutely
the
locked.
Okay.
But he has a very good chance if he starts, because he's ahead. He just gets ahead.
Yes, it is certainly an advantage. Materialization advantage is going to be a key factor in a matchup like this. On the plus side, if Sean does get that start, it does give Yip a chance to actually get some attacks in first. Which will certainly be, something that he's going to be looking to do to try and close the game. But as the players start, it does look like, in fact, it is Sean who does win the die roll and is getting to go first. Starting with the Spirit of Serene Fire, going to do the pseudo mulligan, as we like to say, the Glimpse 6, and just decide which cards he does not want to keep and which he does.
Exactly. And it seems he has the Gloomspire for round 1. He has a Dungeon Guide.
Starting with a Gloomspire in the opening hand. So Gloomspire, of course, being the cool tech that we did get to see in a couple of these Rye lists this weekend. Gloomspire allowing the Spirit of Serene Fire, and when you're starting first, you keep a low influence, and the Gloomspire builds it back up very effectively. So it's a very clear first turn play with the arcane cards to back it up, and a pass on to Wilson Yip. With his first turn's Fire Merlin, he did, as he had no influence, he did get to get a card into his memory as well from the Gloomspire activation, but as on your first turn in the game in Grand Archive, you skip your recollection phase. You do not get to take it back.
Indeed. I think Gloomspire is very good here. It's basically an increasing danger.
Yes.
Which is a very strong turn 1, because as you said, they skip their recollection. Each player skips their first recollections.
Yep, so no 9-card hand for Yip right now, but he's going to take his 8-card hand and is going to figure out what to do with Merlin. Now, these Merlin lists are often built with a number of board control elements. Yip is no exception to that, running not only Sparklight, which is good in this matchup in other ways, but Focus Flames and Incendiary Fractal. We do see in his opening hand, he's got some very anti-aggro cards. Does have a Stalwart Shieldmate. There's an Incendiary Fractal in there as well.
There's a Resolute Stand as well. So
yeah, not the cards that Yip does not want to see in this matchup. but thankfully you can just place them down, start to find some other things that are useful. I do see 2 Flame Rune Swordsmen, and it might be a potential strategy for Yip, given that he's on this first turn, to just start and drop a couple allies and start getting some damage in.
Yeah, but it looks like he's thinking about playing that Incendiary Fractal here. Maybe probably for the reservable. So
The Fractal is an interesting call in this situation because keeping his reserve down will actually allow that Gloamspire to continue impacting him. So it might be a thought to try and get that out of the hand without it, costing a card, as it's reservable, so it will begin to be able to be used as a resource for Yip's future plays.
Absolutely.
Here we are putting down the 4. There is the Incendiary Fractal, so Yip is going to go set up that Fractal in there. Fractal has an additional advantage in this matchup, of course, as well, where Fractal allows you to only pay 2 cards from hand for a Dungeon Guide, allowing you to very selectively lose the cards that you want to.
Exactly.
A distinct advantage as well. Puts down the Fractal, and then just enough cards to play the Flame Rune Swordsman, declares an attack, and then gets a little damage on Rai. On Sean's turn, he then decides to materialize to Rai, which is the obvious decision, of course, as the Rai player is looking to level as quickly as possible to try and end the game before the Incarnate Majesty drops the Deer and before things get a little harder to handle from the Merlin player.
Absolutely.
Okay, we are going for a Gloamspire activate into a new Gloamspire and an activate. Now, using that uniqueness rule to his advantage, being able to drop the previous Gloamspire and double activate the Gloamspire this turn to allow him to just cycle through. He's just trying to find more cards and is able to keep an influence, or is able to keep getting cards off of that.
Yeah, that was very fortunate for him, as Wilson didn't have the influence to draw off of Gloamspire.
It makes sense to play that, take advantage of it when the opportunity presents itself. This will only give me cards, so I'm just going to use it as a cycle. Yip goes for a Materialize of Lorraine level 1 into a Sword of Seeking, losing an Honorable Vanguard on the card, which is there were actually some probably better cards to lose, but it's not the worst thing in the world.
He gets more floating memory of the top, Exercise Curses.
Yeah, Exercise Curses, so Yip is going to have no lack of floating memory to be able to get those levels, but might not be seeing the cards necessarily to be pushing the aggro that Yip might want to be to basically make that threshold lower. When Yip gets to 3, it's going to be looking to put together a string of sudden steals, fireballs, some way to close the game.
Yeah, it seems that Yip did go for the dungeon guide, controlled dungeon guide that just mentioned here.
Exactly, the controlled dungeon guide, a key factor for that Incendiary Fractal on the first turn, dropping in that Merlin. And then allowing now Merlin doesn't have any floating memory to banish, unfortunately, right now. But Yip could potentially make one of on his own if he wanted to. Ryan notorious for not wanting floating memory.
Yep, absolutely. I really like how he puts his CSRs in a case next to the actual level 2. And he dungeon guides again, so he is going to rush to level 3, get there as soon as possible.
Yeah, what we're seeing here is exactly that. Yip saying, okay, you know what, if this is a game of going to level 3 first, it's going to be me that does it, not you.
Yeah.
Knowing that the pressure from Rai does not build up for a couple more turns here, and knowing he's going down to a single influence, 1 card in influence, but that will actually allow that Gloamspire to draw him back up on his influence if Sean wants to continue to activate that Gloamspire. And we'll get that Merlin ticking up right away so that Yip is able to draw more cards over the course of a few more turns and start to come back into the game just as Rai's game is heating up.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, his sudden steal unfortunately did go out into banishment with the Dungeon Guide, which is a very good finisher for him.
That is a great point, Clem. Yeah, losing that isn't the greatest thing in the world, and this list does only play, if I remember correctly, only two sudden steal in the main board, so that is a nice damage source that was lost there.
Yeah, unfortunate.
So Rai is leveling in Materialized phase. Rai is leveling to 2, losing 2 more Arcane cards, an Advent and a Spell Shield. Spell Shield is quite a good card here, but of course these Rai lists are playing no shortage of them with 4 in the main, so there should not be necessarily only 3 in the main. I was looking at it. It should not be a huge issue, though. Should be able to find another one if he needs it. We did see in the first match the Spell Shield coming down to potentially save Cabin in that game, only to be countered by an instant speed Fireball. So it is certainly a useful card to be able to hold on to there, but of course banishing Arcane cards is the name of the game here. It's the most important thing to get your level up.
Absolutely, and I think that Sean is really, he has the Dungeon Guide and he has the 3 Arcane cards in hand, so he could absolutely just go for the level 3 right now and start pushing damage.
Sean is certainly in the tank thinking about that right now. The Dungeon Guide would get him up there right away, but the question is, what is he going to be able to do after that?
Absolutely. And I think the Peaceful Reunion might also be good for him here. He's going to draw a card.
Activate Gloamspire.
Yeah.
Let's see what's coming up. That is a useful thing to do. He says, you know what? Okay, that's fine. I'll play your game. You can have another card. I need to see more cards in order to win this game, too.
Yeah.
Rai often taking that strategy of, I don't really care what you're doing because what I'm doing is so much stronger once it gets going.
Yeah.
And ultimately, Sean decides to pass, does not take that Dungeon Guide play, and does not play the Peaceful Reunion, just going to take the damage of whatever attacks are coming. Sensible, too, though, because Merlin, as we know, only gets a strong attack turn every 2 turns. This turn, Merlin is only going to get 1 level counter, won't have the attack buff. So the Peaceful Reunion could be more effectively used waiting a turn if Sean decides to do that.
Yeah, absolutely. I did not see, however, what else he had in his hand. I think he had a Fireball, Dungeon Guide, 3 Arcane card. So
another Dungeon Guide, not a great card either. We do see Yip really with a low amount of cards in hand. The Fireball, a nice Sparklight. Sparklight is a nice pickup. Dungeon Guide, not so much. But that Sparklight may be very well extremely useful if the game once again comes down to a Spell Shield Arcane in the late. You let the Spell Shield Arcane resolve and then resolve the Sparklight afterwards to pop the shield, remove it when it prevents no damage because Sparklight is unpreventable and no Enlightenment counters are gained.
Yeah, it's interesting. Both games are...
It's that kind of day today.
We have just a note here. We have... okay, perfect. Okay, so we have a Quicksilver Grail from Sean going into his materialize. We had Wilson Yip dealing a little bit of damage, attack, and then moving on to Sean's turn. Sean getting a materialize of Quicksilver Grail with some mysterious card under it. Now, Clem, if you're looking at Sean here, what card do you believe is under that Quicksilver Grail from its on-enter?
I would expect it to be a Tome of Knowledge because he's been, we saw yesterday that was his go-to play, and in this matchup, that is also what you want to see. You want to control what you are going to banish for a Tome of Knowledge.
Yes. The Tome of Knowledge, I think, is it is the typical sort of like proactive play for the Rai deck to be able to control that. I do think there is room. A great thing about Quicksilver Grail, of course, is that ability to sort of play your opponent a little bit. There's room for doing something like putting a Safeguard Amulet under it as well as a surprise, which would allow Sean to potentially live through that Fireball play that Lorraine likes to build up to, or Merlin likes to build up to as well.
Yeah. Also, he can get a Terrafring, and there is no
a Terrafring
out of nowhere, basically, and he's gonna.
Yes.
Wilson can go for a attack kill turn in his mind and build it up, and then you can surprise him with the Terrafring.
Yes,
there.
a Terrafring, another interesting surprise. Now we have Sean going for a Dungeon Guide, which is going to get Rai leveled up from 2 to 3, which is exactly where we want to be, banishing an Arcane Blast, and I'm not sure if that's another Arcane card. We're going to have to get a read on the level here to know what's going on. Oh, we're going to see the Quicksilver Grail.
And
Quicksilver Grail
it was
for Tome, pretty classic.
Yep.
Banishing Creative Shock, which Sean decides not useful anymore. That's too many cards to spend to get the cards from it. There, we're going to instantly turn our Tome of Knowledge into the Tome of Sacred Lightning, and then we're going to activate our Gloamspire and get some more cards.
Absolutely. And
we're going to then banish a Voltaic Sphere, getting another level counter in there. So I believe our dice are a level counter here. We have 6, 7, 8, 9. We're sitting at level 9 with Rai. Sean with a grip of cards, a better grip of cards than Wilson right now. Going for a Power Overwhelming.
It's interesting, but yeah, he gains 3 temporary levels.
3 more
from
levels,
there.
up to level 12. We have Sean just going in right now, diving right in to try and take Merlin out of this game with an Arcane Blast for free for 11 damage.
It is. You can see Wilson just laughing there.
Yeah.
And another Arcane, but that is 22 damage there. And
22 damage dealt, and
damage.
Does Sean have what he needs to close the game here? Pretty remarkable. Yip just going so low on cards. There's no chance. There it is. And there's the Fireball. There's the Fireball.
That's why you need to rush against Rai, because out of nowhere he just went up and dealt an insane amount of damage.
But at the same time, that rushing that Yip did cause him to go so low on cards that there was just nothing that he could really play. He had Incendiary Fractal and 3 cards in hand without any proper defense available to himself. Now, his deck not very defensive against such an assault anyway, but not taking a turn to Safeguard Amulet perhaps might have been a, given the opportunity to Sean to just say, well, all right, you're open. I'm going to go ahead and just take you out at that point. So these two players still in good spirits, enjoying the game. They both of them very familiar, going, okay, well, you know what? That's what happens sometimes. I'm sure Wilson feeling like, yeah, like either you had it or you didn't in that case,
absolutely.
right? And if Rai is struggling to find the cards to create the kill with, then that is a game that can absolutely go the other direction as Wilson just starts to increment some advantage and push attacks in. Sean, though, finding everything he needs, going off, popping up, good Quicksilver Grail play.
And then I think that it's a very, very... I haven't seen it before until today from Sean, because it's not, I don't know, people usually use Quicksilver Grail more defensively, but I think it's very smart that you can basically delay your materialization step, right? You can choose what you want to keep and what you want to do. If you're forced to do something the previous turn, it's a very, very good way to pick and choose what you're going to banish, right? And we discussed this yesterday with Once in Love as well, is that for Rai, it's extremely important to control what they're going to banish.
Yes.
And the Quicksilver Grail Tome of Knowledge is a perfect way to do that. You know?
Yeah, that ends up being the kind of play where it outvalues in many cases the Grand Crusader's Ring, because being able to banish specifically an arcane card, just like what Sean was able to do there, is what allows you to get that extra level. And as we saw, in fact, in the last match, sometimes for that power overwhelming for just one level, that one level is exactly what you need to reach the sort of lethal lines that you're looking for.
Yeah, and oftentimes people, I think, undervalue power overwhelming because it seems like you're losing out on card draw, which is very, very important in the game, as they're sort of using that on a resource. But you get basically 3 levels, until end of turn, which is often what you need to push through, as we saw here.
Yep. Sean using the power overwhelming to get 3 levels. When you have a bunch of cards with efficiency that you're trying to cast, every level that you gain is like a card in hand for each card you have with efficiency, so that gaining of 3 levels was effectively like gaining, I think only 2 were relevant, so about 4 cards in hand effectively on that turn, which is certainly the kind of push that you need to close the game that quickly. So the players are getting shuffled up, having sideboarded here. We are going to have a water break, so Clem, why don't we just take a second and try and do our best estimation of what you think these two players were sideboarding in this matchup. There are going to be some potentially interesting choices here. Now, I would imagine, I'm looking at Sean's list, I'm looking at those Disintegrates, and I'm thinking, okay, if Yip is able to get that deer out, this is the out, right?
Yeah.
I feel like the Disintegrate is something that you maybe want to bring in, but I am not totally sure what you want to bring out of this. I feel like a lot of the cards in the Rai matchup here are exactly what you want to see.
Yeah, exactly. I don't, his deck is basically, this is a perfect matchup for him because of the attack basedness, Fire Merlin being based on attacks,
Lorraine into Merlin is just going to be pushing swords and allies and tons of damage, sudden steals, lots of things that you need to be aware of, and those peaceful reunions can still be very useful. Now for Yip, though, Yip potentially bringing in the Blanche Sheltering Saint, I would imagine, would be a pretty critical card to see here. So the game is beginning, of course, with Yip starting off once again with his Ithne Spirit of Fire into an Incendiary Fractal, setting up that controlled banishment for Dungeon Guide, and then playing a Hasty Messenger, but of course being unable to attack as there's no Spirit in play. Passing the turn to Sean. Sean plays his Spirit of Serene Fire and starts to set up his Glimpse. There we go. We're going to put 2 on the bottom. Only 2. I don't know if you've played a lot of Serene Spirit matches, Clem, but whenever I see my opponent put 1, 2, or forbid 0 cards on the bottom, I'm usually not feeling too great about my chances.
Yeah, absolutely. And it seems that Sean kept Increasing Danger and a Creative Shock in hand. Those are the only non-arcane cards he's got.
Yeah, and Clem, as you said in the last matchup, Increasing Danger and Gloamspire both serving a very similar purpose in this matchup. With the inclusion now of Gloamspire, a great new card from Alchemical Revolution, is allowing this deck to have effectively 8 different ways of just starting to turbo out some value starting on turn 1 with the ability to control your influences as the game goes on.
Yeah, and it seems that Wilson's leveling up here.
I feel like I've seen this before, banishing an Honorable Vanguard in order to level to Lorraine level 1 with a Sword of Seeking. A little bit of deja vu here.
Yeah, absolutely. But this time he has a Hasty Messenger to actually just discard another Honorable Vanguard for floating.
I would say Yip's start looks a lot more effective this time with some cards that do appear to actually have relevant text on them. We do see the Disintegrate in there. Yip bringing in the Disintegrate. An interesting play. I'm trying to consider what you would want to banish with the Disintegrate. Or destroy with the Disintegrate. Perhaps hitting the Tome of Knowledge or the Quicksilver to try and pop it at an inopportune time. We're attacking with a newly played Flame Rune Swordsman, so 2 more damage in there as well. Yip just taking this opportunity to try and put damage on the board because he knows there is a clock on this game, and as he saw in the previous game, it can be very, very fast.
Yeah, just out of nowhere, I can take the game very, very easily. So.
Sean going for the level to Rye level 1, banishing an Arcane card, exactly what he wants to see.
And then Scry the Skies.
Yep, Scry the Skies. Scry the Skies, of course, in Rye, very effective in the late game, but sometimes in the early game, this can find exactly what you need. Especially, he's hoping to see a purple card, I assume there, putting that into his memory so that he has a clean and clear banish the next turn.
Yeah, I am assuming that it was an Arcane card on top because he just looked at it, immediately put it into memory.
Yep,
no deliberation there.
This is where I want this card right now.
Yep.
Yip going to materialize on his turn, and we're going to see now if Yip is going to decide to be quite as quite as speedy as he was trying to be in the previous game. Without that Gloamspire in play, there's no opportunity right now for Sean to try and help him out of going too low on cards. We'll see if Yip is going to take perhaps a more defensive play this time. Or if Yip is going to use this floating memory that he has set up, and I think we're going to see this floating memory being banished. But this time, it is for the Tithe Proclamation.
I think that's very interesting because last game, Sean didn't draw. Yeah, no Tithe, and Sean didn't draw that many cards and still managed to.
Yeah, it's true, Sean. You're right. You're absolutely right.
Yeah.
The Tithe wouldn't even been that great here. But in this case, banishing the Honorable Vanguard for the Tithe right now allows Yip to actually obtain an extra card back into his hand.
Yeah.
And then this Tithe is going to be set up to potentially stymie Sean's ability to draw to a rapid hand size.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, Tithe Proclamation is a good card, good choice here because he has to be defensive, you know? He has to be as safe as possible.
Yep.
But he does discard the Disintegrate, which is very interesting as it is a
boarded
2-off
in the
sideboard
Disintegrate and decided, you know what, I actually don't want the Disintegrate anymore. This was his 3rd draw for turn as well, so Yip having to be very aware of the fact that Tithe Proclamation is in play and is going to lower the amount of cards that he can potentially draw in a turn as well.
Yeah, it's a bit difficult for Merlin as well with Tithe Proclamation down, you know. He also wants to draw a lot of cards.
Yeah, also does want to. Now, of course, when Wilson is going to get to level 3 and is going to have that Ghost of Pendragon, the proper play with Merlin often is to play your Ghost of Pendragon, toss your Tithe Proclamation, back
and
right into the material deck, where it is no longer in play to stop your draws and then draw 2 cards right off of it.
Yeah, that is the best way because then your opponent is still hindered by it, but you are free to draw as many cards as you want.
Exactly. Oh, and we have here's the aggression. Here's the aggression. The players laughing a little bit about this turn 3 sudden steal, just deciding, well, you know what, I'm just going to go ahead and put 5 cards down to slam a sudden steal into my opponent for a chunk of damage using the Sword of Seeking, it looks like as well. Adding again, just pushing that clock. If you have a lot of sudden steals in hand, you can just attack and hopefully take Rye out if he's not going to respect you by playing the Peaceful Reunion.
Yeah, absolutely. But, well, Sean does go for the Creative Shock at the end of turn.
Sean going Creative Shock at the end of turn, pitching a Voltaic Sphere, exactly what Sean wants to see.
Yeah, it is what you want to see in your graveyard. And banishing another.
Wow, banishing another Voltaic Sphere, and then our second card to banish to Rye level 2, another Arcane card, hitting everything that he wants to.
Yeah. His hand was very loaded with Arcane in the beginning, so.
Yep, that is very true. That is very true.
he can reliably banish Arcane, luckily.
Yes. So we have the Recollect and Draw. Now Sean is getting to his main phase here. We do see a Fireball in hand. We also see an Erratic Bolt. Looks like potentially an Advent, I think.
And an Arcane Blast,
And
I
an
think,
Arcane
as well.
Blast as
So
well, yes.
He just needs the... if he had the Dungeon Guide, this would be a perfect hand.
Wow, look at this. Both players taking these
that's-
mid-game, high-cost turns, playing efficiency cards at lower levels. So in this case, Sean deciding just to play Careful Study to gain 5+1 from Rye Level 2's inherited effect, Enlightenment counters. And Sean is going to take advantage since he says, okay, I can only draw 3 per turn. I'm going to draw my full 3 per turn, and then I will pass the turn to you.
Yeah, absolutely. He's playing around type Proclamation very well. Because with Rai, oftentimes you just want to save up until you can glimpse your whole deck and then draw as many cards. But Tide really does limit him in doing that.
An interesting, I think, small nuance change to that too is like wanting to spend your counters so quickly prevents you from being able to really save them up for a power overwhelming in the later game. So Sean just taking the cards right now, saying, you know what, I have seen a lot of purple. I had to play this Careful Study right now. So maybe he's just trying to find some more action, a little bit more to get him into that late game stage. He does have a Dungeon Guide in hand, so I would be predicting personally, I don't know how you feel about this, Kem, a Quicksilver Grail on the next turn.
Possible. Yes, with Dungeon Guide, that is probably the best way to go here for him, because that will still allow him to, with Dungeon Guide especially, that'll allow him to have exactly what he wants for the Tome of Knowledge.
Yep, exactly. We have Yip right now just deciding on the Materialize, going ultimately for the Grand Crusader's Ring. Grand Crusader Ring to pop a second card draw this turn. And he has his third on board with Hasty, if that's how he wants to go as well.
Yeah, and he has the Before Recollection, cracking the ring, possibly looking for a fast card to play right now.
Yep, a fast card of some kind. Now, Creative Shock, not the fast card you want to see right now with Tithe Proclamation, but potentially something could be useful there as well. Trying to get a little glimpse of his hand. I think I see some pink. I do think I see a little bit of Crux hiding in there.
I think I see a bit more than a little bit, like a couple of Crux Sights, an Incarnate Majesty, a Pendragon for sure.
And we are pitching the Ghost of Pendragon.
The players both laughing.
Players laughing. A telegraphed play right now. Wilson going, okay, I don't think level 3 is where I'm going to be winning this game. Wilson just trying to play his best imitation of Steve-O's aggro deck from yesterday. Lorraine aggro just pumping out some allies, pushing some damage in, but with a handful of cards that don't quite push damage as fast. So it'll be interesting to see if Wilson is able to string together the damage needed. More sudden steals might be the route to victory here. Rai only at 7 health left. Remarkably close to actually being taken out by a sudden steal on this turn. And Wilson, I think, understanding, you know what, these numbers add up faster than you might think.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, he has to decide whether he wants to push damage, which I think it seems that he will go for the pushing damage.
Yep. Now, the issue, though, being that this is not a 22 health champion, Clem. This is a 28 health champion. It is Serene Fire Rai.
Yep.
So he takes the damage. He goes to 1 less after the sudden steal. But that is not enough because it's really 7 more damage that needs to be dealt. So 1 more sudden steal getting there if Sean were to decide not to level next turn. But as you and I are aware, the level is very likely coming anyway.
Yeah, looking at his hand, he has no choice but to level with so many Crux cards there.
Yep.
And he also needs the Ghost of Pendragon to be able to utilize the Library Witch and Cremation Ritual combo we see in his hand.
Yeah, absolutely true. The Tithe is going to maybe stymie things a little bit here, but if Sean, once again, I think Wilson relying on Sean going, okay, well, I don't have lethal. I haven't been able to string it together. If Tithe is properly stymieing him like that, he's not going to necessarily have the guaranteed kill in hand.
Yeah, but...
The
players are talking something about level 2. Unfortunately, you couldn't catch the beginning of the conversation there.
So we have Sean drawing his card for turn. Looking at his hand, we do see, again, a lot of purple. We do see that fireball. We do see a lot of lethal potential here. Careful Study and a Scry the Skies also part of the game here.
Yeah, and he did go with the Quicksilver Grail play that we talked about.
Yes.
And so he cannot he can gain potentially 3 levels here by just going for
2 Voltaic Spheres off the Dungeon Guide, going to level 3, popping the Tome of Knowledge, banishing the 3rd Arcane card, the Erratic Bolt. sitting out. It's a little bit of laughing here because I think everybody sees what's coming now. Goes right to the Tome of Sacred Lightning, banishes the Voltaic Sphere. Look at, you can see how quickly Sean is playing. The math is done. The math is in. He knows what's happening.
And I think Wilson also sees that probably Sean has the kill in hand, you know?
Yep. The writing appears to be on the wall here.
Yeah.
Level 10, there's this fireball. 11 damage, and then should be another 11 damage there.
So Wilson here was just talking about how he was trying to push for the Serene Lineage release.
Trying to release, if you can release the Serene Spirit, then Fireball becomes no longer live, which does shut off his win conditions. Wasn't able to quite get to the Serene release, which means that we do have our victor in the quarterfinal match here. Sean taking it with the Serene Fire Rye against Wilson Yip's Merlin matchup. A result that, given the two matchups, not wholly unexpected, but of course with the caliber of the players here, as we've seen today, anything really was possible. But really, if you look at it, Clem, what do you think was the deciding factor in those games?
I think it was just the speed. I think Rye, I think especially Sean's Rye list has a lot of outs, a lot of ways to win the game. While Wilson is a bit slower, is a bit too slow for this matchup, and he's slowly pushing damage. He's bit by bit getting there, while Sean is just rushing to level 3, and then he has a very, very high chance of just drawing into his kill cards naturally, you know. And many people think that because of the Majestic Spirit, this matchup is favored towards Merlin, but I think Merlin is definitely too slow usually for Rye, because Rye has so many options, you know, and Merlin is very often reliant on Majestic Spirit. I was hopeful for Wilson because his deck is not really reliant on it, but Sean is just an incredible Rye player, and he has so many ways to kill in his deck.
Yes.
Is that it was unfortunately, a bit. He was very favored in this matchup.
He did end up being favored. I would say getting to start on the first turn, certainly a nice advantage. Getting that kind of turn one materialize that Wilson would have been happy to have instead.
Yep.
Cards certainly were coming up for Sean very nicely as well. Of course, the advantage of playing the Serene Spirit, setting up that opening hand. We saw in the second game, only putting 2 cards down, saying, I see what I need to see right now.
Yeah.
We did see game 1, Gloamspire doing a lot of work digging into that deck. Game 2, we had the increasing danger instead. But Sean playing to his outs very effectively, finding everything he needs, and when things come up Rye, then
nothing went awry, you know.
Nothing went awry, as Clem says. Instead, everything came up exactly as Sean was hoping for.
Yes.
So. This does now mean that in our matches tomorrow, in our semifinal matches tomorrow, which you should make sure to, of course, join us for out there, we're going to have the semifinal matches, including the match of Rye versus Eason Burner Chen's Luxem once again.
Yeah. Well, he might switch to allies here,
true.
you know.
As we mentioned, Eason Burner Chen on Luxem today is now going to be facing Sean Life Drizzle Zhang on Rye, and these two players are going to have to kind of outthink each other as to what Burner is going to be bringing tomorrow to decide how this matchup is going to go. Sean, decklists are locked.
Yeah,
okay.
so Sean can either play this Rye or the Leicester's Rye, which is the same list twice.
Day 2 is same as day 3.
Day 2 is same as day 3. All right.
We had a little bit of misinformation.
So
just to be clear, the
that.
day 3 lists are actually locked into the day 2 list. So it does in fact mean that a rematch of Arcane Rye versus Luxem Xander is in our future tomorrow, as well as the match between Glenny Boy and the winner of the Ally versus Ally match that we're about to see in the next round here. So
it's definitely also going to be exciting.
Yes, and interesting about the upcoming match, too, is going to be our only wind list versus our only water list. Taking one of them out, but guaranteeing at least one non-fire deck is going into day 3. So I don't know. I'm very interested to see, but it does look like our final pairings are going to be either the wind or water allies list, as well as a Fire Merlin hybrid, as well as a Luxem Xander and a Fire Rye. So
it's definitely going to be an interesting day tomorrow, but I'm surprised that what fire is still so prevalent. Well, not that surprised. Fire is an extremely good element.
Fire has long been the popular element in Grand Archive. Now with Set 4 Mercurial Heart, of which we're having the world premiere event tonight, and if you stay tuned to social medias, I'm sure you'll start to see an insane amount of new cards being shown. We are all hoping to see some, from what we've seen from the previews so far, some serious boosts to people's perception of water and wind.
Yes, yes.
Looking to potentially have some interesting new decks cropping up as we go into the next season of competitive play, and then ultimately next year's Grand Archive World Championship. But we're going to be going on a break here very shortly as we wait for the upcoming match to be played. So make sure to stay tuned. You're going to want to not miss that one.
Yeah.
All right, guys, welcome back to Ascent Worlds here in now Las Vegas, and we are at round 4 of our top 8 single elimination. Unfortunately, 3 players has been eliminated so far, but that does also mean 3 other players have already made it to the next round.
We have seen some incredible upsets
Upsets today.
Like, holy.
Insane.
Glenny Boy on the Merlin against the serene potential Fire Rye Caben. Takes the victory 2-1.
Look, Fire Rye, that's already tough enough. Then you put Caben as the pilot on that deck. Come on.
Top seed versus bottom seed. The upset, the submarine. Glenn yesterday came into this X2.
Yeah.
And finished the day 4-3 to get in 8th place.
Yep. I saw Glenn when I was at train night. Glenn came up, was like, "Oh my gosh, I made it." He's so relieved, and look at him now. And the thing
on
is,
top of the world.
And the other thing too is, we did cast that game earlier today. I mean, that deck list, it was, I would say, probably like 80-20 just on the list itself.
Yeah, that list is definitely very, very
favored
Rye
for favorite for Rye, favorite for Caben. But unfortunately, Caben did have some bad draws, and
that's also the perfect example. Like, we look at Lift Your Sill here, which is Sean, and then Drago Wilson. That's the same matchup. It's Fire Merlin for Drago Will, Fire Rye for Lift Your Sill.
Yeah.
But he only played Serene Spirit
Yeah.
and absolutely cleaned house. It's the fastest game we've had so far in the top 4 untimed matches, or top 8, sorry, untimed matches.
Yeah.
And it was clean. It was really clean.
I would even argue it's even better, because Glenn's deck is more of the hybrid crux, so it's even more focused on ally removal, right? And that's the thing. Like, the funniest thing is, after clearing Caven, Glenn has like one of the best matchups coming into the quarterfinals here.
Yeah, he's going to be playing up against 2 different one of 2 ally
decks, and he did do the hybrid. He's good for the sweeps. He has a lot of ally removals. That's looking really good.
Purge and Flames, we have it all. Glenn's looking very good for the tournament right now.
Glenn, yeah. And looking at the bottom bracket here, so as Once in Love said before, Sean is up, on the bottom bracket there, but also Burner. Eason is, with his Fire Luxem Xander, is also has advanced to the top 8.
Yeah, that was a really interesting one, because that's also an unfavored matchup
Correct.
for Burner.
Yeah.
Serene Luxem Xander is unfavored into the Serene Rye, especially with a pilot like Aaron Korax. He is an absolutely fantastic player.
Yeah.
If you rewatch his matches, he's super clean. His decisions are well timed, and he doesn't slow play at all.
Yeah, and what I'm hearing in the backstage is that Chess Club, right? So where Burners comes from, thinks that actually Fire Serene is favored against Rye. That is the contrary to what everyone else thinks, but maybe there's some validity to what he's saying. He has cleared 1 Rye, and he's about to face another.
Well, we'll have to see.
We'll
Tomorrow will be the decider on that.
Yeah.
We have 2 of some of the best pilots in the world. Top 4 at World Finals here.
Yeah.
And we're going to have to see what it's going to be between Glenny Boy facing either Alec or Manny.
Yep.
And if he faces Manny, it's going to be the Battle of New Zealand.
That's right. But that also means one of New Zealander will move forward, which is also not too bad for the team, right? Yeah. So, again, today's match, the match that we'll be casting today, last round of the top 8, will be between Manny and Alec. And Manny is piloting the Water Lorraine with Dispersion, right? And it's going to be the Water Ally deck list. This is what you've seen before. Not too many changes between the 2 deck lists. I'm looking.
I think there's a couple things. So one, he went for kind of like a split build. So he does have the Spirit Ruler's there for the dispersion setup, but he also brought in Seeking Shots today.
Yeah, so
and I believe he also brought in Song of Frost, whereas previously they were only in sideboard.
Correct. Yep. Song of Frost is in. Seeking Shot is in. Looking at what he took out, I think Snow Fairy is okay. So there's actually 4 Snow Fairies, so it's pretty heavy anti-ally within the main deck now.
Yeah, there's quite a few attacks here. So I know that Savage Slash, normally is just there for the floating memory, but we have 5 attack cards in an ally focused deck, which is not super common. A lot of the time, we like to see things like Invigorated Slash if he's going for some sort of nuke with the Scepter of Lumina triggers on level up. Otherwise, there are a lot of options. Savage Slash is pretty good because you get it's a 2 cost. It gives you 2 attack. It'll give you the floating memory. We also have options like Opening Cut. Opening Cut's fantastic. First, as long as you have 1 memory available to you as a class bonus for Warrior, it's a 3 damage spell. Or a 3 damage attack card. It's very good for a lot of the ally removal in this situation.
Yeah.
However, it doesn't perfectly deal with Wind because Attune the Winds, Ace and Protector.
Yeah.
And I think that's exactly why I brought in the Seeking Shot.
Yeah. Absolutely.
I will say I would have liked to see more Seeking Shots, maybe 4, but we'll have to take a look at Alex's deck list, and I mean there it is, Alex's deck list. So
Yep.
this is exactly the same, I think. I don't think there's any change here.
I'm looking cross line by line. It does look exactly the same.
Yeah.
Okay.
So something to note in this specific like deck that I really like is, I mean, his usage of Heavy Swing.
Yeah.
4 Heavy Swings in your
It's
opening
a-
hand, you might as well just play them all.
It's a powerful card. Yeah, absolutely. Now, Song of Frost is in Manny's main deck now too. So something that you can think about maybe as a protection plan. If he knows what he's going to be facing, there might be really large attacks. Those are some good attacks that cancel out as well.
Yeah, so if we do see the level up into Sonora's Might of Humanity, Song of Frost is very effective against the Heavy Swing.
Yep.
Also potentially even just the Bulwark Sword for 6 in that case.
Yep.
Level up to Sonora's Might of Humanity, get
Yeah.
the +3 on attack for this turn, plus the 3 attack from Bulwark
Yeah.
Sword from the class bonus.
Yeah.
There's a lot of damage that can come out in here. And overall, I think one of the most important things that I'm looking to see, or that I wanted to see going into this, was actually that he would move Smoke Bombs to the main. He doesn't need the Tithe Proclamation in this situation, right?
Yeah, it's going to be not as useful definitely for this situation. But again, maybe he's preparing for a different type of attack. Maybe this is another like guessing Merlins or guessing some other thing that he has to clear for his Heavy Swing with that Smoke Bomb in the main. Also noticing that Viridian Protective Trinket is still in the sideboard. So that has not, but that's not something that you would bring out to the main. But game 2, of course, is something that we should look forward to, that being directly going into the main for Alec.
I mean, just tons of options here. Everything's
Yeah.
pretty standard. 4 Guild Whistle, a bunch of 3 reserve costs, 2 power, 3 life cards. We're going to see the Esteem Knight. We're
Yep.
going to see the Imperial Recruit after Foster. It goes from a 1/3 into a 2/3 here.
Yeah.
But yeah, other than that, like we said earlier today, you and I are cosplaying. We've had some fantastic cosplayers here at the
Crazy.
event today.
Crazy.
I really hope if you guys haven't had a chance to, make sure you go and over to vote. A beautiful Ace and Protector. That's
amazing.
Alec. That's Alec's representative right there.
And we have Tenoris. That's 2A, right?
Tenoris
Yeah.
2A. 2B sadly is not cosplay legal for the contest here.
That's right. Got a lot of fluters. Okay, myself included.
Yourself included?
Myself included. Yep.
included.
We have a lot of different flutes.
Any fluters in chat?
Yes, I should learn how to play this flute now. Now that I have it, I'm gonna work hard and get to know how to do this.
5,000 likes and we'll get the clip of Roger using it.
That's right. That's right.
That's for legal reasons. That's a joke.
Or not.
Yeah, or not.
Like 5,000 times and see what happens.
Maybe we can convince Roger to do it
I think
live on the
he might
cast.
do it for less.
True.
Yeah.
Producers on. Get us Roger to do it.
Yeah.
For 5,000 likes.
Cool. I did also notice in Manny's deck, Sea Sprite Diver is gone. Maybe we're not thinking like, hey, it doesn't really matter for the removal of the floating memory or the graveyard. So yeah, it also does cost 4, so it's a little bit like clumsy of a card to play.
So it only costs 4 in some cases.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Most of the time, if you don't have the right number of graveyard cards, it could be clumsy to play for Balance of Guildless.
It's true.
Yeah.
The value of it when you do choose to use it is really high, though.
Yes.
Like, especially if Manny overtakes Alec, plays against a Glenn, it's actually going to be quite relevant to have a Sea Sprite Diver there. But obviously it's not there. Both of these players have a fair opportunity into Glenn, even knowing Glenn's running a lot of ally removal.
Yeah.
So Alec on Wind, generally, you're going to see a lot of those 3 life cards. Or so Attune the Winds.
Yep.
Song of Nurturing overtakes it as well.
Yep.
Glenn doesn't have a Bulwark Sword to kind of push past that, so there's no 6 damage Flame Sweets until you're on even counters.
Yeah.
But even then, he could leave a lot of them up.
Yep.
Retaliate. Take
It's
15 and then retaliate.
It's true.
With Manny, he has tons of other options too, right? Frostbind.
Honestly,
Frost.
yeah. Honestly, with a water allied list like this, you can just start deploying 3/2/3s, right? Your standard like 2/3 allies, and just start hitting face. Because, with Glenn's deck, he's not going to be doing much in the early game. And, of course, as long as you don't leave too many things on the board, as long as you have protection against things like sweep, you're usually pretty good to go. Just get early damage in and keep punching. And then, ideally, you're going to hit them before they even hit level 3.
So I think we're going to be checking in with the Ascent here, the 3v3 team. I guess either statistics.
I'm Clem. I'm here at work. Hey guys, I'm Clem. We're here at Ascent Worlds right now. I'm a caster for the World Championship. Let's see how everyone's doing. Are you guys only cosplaying or playing in Steel as well?
We're playing Steel, Silver, and doing the
So,
cosplay.
all in one, right?
We're trying to milk the event for everything we can.
Awesome,
Absolutely.
awesome. Are you guys from around here or flew in?
We flew in from Virginia, so we actually had 12 people come out, 4 teams for Steel. So yeah, we have a lot of representation here.
Yeah, that's awesome. I'm glad you guys are here. Here you go. Thank you so much. How has Steel been for you? How are you feeling?
We're 4-0.
So what's your team name?
Ordinary Bear.
Ordinary Bear. Is there any reason for it?
He's just a funny guy.
That's fair enough. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Wow, 4-0. I wish I was 4-0 at anything, ever.
Oh.
I always make it to 3-0, and then I lose. And then I lose the rest of them.
You lose. Okay. I also make it to 3-0. I lose, but then usually because I'm on lower brackets, it helps me a lot. And then I kind of go back up
fair.
again.
It's fair.
Yeah. But I'm always, honestly, like a lot of the events like this, I'm chasing 4-3s, and then I just squeeze into day 2. Hey, it's still good.
Yeah, speaking of day 2,
Yeah.
those absolutely beautiful, brand new, first-time promo rewards for
Yeah.
day 2s at Ascents. The exercise curses, those are 4-point NQP wildcards.
Okay.
That is fantastic for trying to get into Nationals of 2025.
That's, yeah. They
I mean,
look.
that's a big deal. You
It's-
get top 32. Getting day 2 is really big.
It's pretty big, yeah, for sure. Yeah, so I have a gift, kind of, from Taiwan. So, as some of you guys may have known, I went to Singapore Nationals. Of course, I met all of our Asian players, Singapore, Malaysian, Thai, sorry, not Thai, oh my gosh, Philippines, right, Hong Kong, Taiwan. And it was really fun because one of the things I always thought about is like, how do players in other regions play Grand Archive when they can't read the cards?
Oh, no.
So I discovered that cards that we know in Grand Archive aren't called the same in other regions. So I'm going to put you on the spot,
Okay.
Tyler.
Okay, I'm ready.
This is going to be
Chat,
you
my
guessing
energy.
which card this is by me telling you
The name?
The name. I'll make it a little easier. I won't say it in Chinese because that definitely will be
I would have no chance.
no,
unless
no
it's
shot. Yeah.
Cantonese.
But I will give you the English translation. Maybe a little bit rough because there would be a little direct translation. Otherwise, it might be too close. But let's give it a go. Okay. All right. Balanced person. Who's the balanced person?
Balanced person.
Balance and audience, feel free to guess as well.
Immolation trap.
Immolation trap. Why is that balanced?
The first ed art is something
Oh, you
like
think
stepping.
you think about the stepping.
Yeah.
Okay, I see where you're going with this.
So
Okay,
it's based
yeah.
on the name.
Yeah.
It's just translated.
Yeah.
Balanced person.
Let me give you a hint. Right. When I saw this card, I was like, oh, why don't you call it balanced girl? And then the response was, oh, we're trying to be equal to all genders.
So it's like. I keep thinking art, but you're saying it's like just the name of the card.
Okay, think about this too, right? A lot of these players, they have to use the name to understand what the card does.
Oh.
What card cares about balance?
Oh, it's Gildas.
Yeah, Gildas. That's right.
I understand.
Yeah. Okay.
I was still
Now-
thinking art.
Now you're on the right track.
Yeah,
Oh, let's go.
I'm
Okay.
I'm on the right track.
Okay. 3-2-2 sneak.
3-2-2.
3-2-2 sneak.
So something with stealth.
Yeah.
3-2-2.
I should actually say the name in Chinese so all of our audience who's in Taiwan can
You should,
be like,
yeah, you should
right,
actually.
right away
You
they'll
should,
know.
you
Yeah.
should.
Yeah.
3-2-2 sneak.
Uh-huh. What does 3-2-2 mean?
I assume it's cost, power, life.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Sneak. Sneak.
I was gonna say Crimson Tier, but it doesn't have stealth. So it's
Give you a hint. Wind.
wind.
ALC.
Oh, Shimmercloak.
Yeah. Shimmer Cloak.
Shimmercloak.
Shimmer Cloak. Okay.
Assassin.
Okay. Okay. Similar. 3-2-2 flow. This one actually is flow in Taiwanese as well. FLO.
3-2-2 flow.
Flow. FLO. 3-2-2 flow.
3-2-2 flow. I mean, I'm thinking like it's like a water something, or it's floating memory.
Ooh.
So a 3-2-2 with floating memory is. Oh man, this is. I'm so on the spot right now.
Are you having fun though?
It's good.
It's
it makes
good,
me think.
right?
It makes me think.
Yeah, it's great.
It makes me think. I play this game in a similar regard
Yeah.
where they tell me the name of the card and I have
Yeah.
to describe all of the text.
all
on
the
card,
text.
basically.
Okay.
And one of my friends I guess sidetrack. One of my friends could perfectly describe the art and tell you nothing else about the card.
Yep. This is Tyler dodging the question here.
3/2/2 flow. Floating memory. 3/2/2 Flame Rune Swordsman.
Yeah, he's there. He's got it. You got it. Yeah, there you go. Okay. Next one. This is a really fun one. Fire hat. Okay, for all you Asian audience, 火冒.
Blitzmage.
Fire hat.
It's not Blitzmage.
No, it's not Blitzmage.
Fire hat.
Fire hat. Very popular card.
Beasel. Oh,
Very popular card.
very popular card.
Pretty much every game you're gonna play, you're gonna see somebody go use this card. I think.
Fire hat.
Fire hat.
Hat. Oh, man,
This one is really
tough.
tough. But once I say it, you are gonna be like, that's so obvious, because that's exactly my reaction to. I did not guess it, but once they said it, I was like, oh, of course, guaranteed. Yeah,
Is it Creative Shock?
it is.
Yes.
Because she's got the hood, right? It's on
She's got
fire.
the hood. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
You said it was a really common card. I'm like,
yeah.
it's not Merlin, so I think it's Creative Shock.
Yeah. +1 life.
+1 life. Favorite
Jai
wins.
Jai.
Favorite wins.
Yeah, that's good. That's the easy one, right?
Yeah.
I should probably just say +1, but yeah. Okay. What does it mean when you say headshot when you in a game? You say headshot.
One hit kill.
No.
When you say headshot in a game, boom.
So we're playing a game, and I'll say I'll turn my ally sideways. So I'll say headshot. What does that mean?
Critical. I just think of damage multiplier.
It means hitting the champion directly.
Oh, like upstairs.
Yeah.
Like upstairs. Okay.
Dato is the Chinese there.
I see. Okay.
How about +2? What's +2?
Song of Nurture?
Okay, yeah. That was easy. Okay, easy one. Ghost Dragon.
Oh,
Come on.
good old Pendragon.
Yeah. Okay.
Ghost Dragon's a good one. I like that.
Ghost Dragon. They just call it Ghost Dragon. Yeah. Let's see. Jewel Box. Jewel
Box.
Jewel
Bottle of
Box.
Abundance.
Yes,
Let's
dude.
go.
That one is our word. Yeah. This.
Wait, how many of these do you have?
I
Do you have a list of 100?
Oh, I got a good one. Okay. Singing. 唱歌, singing.
Singing. Flameberry Chorus?
This one's a little trickier. It's not a card. I'll say that much. This is not describing a card.
Oh, is it like describing the Erupting Rhapsody combo?
Yes, it's a Rhapsody. If 唱歌 means that deck, yeah, Rhapsody deck. Yep.
I was thinking harmonize. I was thinking I had harmonize.
You're on a roll. I gotta give you some hard ones. Okay, how about
we
this
had this
one?
conversation earlier. I'm a certified GA nerd.
Dude, I think he's picking up what I'm dropping down here. Okay, how about this one? Here is a really fun one. Reverse the meter. Reverse the electrical meter.
Reverse
Yeah.
electrical meter. Frostbind?
No.
I'm thinking like freezing.
电流倒转. Oh, 电表倒转. Sorry, 电表倒转.
Reverse electrical meter.
I gotta go in. This is amazing.
Reverse electrical meter. It's not Frostbind.
Nope.
I mean, it's probably not hypothermia either. Reverse electrical meter. This is tough. This is actually really tough.
This is not one I think you're gonna get it.
Got a hint?
Oh, what's a good hint? We will probably not see this card ever again.
Oh, what? Ever again? It's banned? Is it? There's no way. It's Reckless Conversion.
Reckless Conversion. So the backstory of this is you know how you have an electric meter for your house, whatever.
Yeah.
You try to reverse it so you can run it again.
Oh.
So because you're gonna put it down, you're gonna pick it up, right?
Yeah. I get it now.
So you try to put down.
That's a good one.
Put down as much as you can, and then put.
Yeah.
Remember, the guys don't read the cards, right? They can't read the English.
Yeah.
So they have to somehow try to work the name into the meaning of the card.
Yeah.
Too, right? So and something ideally
That's
short. And it's like if you know, it's part of your region, that kind of stuff, right? Okay, so this is something that we obviously talk about, but how about this? Sheep. What's a sheep?
Taunt?
Sheep. SHEEP. Yang.
Like the animal. Sheep.
Sheep.
Something that gets sacrificed? I don't know. Maybe that's too North American cryptic. Sheep. It's so simple yet so
do
difficult
we have
at the
guesses?
same time.
I'm super curious if the audience have guesses too on this. It'd be so funny.
Should I pull up the thing so you can look at the audience reactions?
I don't know. Maybe.
Well, I mean, it would be worth it to pull up the YouTube stream. That's
Yeah,
pretty
here,
cool.
check it out. Oh, I'll pull it up. I'll pull it up. Because I'm asking the question. You're right. You're thinking.
Sheep.
Sheep. I thought this one was going to be easy, to be honest. I didn't think this was going to be this labor intensive.
I think maybe I'm just overthinking it.
You might, yeah. Sheep.
Sheep.
Oh, I see the answer already in the in the chat. Good job.
Is it like, I don't know, I want to guess like bee spawn boots or something?
Oh, I see it again. Good job, Denchi.
Am I further
Good job,
away?
Arcalo. I think you're just like really overthinking it.
I'm really overthinking it.
We called, okay, this one's also pretty popular. And then we do call it another animal, very similar, but there was some debate.
Oh, there's no way it's the majestic spirit.
It is. So okay, pro tip, right? Why is it called sheep in I guess technically, yeah, like why is it called sheep in Asian culture? Because the Asian culture rams have like the horn that look like this, which is similar to how the majestic spirit's horn was too.
I see.
So you know how we say deer, we say like sheep, you know, all this stuff. Yeah. So okay.
These are pretty funny though. Like trying to guess all these is like crazy.
Yeah. I got one more for you.
Okay,
One more. Okay. Gosh, how do I translate this? The Chinese one is Beiying, okay? Back shadow. I'm just directionally translating here. Back shadow.
Back shadow.
Okay. So we have found our players. They're going to be setting up, so we'll be going on break soon. But feel free to continue guessing.
Let me try to get this one, and then we'll go on break immediately after that. I want to say false step.
No.
Back shadow.
This one is more image. Think about like our card artwork. Which one has back shadow?
Back shadow.
Yeah.
I'm thinking of like running my mind through every assassin card I could possibly think of right now.
It's not an assassin card.
My mind just blew up.
Yeah. By the way, I got a bunch more of these guys. So if you are curious about them, come up to me later when you find me. I'll give you another one. You can try to guess live with me here whenever you find me.
Not an assassin card.
Nope.
Back shadow.
Back
Literal
shadow.
translation.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, Arcalo is on fire in chat. Arcalo is on fire.
Was that producer San? You have a guess? Oh, you're so smart.
Producer San on Resolute Stand. That's right.
Stand,
Again, it's like the fire hat, right? You think about it, the image, you're like, that's it. That's so easy.
Yeah.
Anyways, we're gonna go to a quick short break while the players get ready, and then we'll be right back.
We'll see you guys in 10 minutes. go. Welcome back,
Hey,
guys.
And we're back. So yes, Alec is seated now, and he will be doing deck checks. Oh, before we do that, sorry. For those who are just joining us, this is Ascent World Champion, Day 2, match number 4. So this is our top 8 single elimination rounds. These are untimed rounds, but it is the best of 3. Yeah, so I'm one of your announcers, Mark from Solar Games, and joining me is Tyler, once in love, always in love, Hasty Messenger. Yeah.
From Serene Balance Productions.
From Serene Balance Productions. There you go. Cool. So, yeah, so looks like we have an ally to ally matchup.
Yeah, we do.
Wind versus water.
Like you said, for those coming back, maybe we should put up the bracket up really quick.
Sure, yeah.
We'll talk about the bracket afterwards. We can go into the deck list first.
Cool.
I love this deck list.
Yeah, I know.
I love it.
I remember day 1, you were sitting down, you're like, hey, do you know how much dispersion can actually do?
Yeah. Yeah, so this is a 17 damage combo where you have 1 damage counter on your Sword of Seeking, your Lorraine level 1 with the Scepter of Lumina.
Yeah.
You naturally materialize Lorraine Blade Master. You swing for 3 with your sword, break the sword. You Dungeon Guide, level up. So that's the second trigger. So now you're 4 from the Scepter, 3 from damage, 4 from the Scepter again. Gets you up to 11. Dungeon Guide swings for 1.
12.
Or sorry, I guess you materialize Spirit Ruler, bringing back your Sword of Seeking, 5 durability counters. Dungeon Guide swings for 1. So like you said, 12. Dispersion for 5. And 17. It's free.
It's free.
Dispersion is 0 cost card.
That's right. Don't fail to find. Please.
I can't.
We almost did.
I failed to find there.
Our mental GA failed to find.
I verbalized the Dungeon Guide attacks for 1.
That's right.
And I failed. I failed you guys.
Cool. And Alec is on the Win Tenoris allies. The confidence in his deck. Actually, before day 1, I talked to Alec. I was like, hey, if you do well for day 1, what would you do for day 2? He says, you know what? I like this deck. I think I'm confident in it. I'm not going to make any changes. And guess what? Didn't make a single change.
Didn't make a single change.
Yeah, he's very confident in what he does. And that's the thing. Like, if you are comfortable with your deck, you should just keep running it.
And I'll be honest, yesterday I talked about Song of Nurturing this deck, feeling like it wasn't very relevant, wasn't very valuable. I thought maybe Favorable Winds would be a better overall choice.
Yeah.
Especially using Attune the Winds, right? We have a lot of 3 life. We basically 3/2/3s. We have 3 reserve costs, 2 power, 3 life cards. The Ace and Protector is a 3/4 in that case.
Yeah.
And most of the time, Flame Sweep's going to come in for potentially 5 if you level up into Lorraine level 2. If you're playing any other champion, at best you're going to get 2, maybe 3.
Yep.
So in this case, Attune with the Winds usually works quite well against that. But I mean, his Song of Nurturing works super well.
Nurturing's going to negate the whole thing, yeah.
I mean, yesterday with his winning in, right? There was a Lightweaver's reveal, or so he played an Attune the Winds, Lightweaver's reveal in response to the Attune the Winds to try to kill something on the board. And he goes, in response to your Lightweavers,
Song of Nurturing.
I'm going to Song of Nurturing.
That's
and
right.
he just scooped instantly.
Yep.
Prime was like, you know what? You got it. You got it. Well done.
Exactly, yeah. And that's the thing, like, if you can't get rid of the ally board and you wasted cards especially to do it, that's really going to put you down. So,
game's really tough sometimes.
Yeah, yeah. And both decks are going to be, obviously trying to look for that early damage. But, of course, because both these are ally decks, it's going to be a lot of fighting for the board, right? You give the board to any one person, that person's going to come over, really sweep pretty hard. And it's harder to keep the allies on there. Let me check here. I don't see any lunettes on Manny's side.
Yeah, so I was actually talking with Manny about this over lunch, and he said, as much as I like Lunette in here, it just doesn't feel like it gains a lot of value after the second turn. So if I don't see it in my first 2 draws, I don't want it. So I think I'd rather run Seeking Shots and more Song of Frost on my deck for more versatility later in the game.
Yeah, exactly. Also, potentially, thinking if there's going to be a lot of decks that kind of go later, your Lunette becomes more like a shield mate that just sits there, doesn't really do much. What is your ally going to do, right? There's no allies from the Rai side, right?
Sure.
And very few. I guess it does shut off Hasty, but very few allies also on the Merlin side too. So, and all those allies you basically can answer on the back turn. So, yeah, it's I mean, Lunette will be literally for this one deck, for this one matchup. So, yeah.
Something in Manny's deck that I think is really important in this matchup, Bulwark Sword.
Yes.
So because he runs the Bulwark Sword, it allows him to pay 2, swing with the Bulwark Sword, hit for 2, because it doesn't have the class bonus for Guardian.
Yeah.
And he'll be able to clear an ally using like a Snow Fairy or any of those the 1 power or 3 life cards.
Yeah.
Korazi Trapper is the perfect example. That card's fantastic to play early.
Yeah.
And it looks like we're going to be getting a story update from the players here, I believe.
Cool. Nice.
Oh, that's so heartfelt.
Yeah, so Manny is playing Lorraine because his late grandmother is also named Lorraine. Yeah, I mean,
He's looking to take all the way, world champion right there.
Like I said yesterday, I was casting both my boys from home, Sean and Christian's games, and of course I would root for Sean, but Manny's story, Manny's player intro really was heartfelt, made me kind of tear up a little bit too.
I actually got to experience that. I was in the room with Shinja when he was filming it because
Yeah.
I wanted the behind the scenes for the vlog that we're making.
Yeah.
And
You
man,
felt
he
it,
got
right?
me. Oh, he brought out the mat,
Yep.
and I was like, oh my god.
Yeah.
He's mentioning, he's like, yeah, we got this mat signed at our store.
Yeah.
I was like, can you bring it for the interview? I think it'd be fantastic. I'd love
Yeah.
to take a picture of it. It's Manny's a stand-up guy.
I mean,
he's absolutely swell.
This deck feels like it's like the spirit bombing of all the friendships, the family, everything that he wants to bring from New Zealand to Worlds, and he's doing it in his deck, and he's doing well. So it's gonna be tough. I mean, and Alex kind of the defending champion, the defending person from Southeast Asia, right?
Yeah, the
other
only
players.
one person
Yeah.
left outside
From
of
that
the
region.
So we have two in NA. We have Burner.
Yep.
Who is on the Serene Luxem, Fire Luxem Xander.
And
then
Sean.
we have Sean,
Yep.
who's on the Serene Fire Arcane Rai.
Correct. Yeah, and then one from the Oceania Nationals and one from the Southeast Asian Nationals. So yeah, yeah.
It's going to be big here.
It's gonna be crazy. Yeah, for sure. It looks like the players are just kind of setting up. They've taken
Look
a
how
review
respectful
of
he is.
their.
Yeah, okay.
It looks like they're setting up checking out their deck list a little bit. Of course, you can't make any changes, but it is, yeah.
I mean, Alec is just such a respectful guy. Goes for the handshake, two-handed handshake, and
Yeah.
the bow.
Mhm.
I remember when I congratulated him on making it to day 2, he came up to me and he bowed. He said, thank you so much for, being a part of the cast,
Yeah.
being a part of this team. And
Yeah.
he's just so happy to be here. It makes me very happy to be a part of all of this.
Yeah,
we
yeah,
get to
yeah.
make stories happen. We get to make people's dreams become legends, in a sense.
Well, they're making themselves legends. I'll tell you that much. Yeah. Okay, looks like everybody's kind of going through.
Everyone just wants to do that. They just
Yeah.
do the little reviewsies.
What I'm looking forward to of this matchup is going to be the Battle of the Fairies. Your Snow
Battle of the
Fairies
Fairies.
versus the Dream Fairies, right?
Battle of the Fairies.
Battle of the Fairies, yeah. Actually, in this case, of course, Dream Fairy does have a slight advantage, returning it to hand and just preventing it from being played. If it's a key ally and you can't remove it, that's going to be pretty rough.
Yeah, one of the other disadvantages to Snow Fairy is the keyword Vigor. So
Yeah.
if you Snow Fairy something like a Wind Rider Vanguard, for
Yeah.
example, it will wake up in its end phase because Snow Fairy says this target unit will not wake up during its opponent's next wake-up phase.
Yeah. It's not a wake-up phase.
It's not a wake-up phase. It's
Yeah.
an end phase. So it's very, very good in this situation. Another thing worth mentioning between the two fairies, obviously, one is on category.
Right.
So it's a little bit considered to be a stronger card in that regard.
Yeah. Is Alec running any sort of True Sight?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. I mean, there are cards like Zephyr that potentially could give you some time to cast your or
I guess he is. Level 2 Seeking Shot.
in
does
the
get True
sideboard.
Sight,
In the
but
sideboard,
you
yeah.
requires you to be level 2.
Yeah, yeah. Many has a sort of Seeking, but also the Seeking Shot in the main board. So there are options there for Manny to
So he
clear.
can Seeking Shot for 2. He can Savage Slash for 3.
Yep.
As well. When it comes to Alex, he could Seeking Shot with the Bulwark Sword.
Yeah.
Or with an Ornamental Greatsword, but it is not super common. In the Wind decks, the only time we really see ways to deal with stealth would be Cleave.
Yep.
So Hurricane Sweep,
Hurricane
obviously
Sweep,
a very,
yep.
very popular option. And then Rose. I think Rose is actually a super underrated unit, especially in the ally matchups here. So there's a lot of really complex rulings with Rose and the way the fast activation happens and then phases of combat.
Yep.
So if you activate a card, so let's say I'm level 1, so I don't have the on-enter ability of Rose where you can change the target of the attack. So if I'm if I'm class bonus available to fast activate it, if you declare an attack with an ally,
Yep.
and I fast activate Rose,
Yep.
I actually can't intercept. It's too late. It's already gone past that step. But if you would use an attack card, I can play Rose as fast activation in response to your attack card. and then be able to intercept from that point.
Okay, yeah.
So Rose is oftentimes more relevant to have at level 2 for that.
Yep.
However, because she has fast activation on class bonus, you're able to play her in situations like pre-recollection, and it completely changes your opponent's setup because they've already materialized a card, assuming there's not going to be an interceptor. Right?
Yeah. Now, are you talking about the keyword intercept or the level 2+ on enter effect?
So if you have the level 2 on enter effect, you can play her immediately before damage to change targets. If you want to use the intercept, it has to be before the attack declaration is made, if it's an ally, or you can do it in response to the attack card being activated.
Oh, fun stuff.
It's a very, very specific niche ruling, but it is something I would have loved to see Alec actually play it.
Yeah, Rose has 4 keywords on the card. A lot of keywords, yeah. Cool.
Players laughing, having a good time, getting ready to start here.
Yeah, handshakes are in, and Manny's drawing his 7 after declaring his Spirit of Water. Okay, so I think in this matchup, because the board is going to be somewhat stalled, I think Manny might be looking to get the Scepter out and then try to build some permanent damage through the non-combat damage route as he levels up.
It's going to be pretty tough to kind of push the Scepter out early, though, going first.
Yeah.
So you don't want to be down that influence. You'll be -2, essentially, on your opponent. So we're going to see a Trained Sharpshooter as the early opener here.
Yeah.
Pretty classic 3 reserve cost, 2 power, 3 life card. Or, if you're a ranger, you can call her Gildas at home with a backstep.
That's right. All right, so Alex is going to draw his 7 and set aside his draw for turn. Okay, 2 lurking, raccoon.
Oh, that's a fantastic opener.
Yeah.
So there's a Swift Recruit and an Inspiring Call and another lurking, I think?
2 lurkings, yeah. Shimmer Cloak.
I think he has 3 lurkings now. I think his 8th card was another lurking.
Another lurking. Fabulous hand. Lots and lots and lots of options. Yeah.
Very nice. It's pretty comfortable. Double lurking to kill would be pretty okay here. He would take the risk, however, of interaction coming out.
Yeah.
But I think if Manny were to waste a Frostbind in this situation, it would genuinely feel like a waste, and Alec would be pretty okay losing the
lurking.
Losing the lurking for
yeah,
that.
Exactly.
Really safe option here would be something like Shimmercloak Assassin plus the Swift Recruit.
Yep. So it looks like he is. Oh, it's gonna be the lurking.
So he wants to play the lurking because he has 3, so he's not less afraid of losing it early on.
Yeah.
Lurking's a fantastic start. This unit has stealth if it's awake, and then at level 1 it can retaliate against attackers without defending. So he's a double lurking assailant opener. Wants to see if Manny will respond with any interaction. Doesn't look like Manny is planning on doing that.
Manny's letting it resolve.
Oh, interesting. No trade.
And he passes.
Doesn't want to deal with the Song of Frost coming out potentially.
Yeah.
Or anything that would stop damage.
Yeah, and this is what I was thinking too with lurking. One other option you have is instead of doing anything, because you have stealth, just put him on the board and leave it be.
There's a lot of different things you can do here.
Yeah.
Ooh, Manny with the Wind Resonance Bobble. Okay. I really like early bobbles.
I think you're exactly right. He doesn't want to be down cards. He's already deployed 1 ally. This will put 1 more card in his hand, allow him to balance his Gildas that's in hand already too. So allowed him to get an easier balance if he has to deploy Son of Frost, for example. He does have that also gripping a hand. So a lot of options.
Do we see 2 Fracturize? Or are those Steam Knights? I can't actually
I think
tell.
It's 2 Steam Knights, 1 Fracturized behind the Steam Knight.
I see. If you had a Frostborn Paladin, we could see something like Fracturize the Wind Resonance Bobble, banish it in response to cycle. It's a pretty effective way to get the extra life onto your Frostborn Paladin in this situation.
Yeah.
But I think here we might just Gildas Swing to Face. It's very possible.
Yeah, Gildas to Face is pretty good.
It does have a Song of Frost to stop combat against it.
Yeah, and I believe there's a...
Maybe a Korhazi Trapper?
Looks like he's thinking about perhaps what you were saying.
There's not a lot you can do. You can't really trade into stealth allies, which is why I felt like the Shimmer Cloak was really good. But in this situation, you can just hold the lurking. It's about the same value overall. It does have an easier time surviving.
Okay, it is a balance Gildas. Yeah. Okay, Gildas comes in. Balance for 4.
More damage here.
Registers.
Also, something Manny is doing here is writing all of his damage on paper. I think this is a fantastic practice. A lot of people should pick up. It's a very good way to figure out, if you and your opponent are off in damage, if you write down every instance of damage,
Yeah.
it's very easy to come back to.
Very easy to backtrack.
And
exactly
also a
what
judge
happened
will
every
most
turn.
often, if there's a discrepancy, will most often go with the pen and paper.
Correct. Yep.
Manny doing the allies math, thinking about the bobble, how he wants to move forward here. Could potentially swing at the train sharpshooter. There's not a ton of difference. I think holding on to this is pretty nice though.
Yeah. I think he's going to just dig for more options now and see what he gets. Potentially deploy
Stillwater.
Ooh.
So
That's
Stillwater next turn is really interesting. So Stillwater Patrol does give bonus damage.
Okay.
Oh,
Snow Fairy.
Snow Fairy value to kill the Snow Fairyed Lurking Assailant. Very, very well played. So Manny's representing a lot of damage on board. If we include a balanced Gildas, we're going to be seeing, I believe that is 7 damage on board. One of which is not going to be able to, he's not going to be able to deal with, just due to the fact that it's stealth.
Okay, so looks like Alec did materialize a water bobble. He's going to go ahead and just pop it now.
Oh, he popped it for
gets an
exactly what he wanted.
ASIN.
He wanted the Ace and Protector for that woodland squirrel. Holy, I was not expecting that. But,
Yeah.
sometimes it's about the heart of the card. You just got to believe in what you need.
He's not going to use it yet, though. He will be instead
Whoa.
Inspiring Call. Okay.
Interesting.
Draw one to memory.
So I really like the Inspiring Call here because it does allow him to trade basically 2 allies, right?
Yes.
It is very useful for him in this rotation. Inspiring Call also does recycle itself, right?
Yep.
It draws a card into memory,
Yep.
and I mean that's just a fantastic setup here. Something to note though, Manny does have the answer to this turn.
Mm-hmm.
I can't wait for the Stillwater Patrol to come out.
Yeah.
Stillwater Patrol getting bonus damage against, or bonus power, my apologies, against stealth units.
Correct. Yeah, that Stillwater Patrol is another option for the True Sight. So definitely, yeah.
One of, by the way.
Yeah, one of.
One
and
of.
He has it.
Feels
so
very good when you pull your Silver Bullet.
That's right.
On a turn where you have, lots of stealth up.
That's right, yeah. Both players, again, just vowing to, continue to refill the hand, especially because it's a battle of the board is what we're looking at here.
What did he draw? Ooh,
Imperial
Recruit.
Recruit.
He can actually play both, the Imperial Recruit and the Stillwater Patrol. Alec has no cards in hand, no interactions available. Grand Crusader's Ring here for Manny. Is able to banish that and draw a card if you'd like.
Yes.
What other lines do we have here for Manny Gardwell?
I think you clear the Shimmer Cloak for
There
sure.
it is.
There you go.
Big damage coming in. Stillwater Patrol takes out the Shimmer Cloak. True Sight being able to get the +1 power attacking stealth units. So that's a 2 power, 3 life card going up to 3 power there. Very strong.
Yep.
Honestly, holding interaction here is really good for Manny. On the off chance that Alec decides to go for a Bulwark Sword, being able to fracturize that immediately is good value.
Yeah. I think he's going to push damage instead. Turning both allies sideways for 2 more damage.
Yeah, we do like to push damage. I mean, we saw that in Glenny Boy's match against Caven this morning, and it was a big difference maker.
Yeah, and
every little bit of 1-2 damage here and there. Flame Rune Sword's been, whatever it is, it's big. It adds up.
Both players are not running any way to heal, so every damage looks like will stick here.
Yeah, we're representing a lot of damage on board. So when we look at what Alec has, he's going to have to swing with the Lurking Assailant. And the reason for that is because if he doesn't attack with the Lurking Assailant, he'll be awake, he'll be stealth. It's prime target for Stillwater. He'll actually make it easier to trade that ally out.
Yeah, effectively, actually, the Lurking being awake is the worst possible case for him. Yeah.
When offense is still your best strategy, as I always say with aggressive wind allies.
But Alec has some good plays, right? He does have the Squirrel to Ace and combo. His couple Wind Rider Vanguards as well now.
Squirrel to Aeson is pretty good here. So the Squirrel's going to take out the Stillwater Patrol.
Yep.
And then we're going to see the 4 down for an Aeson Protector, returning the Squirrel back to hand. And Ace and Protector will be able to take out that Imperial Recruit. Seeing a
Right.
lot of very, very good trading.
Yeah.
3 allies on board each
Very
turn.
efficient.
Trades back down to 1. Repeat, rinse, repeat. And
Yep.
it's clean. Gameplay is clean right now.
Very efficient on both sides, yeah.
Ooh, Song of Nurturing in hand.
But we're just going to, again, push damage.
Swift Recruit.
Yeah. He's thinking.
I'm a Swift Recruit enjoyer. I'll be honest, for a long time, I thought that card was really bad.
Swift Recruit?
I was like, it's whatever. It's a 1/2. And then I realized it's a human with Intercept and Floating Memory that's not class bonus.
Oh, yeah. It's great. It's a great card.
It's great.
It's great.
It's actually just great.
I mean, I played in my Prismatic Merlin. Fire Merlin.
True.
Yeah.
True. Prismatic.
Yeah.
Creative Shock. Discarding a Swift Recruit, by the way.
Uh-huh.
Let's see what Manny has here.
Yeah.
It's going to be tough. That I mean, like we said earlier in this matchup, Ace and Protector is a big wall to get over. And if Alec does find and attune the wins, I mean, he has the Song of Nurturing, but this turn, if Manny is able to take out the Ace and Protector, it's going to make a big difference here. It's going to actually re-swing it back the other way.
Yeah. I don't know how you guys are feeling, but I love GA like this. This feels like how GA is meant to be played. Bunch of allies swinging at each other, minor little spells to boost here and there, right? Very fair games. You know kind of what your opponent is doing, right? There's no like, oh, I have 20 cards. What can I do type of thing. So, yeah, and it's always fun to watch this kind of games because every single turn, it looks like a lot of things are happening.
Going Lorraine level 1.
Yeah,
Interesting.
he's going to lose a card on this.
You lose the Korhazi Trapper. Korhazi Trapper is something I really like to play early on in this matchup.
Yeah.
I like the value you get from being able to remove the preparation counter to remove 3 damage. It allows you to protect things like your Gildas fairly well.
Yeah, and you see the instant banish on the Tariff Ring as well with the Bulgur Sword coming out. Because obviously the Bulgur Sword is to remove some allies, but now Manny has to pay 4 for a swing. Okay.
Oh, he's actually going to go for it. He's put his whole hand down to try to trade out the Lurking Assailant.
Lurking Assailant, yeah. Okay, it passes back to Alec. Alec's going to go ahead and wake up. What would Alec materialize here?
Bulwark Sword is honestly really safe. So we saw the Tariff Ring early on. There's going to be no opportunity for a Poison Coating Oil. I think if he had the Lurking Assailant still in the field, level 1 actually might have been really valuable there. Go level 1 Tenoris, give yourself Taunt, protect your allies. Next turn, you materialize a Bulwark Sword, and then you can either heavy swing with the Bulwark Sword, playing with your allies on the field, or you can attack regularly, pay your 2 for that, and Inspiring Call.
Yeah.
A lot of different options. Even pre-Recollection, it's comfortable to be playing Inspiring Call. Materialization options are tough here. So we've seen the Water Resonance Ball, but we haven't seen the Grand Crusaders ring yet.
Yeah.
So that is an option.
Yeah. GCR is a pretty good option here, of course. Yeah, and his life is not really in any type of threat that he has to go level up right now. And losing a card right now feels really bad, especially when you're actually winning the board.
Yeah, so the nice thing is we saw the Tariff Ring early. Going into level 1 Tenoris here is essentially having another Tariff Ring, but better.
Yeah. Okay.
So he's going to go for it.
Looks like the Tariff Ring here. All right. It's going to get the Raccoon.
Raccoon actually not that relevant in this matchup. One of the interesting things in this matchup, if you see the Sea Sprite Diver, you can actually use the Raccoon to mill your own graveyard, so they have to pay more for it.
Yeah.
I've seen that happen a couple times.
Looks like Alec drew another Lurking Assailant.
So that's 4 Lurking Assailants for the game, correct?
Is that 4? Maybe that's the one he hasn't played, or... Okay. Let's go ahead and swing it with
was
the
an
swirl.
Ace and Protector?
Another
oh, it was?
Ace-in.
Oh, he's going to bounce the Ace-in again. Oh, double Ace-in on board.
Double Ace-in on board. This is insane. This is actually insane.
Oh, my goodness. That's
3 more.
That's a very scary board right now.
Yeah, and he can actually kind of just... I mean, he could push damage. He could also just leave it. Okay, play the squirrel. Okay, he's going to push it.
Yeah, might as well push the damage, right?
Yeah,
Taunt is available.
Taunt is available.
Going to leave the Swift Recruit. Honestly, swinging with the Swift Recruit is totally fine here. You might as well push in the 1 extra damage.
Push the damage.
Push Manny to 10. Make him sweat a little bit. I mean, if you push him to 10 here, you know, he's 2 damage off lethal. All you need is Bulwark Sword. or board gets partially cleared.
Yeah.
Heavy swing.
Heavy swing. Yep.
Heavy swing. Manny's most likely going to have to materialize the Tariff Ring here.
Yeah. This board is looking really, really scary. So Manny's going to think a little bit on recollection here.
Yeah, it's just tough. I mean, you don't really have any way to kill allies. Even if you drew a Seeking Shot, you have to hit Tanaris.
Yeah.
Tanaris is awake and available with Taunt.
Yeah.
If only Snow Fairy was Bubble Mage, you could rest. You could rest Tony here with a Bubble Mage. Snow Fairy sadly can't do that.
Yeah, ally only. Okay. He's going to go.
No way he goes Lorraine level 2. Oh, Drawn
Blade, yeah.
So Drawn Blade to cycle is pretty good. You're going to see in a Steam Knight go away.
Yep.
On the enter of Drawn Blade, I
card.
will draw a card. Good pun, Tech.
It's a card that he Steam Knight is a card that he didn't play, so it looks like he's not really thinking this is the right card he needs right now. Some way to get rid of the board is definitely what he needs, but tricky because Taunt is now available. Like you said, it's like a Terrafring. Alec also with Tenoris can tank quite a bit of damage, so he's not too worried.
I mean, if he had 9 cards in hand, he could title sweep with the Bulwark Sword, but I don't ever see an ally player having 9 cards in hand.
Yeah.
I'm just kidding. There's no actual title sweep in the. It is probably one of the weaker cards in the game.
I was gonna say title sweep, huh?
Title sweep is a card people don't even know what it does because it's too rough to use.
Yeah, one of our local water players, when I asked, hey, why don't you play title sweep? The answer is always, are you kidding me? Have you seen the cost on this card?
Ooh, this class bonus floating memory though. The card's fantastic.
Yeah.
Oh, and that's a pass there with all cards in hand. This is looking painful. Here. Can't even trade the Snow Fairy into the Squirrel.
He does have a Song of Frost, but again, Alex coming in with a lot of micro damage. So
well, that's the play. That's the play right there.
Yeah. Okay.
Micro damage, no more. We have the Ornamental Greatsword now. The Squirrel is buff.
Slightly. Just slightly.
Until we double attune the wins.
Yeah, but and really good buff here too. You see how he's spreading the damage out. That way nothing, no big damage is going to be canceled. It's just going to be a lot of, again, micro damage. Spread it as evenly as possible is the goal here. So Tony comes in for one swing.
Inspiring Call?
Maybe.
No? Oh, maybe.
No.
Wait. Huh?
Okay, one more.
Interesting. Okay, so no Rallied Advance. No Inspiring Call.
2 from the Squirrel. I think this one you have to let it through.
Manny looking at cards in hand, deliberating options. Windrider Vanguard is available. Song of Nurturing is available.
Okay, it's going to Freezing Hail this card.
Freezing Hail into the Squirrel.
Yep, Squirrel's gone.
He's just letting him know, verify that it's only +1 attack. It's not +1 power or +1 life. It's just +1 power here.
So
it's a 2/1.
Alec does have a Song of Nurturing that he's fingering, but he's thinking it's okay. We let it go through.
Yeah, the influence, like having more influence in this, this is really good.
Yeah,
really,
exactly.
Really good.
I'd rather be 1 card up instead of saving the Squirrel. It looks like. Yeah, Asen comes in, still a threat. Again, with so many cards in hand, Alec can just represent lethal. Yeah, this is a must. Because if you don't do this now, I mean, Alec can just drop another card and go for lethal then.
Yep, that'll be the 3 down for Winter Vanguard, 3 down for a Shimmercloak Assassin. Whatever it is, it's going to be too much damage.
Yeah.
So Manny is going to Song of Frost, the Asen Protectors. I mean, the first Asen, the
second one.
Second one. The first one played, the second one in the in the attacking sequence here.
Yes.
Mixing myself up a little bit with the numbers.
Alex thinking here. Yeah, I think, pretty easy. Just lay it down.
Windrider, big fan.
Yeah, use it.
Big fan here. Okay, a little bit of side trivia while they're deliberating. What is the class bonus of Song of Frost?
Song of Frost class bonus. Oh, it's for Tamer, right?
It is for Tamer.
To cost, you can pay with floating memory. Is that?
Yes, and it's free.
Yay!
It's free. That's a good one.
I know GA.
I for the first time I ever saw someone actually utilize that.
Yeah.
In the Yeti Online region a while ago.
Cool.
So definitely a good one.
Nice, yeah.
I completely forgot it had that because I mean we don't play against Tamer that much.
Yeah.
Well, hopefully more in the MRC. But I mean this game's looking very rough for Manny. He's 17 damage counters on end step. We're gonna see the wake of the Windrider Vanguard. He won't even really be able to clear that because damage coming in means he's gonna be getting retaliated against for 2 more, pushing him to 19. It's just a very tough position. You know, Alec really dug in and found exactly what he needed. He got the Squirrel, top deck Asen.
Yeah.
And then he got the other squirrel, and then, I mean, same squirrel.
Same squirrel.
Same squirrel.
The other ASIN.
The other ASIN.
Getting 2 ASINs out basically for free, and sorry, better than free because you got 1 extra damage with the squirrel as well.
Yep.
Is very, very good. That's definitely the combo a lot of these players are looking for.
Yeah, Manny was really hoping to have that freezing hail in his hand early on. If he did have it, in response to the ASIN activation, you could actually just kill the squirrel.
Yeah.
And then he just bounce himself back to hand, and that would be, a big sad, as some would say.
Yeah, explain that interaction for our audience here a little bit. ASIN says, on enter, return target ally. So what you would do is you would kill the squirrel, and now ASIN has to choose a different target. And it's a must, so of course ASIN can choose itself. But otherwise, yeah, you might be losing a Swift Recruit, which is probably the lesser. But otherwise, yeah, ASIN or Lurking are all pretty bad options, of course.
You see the materialization here of
Yeah.
Lorraine, level 2, Lorraine Blade Master coming in.
Yeah. This is what I was thinking, too, because it's kind of his only out, right? He's going to be able to draw cards on this. He's going to be able to get a little bit extra life.
One of those floating already. Esteem Knight is the second card. Not a bad banish, actually, here for Manny. Not getting a lot of value out of that Fracturize. Does have 2 in hand, though, I think. But we're going to see Lorraine Blade Master on enter. Until end of turn, Lorraine's attacks get +2, and on kill, draw a card.
Yeah. He's going to clear ASIN with this. Draw the card.
Using that drawn blade there to take down one of the ASINs.
He still does have a Song of Frost, though, right? So some other options there, too.
Does he have a secondary Song of Frost? I think I missed that.
I believe it's the top card that he's, well, it's now the second card he's looking at. He's thinking about it.
It's tough, because even at this point, with 4 cards in influence, the ability to make a Bulwark Sword here, or to materialize a Bulwark Sword here for Tenora's side, I mean, you're representing lethal on board.
Yep.
Right, we're going to see 3 damage from the ASIN Protector, 2 damage from the Wind Rider Vanguard, putting Manny at 22, 1 damage from the Swift Recruit, and then any individual instance of damage from there would be enough to close out the game at 24.
Yeah. Manny's thinking about any other ways, while the allies are tapped, to kind of clear some more allies. Ideally, another ASIN to help make this a little bit smoother. But I think, it's tough because he just doesn't have another way. I wonder if it would have been better. Maybe it doesn't matter, but I wonder if it would have been better to use the Bulwark Sword to clear the ASIN directly without the fairy, and then combo with a different card in hand to clear another ally. Yeah, that's gonna be tricky too. Then his whole hand's gonna be down, and he's gonna be going into that with nothing. So it's gonna be tricky either way. Yeah.
He's drawn a lot of interaction, not a lot of allies, so it's a little tougher on that regard.
Yeah.
I mean, we could see a swing here into the Swift Recruit. It is like 1 damage reduction overall on the board, but it still represents lethal with Bulwark Sword, especially knowing that Bulwark Sword on class bonus for Tonoris is gonna be level 3 or level 3. It's gonna be 3 damage.
Yeah. Yeah, and he knows the Bulwark Sword is always an option, so it's going to be tricky, very tricky situation here. Players are taking their time to think about the situation. It's absolutely critical. Okay, he's going to just go ahead and pass with is that 5 cards in hand? 5 cards in hand.
The beauty of untimed top cut does allow our players to, oh my goodness, he still has a Grand Crusader's ring. I forgot about that. I did mention it earlier. We're going to see a Poison Coating Oil.
Okay.
I believe a Shimmer Cloak coming out.
Well, he's representing stealth either way, right? So.
Oh, top deck 2 in the wins.
That's so many different lines now.
Probably game in the next 2 turns.
So many different games now, or lines now for victory. Yeah.
Does Alec have 6 cards in hand? If he does, he can attune the winds with respect to 1 Frostbind, but not 2.
No, he has 5.
5 cards in hand. Ooh, a little too risky. Maybe not the turn to take it. Just swing a little bit, get the damage in.
Yeah, Frostbind is definitely a really strong thing here. I wonder why he didn't bring out the Bulwark Sword for the more maybe direct line. Maybe his thinking was something like, hey, I pull up the Poison Coated Oil, play the Lurking or the Shimmer Cloak, and then try to go for it. But he's going to go for it either way, yeah.
I mean, you're representing so much damage on board. There's no reason not to, right?
The intent was he was going to go for it either way too, right? Because he would, I mean, if he didn't draw the Attune of the Wind, he would have just played the Lurking or played the Shimmer Cloak. Both have stealth. Same thing. You apply the poison code oil onto the Shimmer Cloak or Lurking, and then swing.
Oh, this is going to resolve.
It's going to resolve. No Frostbind.
Oh, my goodness. This is now a 4-power, 5-life Ace and Protector. Swift
that's
Recruit
gonna be
now
it.
becoming the classic 3/2/3. And Wind Rider Vanguard moving up to 3 power and 4 life.
2 damage.
2 damage comes in.
Okay,
You're
2
gonna
more.
see 3 damage come in.
3 more, yes. And that's the
Do
4.
we see lethal? Ace and Protector here. Swinging in for 4.
It's going to be Song of Frost.
Song of Frost?
Song of Frost. And Manny has a Dungeon Guide, too. Does he have any Crux cards? Okay, Song of Frost. It's good. And this is, yeah, this is what we were saying before. Had it been the Bulgur Sword, may have been very different.
But I mean, the Bulwark Sword, he wouldn't have been able to use it, though, is the sad part. He would have been 1 card short, paying the cost of the Bulwark Sword for the attack. Already used the Ornamental Greatsword, sadly. If that was still available, it would have been quite good.
Yeah.
But you're in a pretty comfortable position here.
Still good, yeah. I mean, if he actually, resolved the Attune, his allies are effectively out of range.
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely out of range at this point. Seeking Shot will no longer kill an Ace and Protector. Seeking Shot will barely kill a Wind Rider Vanguard, so the value on that is still good.
Yeah.
But, I mean, that Wind Rider.
That is an invigorated Ace and Protector now. Oh, I guess it doesn't have an intercept, but hey.
The other thing is he can't actually clear the Wind Rider Vanguard without a Resolute in hand. Because the Retaliate will kill.
Correct. Yeah, there's so many different options here for Alec here.
Alec is, as I would like to say, being chillin'.
Yeah. Folded hands, he knows. It's any time now. I mean, this is just, matter of passing it back. I mean,
look at him, though. He's so respectful in this whole time. He's sitting there very politely, just waiting, for the turn to pass.
Yep. Tithe Proclamation
Manny
comes
trying
in.
to cycle.
Okay. See what he gets out of it. Odd. Okay. Steam Knight goes out. Draws a card. Yeah. Really didn't like that card, I guess, huh?
It's going to be second draw for turn there with the Tithe Proclamation.
Yeah. It does have a Dungeon Guide. The Dungeon Guide, I mean, we're going to be able to go to 3. We're going to be able to bring back a sword. But is it enough? He does get a Drawn Blade.
I don't think it's enough. I'll be honest with you.
Yeah. Yeah. He's gonna have to lose 2 cards for that Dungeon Guide to draw 1 back.
Oh man, Dungeon Guide. What are you gonna kill on the field?
Nothing.
You swing your Drawn Blade with its 4 durability counters. I'm gonna kill your Swift Recruit.
Yeah.
Now you represent 7 lethal to face.
Without anything, yeah.
Without my poison coating oil, I have 7 lethal. Face.
Without oil, without any swords, without anything, yeah. It's like they say in Las Vegas, it's like drawing dead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's exactly what it is.
Yeah.
Exactly what it is. It's a very, very tough situation to be in, especially in an Allies matchup.
He is still going to do it, though, because, again, it's like, you hope. But he's going to be, he's going to have 2 cards in hand. That's not enough for, even a Song of Frost, right? So it's a really tricky situation
Not
here.
enough for anything.
Yeah.
Very, very tough.
Okay. He's going to use the on-enter trigger ability, get the Drawn Blade. Draw a card for the Drawn Blade and add his durability counters. Yeah, 2 cards. That's a sad water player.
This is really a sad water player. I mean, your goal is always to stabilize at a certain point and be able to deal with the removal.
Yeah.
But in this situation, I mean, he knows. He's like, there's nothing left I can do.
Yeah.
Offers a handshake. Oh, man, what a game 1.
Yeah, oof. Really tough.
Yep.
Really tough.
That was a big game 1, though. It was very clean, very well traded up into the early point of the game.
Yep.
We reached, I think it was the 3rd turn where it started to make a big difference, right?
Yeah.
We talked about that Terrafring into the Tenoris level 1 taunt combo, and I mean, Alec just displayed that flawlessly.
Yeah, Alec was able to keep his board while Manny got his board ruined a little bit early on. And yeah, and that's the thing. If you can't win that game of attrition in an ally to ally matchup, then you're going to have some trouble. So looks like out of Alec's Materia deck, he's going to be dropping out 3 different cards. I'm assuming that's going to be the Wind Bauble, the Tithe, and potentially the Poison Coated Oil.
The Fire Bauble.
Fire Bauble, yeah.
So
Fire
two
Bauble.
baubles and the Tithe.
Tithe, yep. Okay.
I really like what he's bringing in here. I think I have Argus.
I have Argus. Garen, I love that card. I have Argus.
He has no other way to deal with stealth, right?
Yeah. Have you ever accidentally put Storm Tyrant's Eye instead of Eye of Argus? Or no, there's another card that's really similar to
Crystal of Argus.
Crystal of Argus.
I've actually never used Eye of Argus in my deck.
I brought it to locals and I realized this is not the right true side card. Yes.
That's a rough one.
I don't know how many other fans in chat have ever made that mistake. I was a noob.
Yeah, let us know in chat. Have you guys ever mistaken a card because it had like a similar wording? Eye of Argus, Crystal of Argus, Crystal of something for your accidental banned Crystal of Empowerment.
It is yeah. Oof. It was yeah. Definitely not the right card.
The big thing?
Yep.
Smoke bomb's coming
Smoke bomb. Yep.
Smoke bomb's in. Let's go, baby.
And Trinket. Why
Trinket,
not?
true. Trinket. So Trinket in this deck specific, because I'm a big fan of wind allies, whether it's mid-range or the level 1, level 2.
Yeah.
Level 1, level 2 is my preference because I do like playing kind of that comfort control, balance Gildas.
Yep.
Throw cool shiny cards on the board. Viridian Protective Trinket is what I bring out on the turn I plan to kill you.
Yeah.
So that like you're holding 4 in hand. Oh well, now you're holding nothing in hand.
Yeah. The other thing I was also like Seeking Shot. I think Alec here is probably going to be looking to bring in some Seeking Shots, and then potentially maybe taking out some raccoons.
True. No need for the raccoons.
Yeah.
The value of them in this matchup isn't really that much.
Yeah.
Seeking Shot's huge. Big fan of Seeking Shot.
I agree. Yeah. But the rest of the deck looks pretty good as long as you can continue that same or similar gameplay as game 1. You know, draw like that, it'll be fine.
Also, in regards to our discussion of True Sight, dealing with stealth units and stuff like that. I mean, that's Rose in this deck, right? If Rose were to be available here,
you're really on this Rose.
I'm a big Rose hand. Rose is the
make
defensive.
Rose great once.
Yes, please.
For the first time,
please. Rose's defensive Stillwater Patrol, right?
Yeah.
Instead of doing more damage to stealth units, you could play it in response to a lot of things and try to protect yourself from it. But she does have Intercept True Sight, and that's a big thing.
Can you explain the interaction of lurking assailants retaliation with something like a stealth unit? For example, if you're attacking with a stealth unit, are you able to retaliate on that stealth unit?
So yes, you are, because retaliation doesn't check for stealth.
Yes.
You can just attack. You can just retaliate.
Retaliate.
No matter what.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
And so with lurking specifically, where he's retaliating an attacking unit, he can do that without defending as long as you're level 1+, and it doesn't actually matter if that unit has stealth because it's not targeting the unit. It's just a retaliation.
Yeah. Okay. So that could be a good counter for like Shimmer Cloak, for example.
Yeah, it's really.
You can kind of just hold
too.
the fairies. Yeah, you just hold them down, right? So they can't really attack with it. Yeah. And over here on Manny's side, obviously, Fireball goes out for potentially another sword. I mean, he actually has a lot of options here. Life Essence Amulet. Had he had that card, he could have drawn another card. The sword is another way to kind of bump that damage, especially against somebody who could attune. That's the one extra damage you're looking for to clear Asen, clear some other ally.
I think Tithe comes out too.
Yeah.
So we're probably going to see 3 material deck cards, right? Water Resonance, or 3?
Life Essence Amulet.
Two.
And then Ornamental Greatsword. Yeah. So Tithe and Firebauble comes out.
Yeah.
And the rest, I think you just keep. I think they're all pretty good.
Everything else is comfortable and pretty chill there. I'm interested to
Invigorated
see
Slash.
if that comes through.
Okay, yeah. What about Invigorated Slash?
I think it's good.
Bring it in.
I actually low-key think it's good.
I don't think you low-key think it's good. I think you just think it's good.
I like it a lot with Scepter.
Yeah.
But in this specific matchup, I think it's good because it'll allow Manny the opportunity to clear more allies on board on his level up turns.
Correct.
Especially if he takes the first step.
Yeah.
Right? If he moves forward ahead of where... Interesting. Something I just saw that that caught me off guard was they're letting each other cut each other's X. I thought it was Judge only that could cut, but I guess they're comfortable with it in some regard.
Both players are so friendly. I think it's going to be great. Yeah. So really interesting too. The other thing I've noticed, usually in these ally-to-ally matchups, right, you're almost always wanting to get a 1 card extra. But Manny is actually trying to go first here, and that makes him draw. Obviously, he starts to play earlier, but he's down 1 card, and he has no target attack for first turn.
Yeah, I don't know if I want to. I mean, okay, if he has Lunette in his deck, going first might be an auto win for the matchup.
Correct.
If you put a Lunette there, you bounce her on turn 1.
Right.
If they don't have a Seeking Shot, there's really no way to deal with that. I mean, you can Dream Fairy it, obviously, right?
Yeah.
But it's very, very, very tough.
Yeah. But it seems, yeah, it's an interesting play. I'd be curious what the mindset behind that is. And Alex peeking at his cards.
Very slowly.
Like a true poker player here.
Yes. So the funny, interesting moment of this is when we were casting Alex match, he got 4 heavy swings in his first opening hand. And they actually made that a hidden silver bonus for Path of Silver. It was yesterday's match, 35-46 or something. And it was when Alex showed his hand, and I was like, oh, it's just heavy swing 4 times.
Yeah. Great. Yeah, Alex looking at his hand here.
So I see an Inspiring Call, 2 Zephyrs, Song of Nurturing, Ace and Protector, Rallied Advanced, and something. Oh, I'm missing one.
Lurking Assailant?
Hopefully a Lurking Assailant in this situation.
No, Song of Nurturing. Yeah, there's lots of interaction, but not a good set of allies. And these, yeah.
Oh, it's Swift Recruit. That's what it is.
Swifty is good.
Big fan.
Okay, 1 damage.
Whoa, did he just pass turn?
I think so.
Whoa. Oh, never mind.
Nope.
Oh, this could be bad. This could be bad.
Yeah.
He has his hands together. He's like, no frostbite, no
please.
frostbite, no frostbite.
And it is going to be a frostbite, and he's doing it with the promo from Worlds.
Oh, that's
rough. That's a big frostbind, yeah.
That is actually normally frostbinding whatever ally comes down in the situation is like, debatable. But I mean, frostbinding an Ace and Protector is kind of big,
especially in this hand. Now, the saving grace is Alec does have a second Aeson, so he will be able to come back on next turn to do the thing. But if he loses Hasty here, that Aeson is it's going to be really hard to drop.
No, not Swifty. We can't be losing the Swifty like that.
I mean, everything on the board says the Swifty is not going to stay.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, Alex hands down. There's a 2 attack. I don't know. It's going to be rough. Now, the other thing, too, is Alec did give some indicators, potentially, that his hand is a little bit tricky. So perhaps if Manny picked up on that, there you go. Clears the Swifty. Yeah. And now he's going to pop the bobble and see some other options here.
That's going to be comfortable to have in the graveyard, though. Floating Memory in graveyard available for when you want to go into Norse level 1. You actually won't have to do the materialization of the Terraforming right away. You can just go straight into 1 when you're ready to either unlock a class bonus. And in this matchup, with what his opening hand is, Rallied Advance unlocks with class bonus, so that might be really good for Alec.
Big draw on that Wind Resonance Bauble as well. That was a Gildas.
Is he balanced?
I don't think so. Because he is popping that. Oh, he is balanced.
He is balanced.
Because he's
frostbinded,
right? Yeah.
Okay. This is value. There's nothing on board.
Yep.
Korhazi Trapper in hand. If he has another Frostbind or a Song of Frost, he might not even need to use it.
Yep.
Because of the Korhazi Trapper.
Yep.
So he's representing 3 damage on board, which is enough to trade off anything currently on the field.
Yeah. Okay, so Alex is going to be thinking about his materialization. He does have a floating, but yeah, I think continue to draw a card because his hand is really looking tough. Yeah, I don't think
he needs some allies right now. That's what we're looking for.
I don't think he liked what he drew.
He drew a Lurking.
It was a Lurking.
And a Deflecting Edge.
Okay.
That's okay. There's a lot of interaction in his hand, almost too much interaction.
Well, one of the cool things he could do here is drop the Lurking and then offer himself some options here.
Yeah, definitely leave the Lurking. Leave it up stealth, most likely. I mean, you still have 0 damage counters. No damage on board currently to you.
Yeah.
Shouldn't there be 2 damage on board? Trained Sharpshooter damage of 2. Did I miss that?
No, the Trained Sharpshooter went for the Swift Recruit.
Ah, thank you.
Yeah, that was the key clear, remember? Because if he didn't do that, the Aeson will be coming down. Okay, so we're going to be putting 3 down.
Lurking.
Dropping a Lurking. Yeah. Okay, there's a lot of options there. I see some Inspiring Calls, Deflecting, Zephyrs. I mean, he also does have a Zephyr. It's pretty good.
Oh, this is pretty good value this turn.
Yeah, passing it back to...
No, surely it's Eye of Argus, right?
No, Grand Crusader Ring it is.
Yep, big fan of Grand Crusader's Ring.
He does still have his hand on it, so he's thinking, oh, we may not Yeah, he's asking, can I take it?
Yeah.
I think the ruling is if you don't take your hand off, then you haven't materialized it. I think it's something like that.
The other one would be the verbal.
The verbal.
If you say materialize Grand Crusader's ring, you must materialize Grand Crusader's ring in that situation. But
yeah, sometimes the confirmation is if you move to the next phase, right? If you start recollecting, then it's too late.
It's a pretty standard chess ruling, if you let go of the piece.
That's right.
You've moved the piece.
That's right. Okay, he's going to go ahead and draw a card for his turn. He does have now a balanced hand. And guess what? This Gildas is much safer now on board, right? He has the Trapper to be able to protect it. He also still has the balance. So I'm feeling pretty good on the Gildas.
I like Gildas here. I don't think Alex is going to use
Is
the
that a
deflecting edge. I think he's most
Frostpal?
likely going to take the damage.
Okay, so 3 down for the Gildas. Yep,
Gildas balanced.
feels pretty good.
Gildas is going to swing face for 4.
He's going to deflect. I think you don't. I think you got to protect your allies. Yeah, take the damage.
And you just take the damage.
Yeah, life is a resource, right?
Life is a resource.
The only life that matters, the one that kills.
That's true. Life is a resource is like one of the most fantastic things you can learn in Grand Archive.
Any card game.
So throwback to a match from yesterday.
Yeah.
It was Pro-An versus Alec.
Yeah.
Has a Resolute in hand. Takes 14 or 15 damage.
No Resolute.
No Resolute to push himself into Chalice of Blood range.
Yep. Then Resolute's the last one?
No, doesn't use it at all. Takes
at
the
all.
full amount of damage. It's actually pretty sick here. Oh.
We're going to Snow Fairy, the Lurking Assailant here.
Doing water stuff.
Okay, this is pretty big. Now, Alec can try to Zephyr the Lurking Assailant here, so that Snow Fairy loses its target. Yeah, so
interesting.
Oh, he is going to do
I
it.
think he's going to do it.
Yeah,
I
he's going to do it.
I think he has to, right?
He has to. He has no other allies, right? Okay, takes that 1 damage. All right, and then go to instep. Lurking comes back in.
Yeah, I want to note, he moved it to his banishment zone.
Yeah.
Which is technically what Suppress does, right? Suppress is a temporary banishment.
Banish it,
and then it returns.
Yeah.
Usually we're so used to just flipping a card over.
Oh, I mean, I think in North America, we definitely flip the card over.
Yeah, we just flip the card over, flip it back after. So, I mean, that's a very good way to show the zoning, and,
It's
and
probably
very useful
like-
for the stream.
It's probably the most legal way to do it, too. Like, if that's the banish zone, I put it in the banish zone, I bring it back.
Exactly.
Yeah. Now, Alec does still have 1 floating in the yard. I'm not sure if he remembers that. He is peeking at his memory right now. So I wonder if he is looking to potentially level up right here.
Leveling up here is not bad.
It's not great, though. But
So the reason I think it's not too bad is because he can use Rallied Advance to clear a decent amount of the board. Lurking Assailant swings, you Rallied Advance, and Lurking Assailant can attack again.
Yeah.
However, because of the Korhazi Trapper, there's a lot
makes it
of
hard.
defensive. Manny doesn't need cards in hand right now.
Yeah.
He needs bodies on the board.
Yeah.
And
Actually,
he's safe with that right now.
Yeah, the Trapper actually just shuts it down completely. It's going to give Lurking -3 attack for the entire turn. Yeah. Oh, gets the Squirrel for his ace.
Oh, Dream Fairy.
And a Dream Fairy. Whoa.
Wait.
God draws. God draws right here.
How do you feel about the Dream Fairy? Dream Fairy targets... Honestly,
Trapper.
Dream Fairy targeting Trapper is good, but you can still use the Trapper in response to reduce the damage on Lurking Assailant. Like in response to the card activation, you can use the effect of Korhazi Trapper.
Yeah. Another way to kind of just stop the bleeding, send the Gildas back, and then hope for no way of clearing the Fairy. He hasn't seen any Seeking Shots, so it is a little bit scary. And Alec does know that there is a Stillwater Patrol still as an option in Manny's deck.
But he does know it's 1. And it being on a 1 of is probably something you don't factor in too much. You're probably just like, okay, well, he hit it. It is what it is.
Okay, so I think he really wants to play the Stream Fairy. But he's trying to figure out or think about which cards he puts down, but also which target he's going to go for.
That Dream Fairy is just too fantastic. Too fantastic.
Yeah.
I think, honestly, there's a really good value argument for just Dream Fairying the Gildas.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it stops the bleeding for now, especially because Alec really needs some turns where he is situated to be able to kind of catch up.
At any point when Manny decides he doesn't want to play any more allies, he can start leveling up and focus on those things. But for now, 6 influence means we drop to 7. It's a perfect number there. Or as I believe Dan likes to call it, Gildas math.
Gildas
math is just 7 is the magic number.
Correct.
And then if you're Fire Xander, it's every single number is the magic number. Because you can balance on anything. It's actually crazy.
Yeah. And if you're less than 4. Oh, it looks like the Squirrel is going to be the play instead of the Dream
Whoa.
Fairy. Because the Squirrel actually, due to Asen's cost, won't be enough. So it's going to come in for the... Oh, he's going to force the Trapper to use the Trapper on the Lurking Assailant. Right?
Yeah.
To then take out the Asen to clear the Gildas. There's another way to get to the Gildas without using the Dream Fairy.
Yep. It's a pretty effective strategy here.
Yeah.
I like it quite a bit.
Yeah.
There is a world where Manny just lets the Gildas die.
Why not?
And doesn't use the preparation counter, but
I think you use it.
I think you have to use it, right?
Yeah. I think you use it no matter what.
Here it is.
Here it is. Show the Asen.
Asen Protector.
Oh, and that leaves him enough cards in hand to also have a deflecting for the turn back to protect the Asen.
True.
This is
can deflecting edge.
I think with 2 draws, Alec has actually turned his hand around quite a bit.
And then following the next turn, you can use the Swift Recruit in the graveyard there to protect his whole board.
Yeah. Whoa.
Oh, it's actually 3 cards in hand for Song of Nurturing.
It's even better, yeah. Because the Squirrel comes back. I forgot about this. Yeah. It's probably like the best possible situation. I think you just cleared the Gildas no matter what. Yeah, it's already been used, so he's asking how many, yeah.
Yeah, what's the verification on the damage counters?
Correct.
And that's it. It's exactly what you said, Mark. It is exactly. I forgot he had another Asen Protector.
Dude, the Asian Protector protecting Hong Kong right now.
True.
Gotta say it.
True.
Yep.
Just like that wonderful Asen cosplay we saw earlier today.
That's right.
It's actually sick. That shield is huge.
Yeah. It falls all the way to the floor. Yeah.
I mean, they're Team Alec right now. We saw the Tenoris as well as the Asen Protector. That's a Team Alec cosplay.
That's right. Okay. Alex feeling much better after those 2 draws and after this turn. Let's take a sip of water, pass the turn back to Manny. Manny's thinking now, like, man, this is a tough board to deal with. So a lot of times, the water allies tend to be a little bit more health heavy, right? So
a lot of 1/3s.
Yeah, a lot
of 1
bit
power
more
3 life.
Exactly, more life, less attack. So they're going to be looking to play the slower game, but that's why they, everybody hates seeing an Asen on the board. It's a 3/4. It's a very, very hard ally to clear. For most decks, that takes 2 allies. For water, sometimes 3.
Yeah, it's very tough for sure.
Yeah.
I'm interested to see whether or not Manny decides to go for level.
Life Essence Amulet called it.
We saw Life Essence Amulet here at
Guys.
Worlds. I expected this in the Ascent Worlds 3v3 because you're limited on Regalia.
Yeah.
I never in my life would expect to see this in the World Final, World Championships.
Constructed, yeah. Hey, but guess what? If I need to draw cards, what's the way to draw the 3rd card?
There's no other. I mean, that's the trade, right?
Yeah.
You're not able to kill things with removal spells at fast speed. So Life Essence Amulet is a lot of value in this.
Yeah.
Nanny, 7 cards in hand. Most likely no Gildas. Probably would have played it already if he had that.
Yeah. Now he does have options now to clear the Asen, but again, 3 cards in hand of a win player is rough. Yeah, so going for the lurking is much safer here. Oh.
Oh, Song of Nurturing might come in.
Oh. He may not even need it. Maybe this is the turn you just go for the deflecting.
True, deflecting would be pretty
knowing
good.
that you might want to save the nurturing for a later Lorraine sweep, perhaps.
Lorraine title sweep?
No, sorry. Yes, we're playing water. Yes, unplayable.
One day water will have a good sweep. That's
unplayable.
That's not our future Neos card in MRC.
Yeah. Some way to reduce that cost. Yeah.
Yeah, the class bonus should be efficiency. Almost like another sweep card we know.
Yeah, he's going to let it go. Not using deflecting, not using the nurturing. I think more just using the cards to protect the ASIN is pretty strong here.
Oh,
but the sleep.
No.
But the sleep.
He's a sleepy boy.
Okay.
ASIN protector.
Okay.
Is a sleepy boy.
So on that attack, same pause. Okay. Go ahead and go to damage. 1 and then 2.
So we just put a little die counter on there to represent the asleep ASIN protector. We'll have to remember it's the the Snow Fairy in the middle there, just above the champion.
Yeah, that is not a 9-10 ASIN.
Yes,
that is just a sleeping.
Oh my, yeah, 9-10 ASIN would be kind of spooky.
Sleeping ASIN.
It's like a Sylvie green slime deck.
It's almost like you're playing Tamer or something.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking,
Look at
green,
the counters.
green slime. Give me the buff counters.
Yeah. Man, just as when we said Alex feeling comfortable, Manny turns it back. I mean, he's got the right cards, you know.
He had a much better draw this time.
Yeah.
I think he played it a lot better. There was a lot of safety choices that were made. There was a little bit of greed from Alex's side with the early ASIN protector that got frostbinded or frostbound. What are you saying, frostbind or frostbinded or frostbound?
I say frosted.
Frosted, okay.
I say frosted.
I like that. It was frosted.
Yeah, you know, because on Talk GA we stay classy. Sometimes we stay frosty.
It was frosted. That's a good one. It's frosted all the way to the banishment zone.
That's right. Yeah, so, I mean, Terrafring is a pretty good choice here.
There's not a lot of damage on board. It's only 5.
But, you know, it makes it hard to clear the ASIN if you Terrafring. Maybe it doesn't matter because the ASIN's kind of sleeping anyways, right? All right. So he's looking. Okay, yeah, it's going to be Terrafring. I think sometimes maybe this is more of an autoplay. Like, if you see that many allies, the Terrafring just looks better and better every single time, right? So
I mean, at the end of the day, you don't even have to play the Terrafring if you don't want to. You just keep it out there and chill and have a good time.
Here's the play, right? You can Dream Fairy the Snow Fairy that's sleeping the ASIN.
You can. I mean, you definitely can. You don't necessarily have a way to protect your.
You do. Deflecting, soft nurturing. You have a lot of ways, actually.
I mean, actually, honestly, the way to protect you is pop Terrafring.
True, right? That's
because then you'd
maybe
have to commit all 6 cards in your hand down to do that.
Yeah. But I mean, think about it, right? That would be the right play here. Did Manny just reach across the table and drink some water from Alex?
No, I think he was offering it to someone who asked if they wanted if Alex
refill?
wanted a refill, most likely.
All right.
I do have
these
their
players
comms in the
are
back,
very,
so
very, very friendly.
Yeah. It's good. It's good. It's good to have friendly competition, but also to. I mean, they're just playing. They're playing so well.
Yeah.
It's really enjoyable to see. They have to make a lot of really tough decisions.
Yeah, and I mean, like dynamic turns here, right? Every turn, it seems like the pendulum swings to each player. And again, like you're looking at Alex's hand, he actually does have options here. Okay, our production, our cameraman in the feature table room, Foam or Foamy, definitely helping out with some water tech there. Yeah. I think Dream Fairy. This is like what I said before. This is the battle of the fairies, but I think Dream Fairy is a better fairy.
Battle of the fairies.
Yep.
It's true.
That's how I think about it, anyways.
No, it's definitely Spark Fairy. Spark Fairy is by far the best. No cap. No cap.
No cap.
I bet most people can't tell you what it does. That's how good it is.
When the ally that's targeted by the Spark Fairy taps, deal 1 damage to his controller. Is that right?
It's something very close to that. Oh, so we are going to see the Dream Fairy that's on the... I'm fairly certain it was the one that was on the ASIN protector. I think he verified it with his finger gesture towards the ASIN.
I mean, I think in this case, right, the intent is going to be that fairy, so I don't think there's going to be a lot of arguments here, and the players can kind of work that out verbally. Yeah, just be able to track it that way is totally fine.
Yeah, I mean, it's easier. You just say, I target Snow Fairy, targeting my ASIN.
Yeah.
And you're, okay, cool. And I mean, if you were verbalize it in both sides, it's totally fine.
Yeah, and Sharpshooter gets cleared by the fairy and the Esteemed Knight, and then right there, Manny draws his card for the amulet, and then yeah.
Why did he show the dungeon?
I should have
I don't know why he showed the card.
I don't know.
I think maybe it was an accident.
So is he okay? Vanishes. Yeah. So there's the scepter. Is he gonna pop the Terrafring now?
Whoa.
Okay, draw a card. That means he has 2 Dungeon Guide, right? Because he has one in hand, and the one in memory was banished.
Yeah. If he had double Dungeon Guide right now, he'd win the game. That would be the double Dungeon Guide from Spirit to end the game with strictly Scepter of Lumina, nothing else.
Yeah, actually.
I mean, we're kind of scared, though. 2 damage on 4 at 11. No sword.
It's kind of huge.
Dungeon Guide.
There you go.
Oh, he has lethal on board.
Yeah, it's already lethal.
That's lethal on board.
Yeah, you didn't even need the double Dungeon Guide. You just needed 1.
Yep. So Dungeon Guide, we're going to level up into Lorraine level 1. Scepter of Lumina will trigger on the stack, dealing 4 damage to Alec. Alec goes to 13 here.
Yep.
And then we have Lorraine level 1. On enter, bring out a sword, Ornamental Greatsword for any unit, and it's going to swing for 2.
Yeah.
And that's going to be 15 damage to Spirit.
Yep. Pops 2 down. There you go for the attack. There you go. It's going to be 15.
Yep.
Cool.
That's the second game.
Second game. Wow.
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 Almost both of them ended that on Spirit.
So, yeah. Oh, man. So close. I mean, really just back and forth on that game.
Yeah, so a big shout out as well to our table judges here. We have 2 different table judges, obviously because of the language discrepancy, being able to explain things a little bit better. So I believe we have Horo on one side, and then in the green here we have Hobo Crabs.
Hobo Crab.
Hobo Crab. Big fan of that guy.
Yep.
He's a good guy.
Multi-talented, speaks English, Chinese. It's great.
That sounds like someone else I know sitting beside me right now.
Oh, it's true.
Multi-talented.
Oh, not a judge, though.
Oh, okay, that's fair.
But
that's fair.
apparently Shinji told me
a caster.
You can be a judge.
You too can be a judge.
That's
guys,
right.
If you want to.
Okay.
So we're gonna be taking a short break here. The players are requesting just a quick bathroom break.
Yeah.
It's been a long set of games there, but we'll try to keep you guys entertained.
That sounds like a good idea.
Yeah, so for those of you guys who are just tuning in or just catch the end of that match, that was the second game of the last series for today. We are currently in the top 8. We're just doing essentially the last rotation before we figure out who is going to the semifinals.
Cool.
So we have Alec on the Wind Allies Tenor stack versus Manny Gardwell on the Water Spirit Ruler Lorraine Dispersion build.
Yeah.
It's a combo, kind of a combo deck more than anything else.
Yeah, I mean, combo deck, but really, I mean, in this matchup, as you can see, for 2 games, very low to the ground, level 0, maybe sometimes level 1. Level 2 is kind of just for the extra health, type of thing. So,
much.
I mean, he really doesn't want to go to level 3 for this matchup. He can't spend all those cards to be banished for that purpose. Yeah. Also, if you haven't noticed, guys, we do have the Sylvie figurine now. This is now available, so they're at the Ascent store. You can buy. I think it's 1 purchase limit per attendee here at Ascent Worlds. This was also offered at Merch Day, but a bunch of other cool. Are these for sale too?
Yeah, these are for sale.
Whoa!
The acrylics are for sale. So there are 7 acrylics.
Yeah.
There's Tenoris. We have
There's
Lorraine. There is a Sylvie one right here.
I have a Merlin. Deanna. I know this is a crowd favorite. Come on, guys. Deanna.
Arsana. Cam's favorite.
Yeah.
Big shout outs to Cam.
Number one Arsana fan. Yeah. And of course, okay, we can't forget
and our
Rye.
highest representation of the world champion.
Yeah. Rye.
He's
He's
Reckless
good.
conversion on banned wins.
It's good. I think we got to ban another card.
So we're gonna take a quick look at the standings here, so you guys can catch up on the action, how things have been throughout the whole day here.
Yeah.
Oh, start us off at the top here.
Yeah. So first game of today is Caben versus Glenn. Really big upset by Glenn, I would say. The decks coming into it was really favored for Caben. That Fire Rye was definitely much better against a hybrid Merlin. But yeah, Glenn pulled it through and won that first game.
That's some fantastic plays from Glenn. Really came back from a lot of things. We saw a fantastic level 2 Merlin play, chose to level up, or chose to rest his champion, eat a floating memory for a level up counter, do a triple fireball to finish a game, and then we saw another game with a triple sudden steal.
It's
something
insane.
you would never expect to see in a game like that, but he really came out on top there. So Glenny Boy, 8th seed, does beat the first seed and is our first player making it to the top 4, moving on to Sunday.
Yeah. By the way, Glenn is in the room. I'm looking straight at him, and it's just all smiles. So, yeah, he's having a great time.
He's having a great time. Tabby's guy alive.
Second game, we had Burner versus Korax. This game is a little bit interesting. Maybe also another upset. Coming into it, Burner was running his famous Fire, Luxem, Xander, versus Korax running the Rye. Fire
a lot of these Serene Fire Ryes. I still think the matchup is favored here for Rye. Your ability to kill on turn 4 is very, very impactful.
Yeah.
Burner does have a great advantage going, or a pretty significant disadvantage going to this. You need to accrue value on the Luxem Serene Xander. You need to be able to either heal things down over time or accrue enough influence that you can go for that lethal combo.
Yeah.
Right, Burner was able to use Blanche to an incredibly effective nature. There was one specific move where I believe Korax had 2 dungeon guides out.
Yeah.
Swung with both dungeon guides before popping off his combo.
Yeah.
And in response to one of the spells, obviously Burner plays fast activation of a Blanche.
Yeah.
And that's it. I mean, he was 1 damage off lethal. It was 1 damage off winning the game, and it was the
So
decision of
close.
those dungeon guides.
So close.
And it's such an easy thing to miss too, because we're always taught swing first. Keep your interaction.
Yep.
Keep your cards. Don't give away too much information.
Yeah.
And, I mean, that was one of those situations where you had to have a lot of foresight going into it.
Yeah. Cool. All right. So looks like maybe the players are kind of getting ready. But, yeah, that's great matches today. So, of course, third match was Sean.
Sean.
Okay, against another Fire Merlin.
It was Sean versus Wilson, I believe.
Yeah, Wilson, yep.
And then yeah, Sean swept that one.
Yep.
The rye things.
Pretty
Rye
straightforward.
Just does rye things.
This is the first game maybe that I would say was expected. You know, the Rye going into that Merlin, it was a pretty good straightforward matchup there. Of course, now we're on the fourth game here. The 2 ally decks that we have actually in the top 8, wind against water. So as you can see, like we said in the pre-show, lots of back and forth. Everyone's going to be fighting for, basically board control. And then every turn, it's like a tug of war, right? Back and forth, who's going to be on top, whose fairy is going to hit the other fairy, this kind of stuff. Sometimes your ace and protector gets frosted. Sometimes it stays on the board.
Sometimes he's frosting you.
Yeah. That shield, it's pretty big. They say he's protecting, but sometimes he smacks you in the face for 3.
And sometimes sometimes he's a 5-6 and hits you for a lot.
Yeah.
And then he rallied advances and does it again.
Yeah.
And suddenly you see that with an ornamental greatsword and you're like, wow, that was way too much damage. So we're going to be moving on to the final game of the day here.
Yep.
1-1 so far between Manny Gardwell and Alec.
Yeah.
It's going to be big.
All right, so what do you think? Who do you think is going to take it here?
Oh, that's such a hard choice. Who's going to take it in this match?
I put you on the spot.
Well, put me on the spot.
Yep.
I'm going to say Alec.
Wow.
I'm going to say I'm a Wind Allies believer.
Wow.
I'm a Wind Allies believer.
Okay.
As much as I love 17 damage dispersion combo, I haven't even seen Manny go level 3 yet.
Yeah. Okay, cool.
Shuffle up, a little shuffle. I gotta say, I really love the world sleeves here. So these are sleeves that were given to the top 16 players attending World Finals here. They are Dragon Shield branded, sponsored by Dragon Shield. Fantastic anti-glare. Gotta say, I really enjoy seeing them on the stream whenever the cards are available for us to see.
Yeah.
I can actually read the card. So big shout out to Dragon Shield for that. It's very, very, very awesome for doing that.
Honestly,
and the art, it looks so good.
Yeah, big shout out to our media team too for ensuring that these are the sleeves that we're going to be seeing on stream, right? So really making it super easy for us to read all the cards, like you said.
Yeah. Big shout out to TM32 in that regard. Also, if you guys are big fans of the art of the World sleeves, you can actually get that as a Worlds playmat. You're able to pick that up at the Sylvie store. If you are here attending Worlds, I believe it is $60 and limit of 1 per person.
Correct.
Has a really nice gold stamp of the Worlds logo on it on the bottom corner.
Yeah.
And I gotta say, I mean, the champions on there are fantastic. I love that Crimson Tier champion on the top corner.
Yeah, to celebrate and commemorate the first world ever for this game.
Yeah, sure. Dice roll coming out soon.
There is an official giveaway happening on social media, by the way, for those of you who are at home, for everyone. Then that'll be happening on social media on Monday.
Yeah, so make sure you check out Twitter, Instagram as well. It'll be GA TCG or Grand Archive TCG. You can find both of those available. You should actually be able to find them if you are watching the video right now. You can find them in the description, I believe.
Yeah. Oh, man. Oh. I'm super excited. Honestly, I love both players. It's so hard to decide here. Okay. Alec is being pulled aside currently for a judge ruling, so we will have updates for you all on exactly what that ruling is very soon.
Manny giving some kisses to the fans out here. Saw that a little earlier. He's a lover.
Yeah.
Good guy.
Okay, and Alec's back.
So Alec has returned.
Maybe
damage was missed.
Perhaps damage was missed. Yeah.
Interesting.
Well, one of the I don't know if Alec's app does this, but some of the apps actually do track damage in a very similar way to how you write it in paper. So it could be kind of fun. And Manny's doing some doodling on his paper. Looks like a triangle of some sort. Or is this a secret message to the audience?
My classic favorite is the S, the 6-line S. Maybe I dated myself by saying that.
Okay. He's writing some messages on there.
Secret messages for the chat. That's definitely not an Easter egg.
Not allowed to look at lists.
All right, we're just sorting through some last-minute things.
If you had to play one of these decks today, which one would it be?
In this matchup, or all top 8s?
And I play the other one against you. Which one would you rather me play, and which one would you rather play?
Oh, man. You know, I think the wind is very explosive. However, I do feel more comfortable piling a water deck. So I'm definitely going to be more on the Manny side.
Water deck is good. Water deck is good.
Yeah.
That actually works out perfectly because I would prefer to play wind. So
Oh, hey, see?
we can recreate this one day.
Pick the... yeah, much worse than these two players. But yes, sure. We
Okay,
can try
that'd
it.
be a neat series. Recreating Worlds matches, but
Yeah.
we are not as good pilots.
That's right. Is it the deck or is it the pilot? All right, so we're shuffling up. Looks like whatever ruling issue was there is resolved. Got it, yeah. So the issue that for Alec here was that when you leave for a bathroom break, you're not allowed to leave for external places, meaning like go back to your room, etc. But that was not clear before Alec left his seat. So the result is that since it was not explained beforehand, no penalties for the players, and resume as usual. So Alec is going to go first here. Surprised, all of these ally players are, willing to go first. Oh, heavy swings.
I love heavy swing.
We haven't seen this card. I forgot about it.
Oh,
Gildas.
honestly, starting hand Gildas is kind of
Naked
good.
Gildas?
Naked Gildas balance. If you attack it, you retaliate, kill whatever it is. It's actually not a bad. It's better on wind than water in my opinion.
Okay.
But it's interesting because if Manny chooses to kill the Gildas,
Yeah.
he'll have to take a trade for it overall.
Yeah. But Manny's going to start with more cards, though, right?
Yeah.
Now, of course, 8 is an awkward number to balance, so maybe that's the strategy here. Even if you open a Gildas, I can balance easier than you.
Potentially. I mean, there's a lot of options I could go on from here.
Of course.
Let's. I always got to mention these two with their starting fist bump turns into a double-handed handshake bow for both of them.
The
very,
respect.
very respectful
The
players.
respect, yeah.
What do we see for Manny's opening hand?
3,
We see
sharpshooter.
I do like sharpshooter.
That's been the opening card for Manny every single game.
Oh,
now,
double sharpshooter.
Of course, you get 2 of them. There's 1. Against the Gildas.
Into the Gildas.
He's going to clear the Gildas. Okay, go ahead and just kill it now. Retaliate. Yep. 1 more. And...
I wonder if Manny realized that it was balanced. Because he had a slight notion of shock there, but I think he was willing to just...
Song of Nurturing! Whoa! Oh, he almost thought he lost the other sharpshooter, too. That's pretty big.
He was like, oh, no.
That's pretty big, yeah. This skill doesn't come back.
That's pretty funny, though,
Yeah.
because now Manny
You grab
has
a bauble.
no interaction in hand.
You grab a bauble. Exactly. You grab a bauble, and then you draw the card, and then now you can have another balanced Gildas. It's a great time.
Whoa.
All right, so draws a card for the turn.
That opening hand, Gildas, absolutely fantastic in this matchup.
Draws a card.
Alec is such a...
Oh, another
Gildas.
Doesn't care if he loses this one. He has Shimmer Cloak as an option here, which is pretty good. Yeah, so it's going to be Shimmer Cloak, balance Gildas, swings in for 4.
Big spice.
Yeah.
Gildas will trade by having things like Song of Frost, I guess Frostbind. Specifically, though, I would say a Freezing Hail is something he probably wants right now.
Yeah.
Shimmer Cloak's biggest weakness
is
the Freezing Hail.
That's right. So Manny's thinking here.
Thinking. One of my friends has a shirt with the little loading icon that says, I'm thinking. And I can only see that every time I see someone looking at their cards. I'm thinking.
Yeah.
Just want to know. I want to know what's going through their brain.
Yeah, it's going to go ahead and pass it, though. And the Viridian Trinket comes out right away.
Oh, Viridian Trinket is big. So Viridian Trinket will make sure that he is unable to deal with the Gildas, right? There's no Frostbind available for that.
Correct.
At best, he could use a Song of Nurturing, but I mean, maybe a Deflecting Edge. I don't think he runs Deflecting Edge, does he? No Deflecting Edge.
No Deflecting, yeah.
Ooh,
but Deflecting doesn't matter, right? Because it's not going to be a water card.
Yeah.
So, but it does, it puts Manny in a really tough spot. Does he play a card now?
Yeah, so in response to the materialization of the Viridian Trinket on the stack, he's going to banish the Wind Bauble.
Draw a card.
So before the Viridian Trinket comes in, he is able to play other things if he needs to. Maybe hoping to get a Freezing Hail here for the Shimmercloak Assassin.
Without the extra cost, yeah.
If not, he's gonna say goodbye to Gildas, and it's gonna be a little doomed on that. Board state's not gonna be very favorable for him.
Yeah. Well, he's gonna say goodbye to the Gildas either way, right? Because the other Gildas is gonna come down and hit the Gildas. Oh, I see. You're thinking interactions.
Yeah. So Freezing Hail into a. I guess he wouldn't have enough cards for it, but I was gonna say Freezing Hail into a Deflecting Edge would work. But Freezing Hail does just stop this damage outright. So. That's a worthwhile trade. That's a worthwhile trade.
Yeah. Okay. Alex is going to draw his card.
Imperial
Recruit.
Imperial Recruit really good here. Gildas for balance.
Yeah.
Kill Imperial Recruit on the field. Then you have 2 threats.
Yeah.
If you don't attack the Imperial Recruit, it's going to foster, gain an extra power. And if you don't kill the Gildas, it's very easy to rebalance.
Correct.
Because I believe Alex still has his Grand Crusader's Ring. We saw the materialization of the Water Resonance Bauble and the Viridian Trinket.
Yeah. Just like you said, exactly as you stated, it's what Alec played.
Yeah, so, I mean, we're seeing damage in very low amounts here. 3 damage on the board against Manny. But, I mean, permanent damage, right? Allies decks, these things add up real fast.
That's what I'm thinking, too. I mean, any chance you can go upstairs after clearing board, you take it. Even if it's 1, 2 damage, still worth it.
You want to know a really, really neat combo here? So,
hit me.
5 cards in hand.
Yeah.
Wind Allies player.
Yeah.
If your board lives, both of them, what you do is you level up. Assuming you don't banish your rallied advance, you swing with your Imperial Recruit.
Yep.
You rallied advance, swing with your Imperial Recruit, and your Gildas is bounced. So it's 9 damage. 9 damage on a turn for a level 1 is pretty good, and you still hold your GCR available in material deck.
Okay.
A lot of small, interesting math you can do with Gildas balancing.
Manny does have to continue to play allies on the board and just really try to kill this, win this battle. Yeah.
Gildas goes down here. Trade opportunities exist. We could go to rebalance. 7 cards. Grand Crusader's Ring would give him the 7-card magic number in hand. Alternatively, Bulwark Sword. Bulwark Sword can be good here too.
Yep. There's no need to balance now, though. This is the second Gildas, so we're out of Gildases unless Alec draws another one. But Alec does also have heavy swings, so he can kind of turn this game into a different game if he wishes.
Honestly, heavy swing to face is pretty valuable here.
Yeah.
6 damage to face plus the 2 from the Imperial Recruit Foster.
Yeah. It's gonna put Manny at 11, so he forces the level up, right?
Terrafring potentially. Alternatively to that, Grand Crusader's Ring just feels so good right now.
Terrafring, it is.
Yeah, so I think
gets the Foster for his Imperial Recruit.
I think Alec wants him to fracturize something to give him. Oh! Gildas. 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 Gildas Oh, wait, that's huge. Seeking Shot draw
Seeking
off the
Shot,
top.
yeah. He also still has a Snow Fairy, or
Dream
Fairy
Fairy.
too. Yeah, so really
Wait.
a lot of options here.
He can both. He can Seeking Shot into a Dream Fairy.
Yeah. Win the board again.
So Seeking Shot plus Dream Fairy. Next turn you go Grand Crusader's Ring, you heavy swing, and you could potentially have lethal.
Okay. Sends that Imperial Recruit over. Does 2
Oh,
and
wants
1.
to hold on to cards.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of times in these ally versus ally matchups, you do just want to continue to clear board unless you have that clear line, because taking a turn off to go to face could be very, very, very dangerous.
Poison Coating Oil is an option as well into the turn before the level up. So level up would be great because you'll open the class bonus activation for Rallied Advance. Poison Coating Oil after that would be Dream Fairy. So Dream Fairy gets 3 damage, swings, Rallied Advance for 2, wake up, and then do it again.
Yeah.
It's pretty good. It's going to force Manny to have to level up soon. And I don't think I'm not sure if he recognizes how much damage is actually being presented within the next turn or 2. Because Terrafring's on board, Tony Materialization is taunt, and Manny doesn't really have any fast, easy ways to deal with these cards except for Freezing Hill.
Yeah. Yeah, he did use the Freezing Hell against the Shimmer Cloak, so that's 1 down. Manny's looking at options here.
That Viridian Trinket is really annoying. Because
Yeah.
you don't want to fracturize it because you don't want to give your opponent a fractal. You don't want to
Yeah.
give them a reservable fractal. And maybe it's fine if you have a Frostborn Paladin, right? You can banish the floating on activation for the on enter of a Frostborn Paladin, draw a card, and gain a buff counter.
Yeah.
So the self cycle is fantastic in that situation.
Yep.
But giving another allies player a reservable fractal is just it's scary.
It's pretty devastating, yeah.
Influence is so vital in these matchups.
Yeah, he's going to be able to use it or find a use for it almost every single time. Okay, so Manny's really thinking through this here. What kind of materialization choices does he have here?
Grand Crusader's Ring is a big one. Other than that, I don't think we have anything else that's actually class-enabled right now. So Life Essence Amulet was used to draw a card.
Yep.
Nothing else was brought in besides Ornamental Greatsword. Ornamental Greatsword would be useless in this case for a couple reasons. 1, class bonus. 2, we are a spirit. But you could use it to swing something basic if you really wanted to.
Yeah. Looks like we're going to go for the Lorraine level up here. If you have
kind of a forced materialization outside of maybe Grand Crusader's Ring.
Yeah. So it's going to hit the Frost Paladin.
No, with the Frostborn Paladin.
That is a pretty big hit there.
It's actually the first one we've seen in the entire series.
Yeah. Frostborn Paladin, definitely one of the best allies in the game, if not the best ally in the game.
True. Gildas bad. Bad unit. Use Trusty Steed. Manny waiting for his on-enter trigger, looking to materialize a weapon card with memory cost 0 or more from your material deck. Keep in mind this does say weapon, so you could be Lorraine with a gun, should you choose to. You're going to be Lorraine with a Bulwark Sword today.
Yeah.
Much more classic, reasonable option. Terrafring coming in.
Popping it, yeah. Keeping the board of the allies.
Wants to protect the Imperial Recruit here.
Yeah.
Has rallied and is it deflecting in his hand?
I believe so, yes. So deflecting is another option here for Alec to protect his entire board.
That's pretty good. Deflecting Edge is very safe here. Keeping the Imperial Recruit alive provides a lot of overall damage, but also pressure, right? You have a Dream Fairy that can't be targeted and a 2-power, 3-life ally that can help you successfully trade into other 2-power, 3-life allies.
Yeah, I mean, this Bulwark Sword is super expensive, right? You're going to have to pay 4 to just swing with it.
Yep.
Very, very heavy sword, yeah. And it's not even enough to clear Imperial Recruit. You're going to have to do it another card, which he cannot pay for. So, like you said, there's basically materializing the Bulwark Sword means there's no other way to clear this board.
This is a fantastic turn to have a Terrafring.
Yeah.
No allies on board, interesting enough. No allies on board, but it is actually the turn to play the Terrafring.
Yep.
Because you're up 2 allies. You have a pretty significant advantage.
Yeah, exactly that.
Is he just going to pass turn all cards in hand?
All cards in hand. with the Viridian Trinket. Maybe he says, hey, you know what?
Whoa.
I have more than 5, so what are you going to do?
Whoa.
I can pay the 2.
That's pretty spicy.
Yeah.
I respect it, though. I
GCR
mean,
comes out here.
water is, there's so many options.
All right, and Alex is going to draw his card for his turn.
Kill this.
Ace-in, I think.
Ace-in.
Pops
good.
another
Heavy swing.
heavy swings in now. Yep.
Oh, man, this is such a good
3 heavy swing, 2 Ace-ins, 1 Shimmer Cloak, and 1 Seeking Shot. Okay, so Fairy goes in.
Edges. I mean, in this case, 1 deflecting edge is available. But, I mean, you have so many different things you can do here.
Yeah. Looks like we're going to be laying down 4.
Doors open at 8 a.m. Check-in ends at 8:45.
We're going to fracturize, yeah. So like you said, we're going to, actually do the fracturize now for the Viridian Trinket. Yeah, it doesn't feel good, but it may be something you have to do regardless of the situation.
I hope to see you all tomorrow. I hope to see a lot of you tonight at the Recollection World
Okay.
Premier event. And I'll see you all.
Manny's looking to materialize another card here.
End step fracturize. Does he have another Frostborn Paladin? He could.
He could. I think Manny's been playing with his hand a little bit back
Oh, he's paying with his floating memory first
for Scepter.
for Scepter.
Oh, no, not a Scepter.
Oh, for level 2.
For level 2. Oh, it's going to clear the allies. Oh,
And there goes the other Frostborn Paladin.
wow. Big banish.
I mean, this is a risk, but it might be worth it in this situation. Swing with the Bulwark Sword, kill the Ace and Protector.
Yeah.
Draw a card if there's no interaction available, but I believe we do have a deflecting edge in hand.
We
right?
do have the deflecting in hand, yeah.
This is a big gamble. If he goes for it, this is a make or break moment. Deflecting edge, probably lose the game from here. But another way to do this is to find the damage to push Asen outside of deflecting edge range.
Yeah. Is he accounting for it, though? That's the thing.
He could be. The problem is he needs to deal 3 damage to the Ace and Protector. So he might actually instead go the other way, deal 2 damage to the Imperial Recruit,
Yep.
swing for 4 so that the deflecting edge won't actually be able to
Yeah.
protect.
That would be the smarter way to do it. Obviously, the greedier approach is to try to hit the Ace and Protector here. So he's putting 2 down. I think he's going to swing for the Ace and... Yeah. Okay.
Oh, so
So
he
the
tests the
Great
water. There was no interaction available. We knew that, though, from the overhead of the casting desk. But now Manny feels a little bit safer. Surely a sigh of relief after that, being able to draw a card.
Yeah. I do think he does have a deflecting, so maybe he put it down?
It's possible he just chose not to play it.
Okay. Maybe he's kind of a little bit ahead anyway, so yeah.
There is like a line where you make it look like you have no interaction so that the opponent plays a little bit greedier.
Yeah. He does
and then in
also
that case, the moment they go for like a huge, I need to do this to win the game, you just
Yeah.
you just end them.
Yeah. So the thing is also, Alec does also have another Ace in hand as well.
Just like the Gildas. Sure,
Yeah.
kill my Gildas.
Well-
Sure, kill my Ace. Let me play another one.
A little trickier with Ace is that you do have to, of course, have another, allied that you can actually return.
Doesn't he have a Swift Recruit in his...
No, I think that's the previous game.
Oh, man, I'm losing it.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm losing it.
Rolls the 2. There you go. Second card. It's going to be Heavy Swing.
Heavy Swing. Good for him. He has 2
One-
more available.
One of the 3. Okay. All right. Cool. Okay. And now he's going to recollect and draw his card.
Oh, he's a lot of influence available here. Holy.
There's deflecting. Oh, I was thinking about last game as well. Deflecting was in the hand for the last game, not this game.
I see.
Yeah.
I see.
That's a seeking shot in the back. So no deflecting yet. There's no way he would have put it down if he had it. Yeah. Okay.
This is
Goes in for 2.
I'll be honest with you. I feel like you just heavy swing and force him to use Song of Frost.
I think you do it. You force it.
You don't really need the taunt to protect. It's actually not that big of a deal.
Yeah.
You can deflecting edge it if you need to.
I mean, the other way to do it is just continue to pressure and then see where he pushes. I mean, Manny is at 24 life, so this is 13 damage that, Alec
Go, big heavy swing coming in.
Alec needs to make. So, yeah. But heavy swing looks like the right choice here.
Has enough available to pay for Frostbind. No deflecting edge, so needs a Song of Frost in hand here. Manny, does he have the Song of Frost?
Manny smiles.
He didn't
lets it
really
hand, lets it go.
respect it before, but he's going to be taking the damage.
Yep.
That's going to put him at 17. It's another heavy swing and a single damage point off of lethal.
Yeah. Looking really scary now.
And we know he has the heavy swing in hand. Pure Recruit on the field. there's a Dream Fairy as well, which won't be as easy to deal with.
So GCR comes in. He draws the card.
Big fan of the Grand Crusader's Ring. Very, very prestigious.
Yes, it is one of the best cards in this game. So Manny's thinking here.
Thinking. Materialization here.
Pops the Grand Crusader Ring, draws.
Could go for the Ornamental Greatsword. Pretty good value.
Just really thinking about, like, trying to draw some options here, because he is he needs to find some solutions to his problem situation right here. Yeah. What allies can I play?
How do I clear the board? How do I survive? Where's my dungeon guide?
Anything.
It was really nice that he actually got the opportunity to banish Scepter, draw 2.
Yeah.
That definitely gave him a lot of recuperation on overall influence. The problem is his current wealth on the board, including like all allies and such, just isn't quite there. It's not strong enough right now.
Yeah.
And he's in a very, very dangerous position. We're looking at 7 health from lethal. 7 health from making it into day 3 of the World Finals.
Yeah. Alex got to be feeling pretty good on this side. Okay, so it's going to lay down. Is he just going to swing with the sword? And then finish it with another ally?
Potentially.
Well, no, it's taunted, so.
Well, no taunt, though, because rested.
Ah, yes.
So that's the gamble here of using Tenoris. The thing is, if Manny goes for like a clear where he puts down 2 to use swing of the bulwark sword, breaks the sword, and then comes in with another ally, he's going to be utilizing 6 cards of his total influence of, I believe, 8. If he has 9 influence, it will give him interaction availability due to the fact that he has already fracturized the Viridian Trinket. But if he's at 8, that means the heavy swing is going to be lethal.
Yeah.
Alex is going to materialize an Ornamental Greatsword in that case and just immediately go for the kill.
Savage Stash instead, no sword usage to try to clear. Actually, no, it's just going to go directly onto the Imperial Recruit here.
Savage Slash for 2 here. Needs to play another ally.
Looks like he's going to Dungeon Guy's option here, or just play his own Imperial Recruit and then clear the Recruit.
Imperial Recruit swings Recruit.
Yeah. But now, Alec does have Deflecting in hand. There you go.
Deflecting edge.
Deflects it. That's got to feel really bad.
They need to push 3 more damage on that Imperial Recruit.
It's got to feel really bad and passes turn.
Passing turn 3 cards in hand. Most likely has
Song
of
of
Frost.
Yeah.
I think it's a Song of Frost. It could be a Frostbind, but Frostbind
not going to save your life.
Not going to save him as much.
No. All right.
So it's a great sword.
Ornamental. Okay. Unentered, targeting the only ally that's available there. So that makes our Imperial Recruit now a very, very beastie 3/3.
Recollect and draw for turn.
Oh, it's a Gildas. Does he have balance? He does, I think. 6.
6.
Nope, not quite.
6.
So
has total 7 influence if you include the Fantasia, but not enough.
3 goes directly ahead. He's representing a kill.
Rallied advance. Rallied advance for 2. It wakes up the Imperial Recruit on attack declaration. It's actually the specific hard counter to Song of Frost.
Okay.
Because it's on attack declaration, so it will wake up.
Rally advance.
Yeah, on attack trigger.
Yeah, so even if this thing gets
Song of Frost, the activation.
Okay.
I think they're trying to figure out the exact ruling on how it runs.
Okay, so it's on attack, wake up.
Whoa.
Does the 2 damage, breaks the sword, and then he's going to come in.
3, and that's game.
That's going to be game. Oh man.
Holy.
Looks like probably he doesn't have a Song of Frost in hand. That's probably why. Yeah.
And so I'm just listening to the talk. They're talking about what they had available to him.
Yeah.
He knew the Dream Fairy was still available overall, and he knew it wasn't going to be enough for him.
Yeah.
And that's it.
That's it.
We're going to have 3 regions in the top 4 going into tomorrow, and it's going to be Glenny Boy.
Okay. On
from New Zealand.
Yep.
Alec from Hong Kong.
Yep.
We have Burner and Sean from North America. The USA specifically.
Yep.
Ish.
West Coast and somewhat
Mostly East, yeah. West Coast, mostly East Coast, yeah.
Mostly
Whoa.
East Coast?
Whoa.
Oh, man. Yeah.
That's a fantastic match.
That's crazy.
It
I
was-
mean, again, I always like ally versus ally because it's so fair, right? It feels so good. It's like
It's a real show of skill.
it's pure GA, right?
It is very pure.
Go for board, go for head. It's a lot of different options here. Yeah.
And you really have to calculate what you. I mean, like you said earlier, life is a resource.
Yeah.
And that's a matchup where you really have to show life is a resource
Yeah.
to you.
Which side do you go? Do you go up or do you clear the board? It's
You clear
really
the board.
crazy. Yeah. And then, of course, Alec having things like heavy swing, that is a lot of damage to be putting against somebody.
Yeah,
Once
heavy.
you clear the board, go for a heavy swing. It's really scary. Yeah.
Yeah. So we'll be heading over to the final stand here. We can talk about this. Just one quick recap again before the end of the day.
Yeah.
First match of the day, we casted that one. It was TCG Cayman versus Glenny Boy. Glenny Boy taking that as the underdog, lower seed, as well as the unfavored matchup. Takes that 2-0.
Second match, it was between Burner and Korax, and then, of course, Burner also coming up on top with his Fire Luxem Xander.
Yeah, we move on to the third match. We have Sean Lifter-Sill versus Drago Wells Wilson. Lifter-Sill taking that 2-0 Fire Rye versus the Fire Merlin.
Very convincing.
favored matchup.
Yeah, and then lastly, you just saw here, between Manny and Alec, I would say probably crowd darlings and favorites. Yeah, it's really hard to lose one of them, but, I mean, the show must go on. Single elimination, and Alec does pull through with his win to Norris allies.
Yeah, so looking forward to tomorrow. Tomorrow will be the top 4. We'll be streaming as many matches as we can. I believe we're going to be streaming the semifinals as well as the finals guaranteed.
Correct.
Uncertain currently on the third place match.
Yes.
But something to note there is that all the matches will be best of 3 except for the finals.
Which
the
will be
finals
best
will be
of
best
5.
of 5.
Okay.
And again, untimed as before.
Yep.
One more thing to note. So we did have a Swiss round yesterday
Yeah.
where players were able to change their decks from Swiss to top 8. They will have to keep their current decks from top 8
Correct.
into the finals.
Correct. Yeah, so, what you see is what you're going to have to get. So, yeah, I mean, looking at kind of the 2 matches here, Glenny Boy going into Alec, I think, honestly, the funny thing is because Glenn cleared the Rye, he's actually in a really good position going into day 2.
He has a
or
very,
day
very
3.
favorable deck for the
Very
allies
favored,
setup.
yeah.
He's very, very focused. He's got Purge and Flames. He's got the Flame Sweeps.
Yep.
I believe he also has Incendiary Fractals.
Yeah, he does.
So Mage class bonus does 4 damage on enter. It's a
crazy.
fantastic setup for
Yeah,
him.
lots of different options to clear allies. Tons of value. The hybrid.
You
being
can see the
available.
rest of the guys already in there, cheering each other on,
Yeah.
talking about the games.
Yeah.
It just goes to show what a fantastic community. Everyone's
Yeah.
going in there. Everyone's having a good time.
Yeah.
It is what it is.
Absolutely.
You lose with pride.
Yeah.
You lose with pride and with grace.
And our other match between Sean and Burner, it's going to be another interesting one because Burner's going to have to show that his Fire Luxem Xander is better than a Fire Rye. So we'll see
for sure
which one goes. Yeah, basically Burner's showing like, hey, look, Fire Luxem Xander, I know you guys feel like it's unfavored, but I'm going to show you it's favored. So let's see what happens tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely, for sure.
Yeah.
So thank you guys so much for joining us so far. This has been a fantastic. Oh, they spilled water on
Water spill on stage.
Water spill.
Did he
That's a
duck?
party foul. That's a party foul.
Hey, good thing everything is double sleeved, right? This is why you do
That's
it.
also like a leather mat, if I recall correctly.
It is.
Hobo Crab on stream. Love that guy.
Yeah.
Big shout out to our one of our 3 judges there available.
Yeah. Okay, so those are going to be our games for today. Thank you guys all for joining us. Yeah.
Yeah, so
That's
thank
gonna
you
be it.
guys so much for being here. We will see you tomorrow morning. Make sure you click the notify button on that YouTube video.
Yeah.
And we'll see you tomorrow.
We'll see you tomorrow.